To the next level.
Well, a very, very good morning from everyone in the UK. I appreciate there's a lot of people going around the world. If you had this on your bingo card for 2022, give me the lottery numbers because I certainly didn't see this coming. A very, very good morning, very warm welcome. This is Online Darts. This is the Women's Series, Block 3, Day 1, 2 events to come. And this is a big, big day in the race for the women's match play, of course, because by the end of the weekend, we will know the 8 lineup, the 8 women that will be playing in the inaugural Betfred Women's World Match Play at the 2022 Betfred World Match Play with the Winter Gardens. Appreciate a lot of people here aren't new, but if you are, just in case I used to work here, I'm now back, purely simply because Jack Gubby Garwood is over in Amsterdam watching the Dutch Darts Masters for Online Darts, and Phil Bars was seeing a ginger bloke play on a stage last night at Wembley Stadium. So in honour of that, we've got 2 gingers here, Lee Boyce and Jarlath Deaton. Good morning, Boycey. It's lovely to see your face. I think the last time I saw you was in March on the night where we got knocked out of the Champions League. Hello, how are you?
Welcome back, mate. Welcome back. I'm very well, thank you. It's nice to see your face on my stream once more, as I'm sure many other people are saying in the chat room. Probably not Dob and Phil, who I'm sure are watching in hotel rooms wherever they are around Europe. But welcome back, and you've come back at a perfect time for the Women's Series. I know you're with us for the 2 days, and what a race we've got, and what a draw we've had so far this morning before any action's played.
Yeah, we were looking at it just before we came on air, everybody, and it's certainly sensational. Just in case you don't know what's going to happen, appreciate everyone here normally has been watching the Women's Series stream, so bear with us if you do know, but just in case you don't, by the end of the weekend, we will be down to 8 who will have qualified for the Betfred Women's World Match Play, and of course, that will be taking place on a Sunday afternoon of the 24th of July, right before the Betfred World Match Play final. And it's the first ever Women's World Match Play, and it'll be live in Blackpool. We'll be there across the week, of course. Boycey, I believe you're up there for the entire 9 days again.
Hell yeah.
No, I bet you're excited. I bet you're excited. Potwell Blackpool won't know what's hit it on the Saturday night.
If there's a count on how many times I mentioned Blackpool on Monday, it was probably in double figures.
Oh, are you on the live lounge, are you?
Everything I linked back was linking back to Blackpool, and it was nice yesterday with Dob in solo for the first time. Many congrats, Dob. But a lot of his questions were leading to Blackpool as well. That just built up my excitement that little bit more.
Are you on this week's live lounge? Or are you not? You haven't got another wedding?
Yes, I'm on this one. I got one more week before I have a little holiday. Can you have a holiday before Blackpool? Is a holiday needed before or after?
Yes, absolutely.
Is it after it's meant to be needed?
Well, both. To be fair, just take the whole month off. It's fine, like I'm doing in August. Very good morning, everybody. A lot of people saying he's back. Yes, I am. Hi. This is going to be a fun old weekend, isn't it? Dan asked, "What am I doing back?" Simple. There was literally no one else. They were scraping the bottom of the barrel, and I was actually free for one, so I thought, why not help the gentleman out? So, like I say, Barzi will be back tomorrow. He's just travelling back from London because obviously there's a bloody train strike going on in the UK, if you don't know. So he can't really get back from London to his house in Hampshire. So there's that. And Gob is about, it's about 400 miles away in Amsterdam. He's woken up already this morning, though. I have had contact with him. He got there safely. I took a photo of him yesterday, and it looked like he was going on his first school trip. I was so proud of him. Right. Let's take a look at this draw, Boycey. I'm going to try and see how I can get this going, but let's see how we do that. And let me tell you, this draw, very interesting. in the race for the women's match play. Let me tell you, I'll just scroll across and get the board calls up. Hopefully you can all see it. Please put it in the comment section if we need it to be a bit bigger. But that's what we're going here. So I'll tell you what, let's go down the KO board groups here on Dark Connect. This is how we'll be following the game. If you do want to do this yourself, by the way, just visit tv.darkconnect.com and you can follow all the results as we're doing right here. An interesting couple of boards here. Big one I want to talk about, Maria O'Brien on board 1. That's a big one, of course. Joanne Locke as well there. But of course, there are big boards across the way. Not more so than, of course, board 4 here.
That is very, very tasty. Not just the board, but the opening game. The second game on the board, but first round for Robin and Lorraine, who are both. Lorraine's in a very, very good spot, and for me is probably done enough. It would take something sensational from a fair few players to push Lorraine out of them, but it's not just obviously the race for the match play. I know we will focus on that over the 2 days, but actually eyes have got to look further afield and to look at closing that gap on Lisa and Fallon for events the back end of the year, more importantly the World Championship. So big day for Lorraine and Robin on board 4. Robin's just outside £500 away from that 8th spot, which we will see change plenty of times. But probably a key one, Joe, in there that obviously we're looking at the boards, and you spotted just before we would come on air that 7th place, Trina Dulliver, in the order of merit, isn't competing in this first event. So I don't know if that's across all 4 events, but she's not competing in the first one. So that could open up a lot more for the women who are sitting just outside that top 8.
And I want to just touch on this one here, mate, if I can, on board 5. You're going to be in the top boards for us. And this is quite interesting on board 5. A game between Eileen de Graaf and Chloe O'Brien, 8th against 10th in the race for the match play. Chloe O'Brien is only 150 quid behind Eileen de Graaf. And that's a big game as well. And they would have Laura Turner next as well on that board, in that board final, who is 4th. So again, the top of that, alongside Rachel Brooks as well, who's no mug as we know. That's a tough board, I think, on board 5.
Yeah, it is, and there's more and more as you go down. That was the one we'd picked out because there's so many of the top 14, 16 maybe who were meeting early on. For people who are outside that, it just opens up opportunities today in this first event because we're going to see a lot of the top 10, a few of the top 10 drop out early on just because they're meeting each other. So it certainly opens up the field for everyone else. So should be a very, very interesting day, but an interesting first hour once we get underway, which I believe is going to be about 15:15.
Yes. Someone mentions here, Jason Sexton, very good morning to you, mate. Says, did Fallon make it? Well, yes, she did. She's on board 8, and you can see there she's got Dieter Hedman, who she would potentially play in a board final. Not a bad effort for the board draw makers, and the winner of that board could be playing Mikuru Suzuki. Now, she's the wild card for me this weekend, I think. She's not in the race. She's not in the match play as things stand. But if she were to win one, then she would be able to get there. Now, it would be a real shame if Mikuru didn't get into that match play, because it would be amazing to see both her, Fallon, obviously Lisa, maybe Dieter potentially as well, as she's going to be. She'd have to do a bit this weekend, Dieter Hedman. There's no doubt about that. But Lorraine Mustani, Laura Turner, of course, and everything like that. But it'd be a massive shame if Mikuru Suzuki were to miss out.
Yeah, it would. On the Dieter one, I'd be surprised. Dieter's the one who would need an extraordinary day today because she'd need to pick up probably wins in both events because she's, from what I've seen on her social media, she's not playing in tomorrow's. She hasn't played in any of the previous 8. Yeah. So it would take something pretty ridiculous for Dieter to then. Regarding Mikuru, it's just on the preparation. We've seen her turn up to these and do very well. When she's had that preparation, we've seen her then fly over on the morning or the evening before an event, and it's took her a lot of time to get into them. And this weekend is huge if the focus is solely on match play. So Mikuru needs a good weekend, but it's not an easy start for Mikuru, knowing that she's on the board next to Dieter and Fallon.
Indeed. Let's go down the boards down here and have a look. Of course, Katie Sheldon with Courtney Hine, on a board 11. That's going to be quite interesting. Of course, Katie only just outside that top 10. She's 300 quid away from a potential spot in the world match play as things stand. Of course, there's Barbara Hospodarska, of course, King Barry's other half on board 12. Board 14 and 15, though, quite interesting. Corinne Hammond on there, Lisa Ashton and Rhiannon O'Sullivan on boards 14 and 15. And you want to mention, of course, as well, Rhiannon Griffiths and Jane Densley on board 16 as well. Huge games there, really. 5th against 6th, potentially, in a board final.
Yeah, and Jane's one that Dob mentions quite a lot from Dob's current net of the Woods, who's performed fantastically in the first 8. It's a little boost, I would say, for those two players, knowing that Trina's not playing, because Trina's just sitting below them. They've currently got a 200 pound buffer on where they're currently sitting. So a good run for one of them today would move them closer to what I would say the Laura and Lorraine sort of prize money, which for me potentially is enough. But that's a huge opener, especially coming into the first. You got 4 events. You want to make sure that you're starting with a good run, as we've seen with these before, Jar. And I think if you don't start well, it starts putting that pressure on you, especially when you're looking at the rankings and you're looking over the shoulder of people who are trying to touch you down for that bid spot. It's not just the match play. It's not just the standard race to the match play. It's the inaugural it's the first one, obviously. So there's so much on it for these women who want to be competing at the famous Winter Gardens.
Tell you what, let me see if I can StreamYard the rate. If I tell you what, I'll take that off for a second. This is how long I've been, everybody, without actually doing this. So bear with me 1 second. I'm going to see if I can share the live order of merit. I think I should be able to. Hopefully this works. Hopefully you can see this. There we go. It's almost seamless. So yeah, as we can see right here, Lisa Ashton at the top of there. She has been pretty much the dominant member of this side in the women's series. So I'll zoom in a little bit so you can see it a little bit better. There we go. The Fallon Sherrock, of course. Fallon did get there from Holland last night. She is number 2. Then Lorraine Winstanley. You can see the difference there in its people that have been involved in the games and winning tournaments. And is it too early to say that Lisa's pretty much there or thereabouts for the Worlds? I don't think Fallon is, because a couple of wins from anybody else, and it might be, people might be able to get away from that. But I'd say Lisa Ashton's pretty much safe, isn't she?
You would think so. It's what stops it is if someone like Mathura does and wins back-to-back events, or wins 3 out of 4 in one weekend, which she's well capable of doing. That can certainly put that in the mix. Fallon, obviously, she's made sure she's got back to playing these. She knows how important it is, not just for match play, but match play you'd say secure, but for actually tournaments the back end of the year. You would assume that the money that Lisa's on you won't see anyone catch that other than Fallon. So you'd think they're safe. But it only takes, you've got to think is it New Zealand when Fallon's playing?
And Australia, yeah.
Yeah, so she misses 4, and it only takes Lisa to have a bad weekend and someone to go and win 3 or 4 on the spin. That could potentially open things up there.
Yeah, I mean, it feels weird that she might have to try and make a decision here, because, of course, obviously the New Zealand Masters is on the same weekend as 4 of the women's series, and if she doesn't get there, she might miss out on the Worlds. There's no doubt about that. But look at the rest of that. I think we could safely say that Lisa Ashton and Fallon Sherrock are there or thereabouts. They're in the women's match play. I'm going to say Lorraine will get there if she wins a couple of games. I don't think that she needs to win too many. Maybe get to 2,000. I think 2,000... I think actually, to be fair, 1,500 with the way everything works out might be the cutoff. I'm going to say so. Maybe the biggest one is to see whether do I think Trina's there for the match play? I don't know. It's very, very tight, because again, if you go on a bit of a run, then you might get that. I think maybe I'm going to say early doors, boys. So I'm going to say 1,700 is the cutoff, I think, at this moment in time. I'm going to say Laura and Lorraine are pretty much there.
Lorraine, yes. Laura, very close. I think she'll probably know that a couple of wins would secure it. But yeah, it's hard to say, and it gets a bit more difficult when you see the draw that we've seen today. That we know that we are going to see a couple of these fall early on, that could then potentially open it up a little bit more, and you might have a surprise finalist. So that could change that monetary value. Also, the impact of what the travel will have on Fallon. You know, there's a lot of people who are expecting Fallon and Lisa to go on and dominate them this weekend. And they'd normally be right to think that's the case, as we've seen that from the off. But it's a lot of travel, and it's been a rushing about. So preparation won't be at its finest for Fallon. But she's normally the best who can acclimatise to that very, very quickly. So,
well, this is the thing. They have pressed the button. So Rob Payne asks, is this on PDC TV? Yes, you can watch certain games throughout the weekend with the brilliant Chris Murphy and Abby Davis, who's making her debut on the PDC stream. It's an all-women, largely female production company and a female production team as well this weekend. So fantastic to see how that's being developed for the game, no doubt. You can watch that now live on PDC TV. I believe that the games are going to be starting very, very shortly. But as I say, the button has been hit. There are a couple of games warming up. Daniel asks, where is it? Sorry, yes. Sebastian also asks, is this stream only for talking or will we see live matches? No, we can't show live matches due to rights issues unless you want us to lose the channel, which I'm sure some people do, but hopefully the majority of you don't. So the only way to watch it is live PDC TV. But I believe you can get a weekend pass for about £3, I think it is. And I appreciate not everybody has £3 at the moment, but cost of living, everything like that. But if you do have £3 and you want to watch a few games of the Women's Series, make sure you do. Where are we? Daniel, I'll tell you what we'll do with the men's world match play and the Euro Tour. We'll hold that because I'm sure I don't want to spoil Boise, Phil, and God being back on the live lounge on Monday night. So I'm not going to talk about that. But we may have a little bit of a mini discussion during the mid-session interval, as it were, between the two games. So hold on for that. Where are we? Do you think it's doing Fallon more harm than good playing on the World Series? Now, this is an interesting one. I don't know, is the honest answer. Because, look, no matter what you can say about Fallon, there's a lot of things that could be said around the PDC picking it and understand it. Oh, live darts, we have got underway. There are games that have started. So we will keep this brief because the live action is where we want to be. Look, there's plenty of ask. There's plenty of ask around what the PDC have done with picking it. But at the end of the day, commercially, she's probably the second biggest name in darts behind Michael Van Gerwen. Maybe Peter Wright, Gerwin Price potentially, but in my opinion, she's the second biggest name in darts because of what happened. Obviously, that run at Ali Pally, and she did do well at the Grand Slam last year. She pushed Peter Wright all the way. So, I don't know, but all I know is that I know a fair few broadcasters were paying the money for the World Series because Fallon was in it. But at the same time, she's getting the match practice that she needs on the big stage. That if she does qualify, then for the world's, as you call it, the Grand Slam dart spot is also up for grabs at the Women's World Match Play. So she does qualify on that big stage. She's been playing at the big stages throughout the entire summer. So she's been getting that match practice that most of the other women haven't.
Yeah, for me, it's a positive that she's in it. I think that I can understand why people can see that it might be having a bit of an impact, but that is only looking at these 3 events that she's played in so far, and 2 she hasn't hit the levels that we know she can hit. I know Phil alluded to that there was certain issues in New York. It's got to have played on the mind yesterday of how important this weekend was for the Women's Series. I'm not making an excuse for a performance yesterday, but it's got to have played on the mind because she knows that how much of an impact this can have long term. Obviously, dating into match play, dating into Worlds and Grand Slam, and then where she's made that history before. So I think it's positive. I just think it needs to be looked at as a bigger perspective of Fallon being in it for herself, is how beneficial it can be for her. And I think when you look at her competing against the top players in these TV events that she's looking to qualify for the Women's Series, it is at the advantage as well over the over Lisa and over the other people. She's played these top players, and we saw in Nordic last year that she's not only playing them, she's beating them or competing with them. The performance against Michael Smith last weekend or the weekend before, I thought was outstanding.
Yeah.
So I can't see how it's a negative. The only impact for me is these weekends where there's a lot of travel, and she's now got to come back and play 4 events on a normal weekend where there's no other competitions that is missing. It can only be a positive, surely.
Well, I think that as well. I think it helps her game a little bit, I think, because she's playing up there all the time. It sounds a bit stupid, and I appreciate that she obviously did well at the Grand Slam playing these short form matches, but I don't think that suits her a little bit. I think that certainly over the last few weeks, what we've seen in the in the World Series, I think she prefers the longer games, because I think that she had got time to set a little bit. Because in the short format matches, if the trebles aren't hitting like they weren't last night for her, then nothing's going to come, and you just feel like there's nothing more that you can do. And I appreciate though, she wasn't the only seed to lose last night. Was seed again in Amsterdam. So I don't know. I just think that it's 50-50. Of course, it's important for her to get to experience more in the big stages, because she wasn't obviously there for the Lakeside, for the WDF. She pulled out of that. She wasn't playing in that. And there were other stuff as well that was involved in that, involved in playing the game. So I don't know. It's very interesting. All of it's interesting, I think. And like I say, she hasn't been on a tour. Hang on 1 second. Where is this? There was something that I saw here as well. Fallon is a good player, but I generally think her being pushed so hard by the PDC, all the travel, all the media, everything that comes to what she's doing is having a negative impact on the game. Yeah, again, I think that's a very valid point. I think that the PDC are pushing so hard, because I think you said as well, Andrew, when you said, I think it's just pretend it's ineffective, but it must be hard with all the trolling she gets. Yeah. I think that the PDC just need to rein it in lightly a little bit. I appreciate why they're pushing her, and I appreciate that everybody in New York wanted to speak to her. And I understand that, pushing the game in the American market is massive as well for Eddie and for Matt and for all the rest of them down at the PDC. But I think that they need to rein it in just a tad, because the star is diminishing a little bit. The shine is diminishing a little bit. And I think that people now are starting to get worn out a little bit with the constant Fallon pushing. I mean, the parody account Sky Sports Dart, it's literally, sometimes you think it is the real account sometimes, with the amount of it. You saw what happened with Q School, but I understand. So that's where I'm a bit like, I think that it needs to rein in just a tad. That's all I'm going to say, but no disrespect.
I don't think the PDC needs to change. I understand the sort of Sky push, and we saw that with Houston, that a bit, bit too much. And hopefully we'll see this weekend. I'm assuming that Sky will be promoting the women's series events, because it's leading to their match play. So we'll see how that comes across. From a PDC event, you've got to look at all they've included Fallon in the World Series. Everything else she's had to qualify for whatever means. So the PDC hasn't pushed that sort of aspect from it. The media attention she's getting is because she's done something we've not seen another woman do in this sport. So for me, she's taking the right steps. And like it says, she's only going to learn from these experiences. She's still she's very inexperienced when it comes to a PDC stage. If you look at the amount of games she's actually played on a PDC stage, it's still quite a short number. So she's going to learn from that. And I think the bigger picture of that is she's pushing the rest of women, because being at late side, there was a lot of talk about Fallon and what Fallon's achieved and how good it is for the rest of them. And I guess, Joe, I want to throw back, without the achievements of Fallon, 2-3 years there at the Worlds, however long ago it was, do you actually think we'd right now be in a position where we've got a women's match play? Because I'm not sure we would. So I think the bigger picture that needs to be looked at sometimes is how she's took the game, and she's now not herself, but it's created what we've now got in a women's match play in less than a month's time.
Yeah, 100%. I don't dispute that at all. Like, she's her achievements at Ali Pali have helped the women's game dramatically, and obviously let's not forget as well Lisa's achievement qualifying as being the first tour card women's holder to go through Q School as well. Let's not forget that as well. Someone, where was it?
Just a few store updates as we are underway. Dieter Edmonds just missed 7 darts at a double in the opening leather, then to Team Holden, and finds herself 1-0 behind. Lorraine Heidi's 1-0 up early on, and then to Natalie Gilbert. 2 players we've saw on the late side stage. Tasumu Sato is 1-0 also in front. And on one of your boards, board 15, we have a result and an 100+ average, Mr. Eaton.
Yeah, talking about the woman. What's that? Sorry.
Go on, mate. Go on. Sorry, it's tough.
I was going to say, Lisa Ashton. Yeah, absolutely brilliant. 100.2 average against Sharon Godby. She is in the mood today. 4-0 winner over Sharon Godby. Huge moments there. I tell you what, if again, people, if you need me to zoom in a little bit, I can do, but we are going to lose results. So please let me know if you can't see it, and I'll try and keep moving it up and down a little bit. But other than that, that is all the games, all the boards going on right now. So hopefully you can still see the results in there, and we'll keep you up to date a little bit with that. Where is Richie says, can we get a proper view of the scores, please? i.e. all balls. No, I'm afraid we can't do that because of the system and the software that we can do. I'm afraid that is the best that we can do. But that is the best that we can do. Really sorry. But if we zoom in, then unfortunately we will lose results. Blame my system. It's fine. Where are we? Urban Star says, any idea why Bo is not in this? I think it's because she's gone to the Romanian Open this weekend, hasn't she?
Yeah, correct.
She's been playing in the WDF all this year.
I felt like I've had to answer this question a few times, especially on a Monday because I was at late side. When I spoke to Bo on and off camera, she was unsure at the time if she was going to come over and do some PDC events with match play and worlds in mind. It was at the time she was very unsure. I haven't spoken to her since late side to know that's the case, but she's been doing a great job in regards to performances on the WDF, and she's picked up quite a few titles in the meantime. She's away this weekend, so she won't be competing at all. Why she's made that decision, I'm not quite sure. Obviously, we know the troubles that she had with releasing the dart about 12, 18 months ago, and the troubles she's had that she's openly spoken about before. So maybe that she just wants that time on the WDF. I think it's the realisation at the time that she's only, I want to say 18, maybe 19. So she's got plenty of time on her hands. And if she feels like it's the right move to travel Europe, the world, as I know she's off to Australia, I believe it's next month or the month after for the WDF event. That's the decision she's made. Whether it's the right decision or not is one which I'm sure we'll debate plenty of times. But one player who was just took out a ton plus check out is Lorraine Hyde, who moves 2-0 in front against Natalie Gilbert. And Dieter Hedman looks like she could be going. Dieter Hedman's at 95. Looked like she was about to go 2-0 behind. Was at 95 to survive. And we have another result on your board, Jar.
We do. Just a quick one as well. Someone mentioned that they can't see anything on PDC TV. I can currently see Gilbert. I can currently see the matchup between Lorraine Hyde and Natalie Gilbert. So if you aren't watching that one, you can watch it now on PDC TV with a brilliant Chris Murphy and Abby Davis. As you say, Corinne Hammond, huge result for her to beat Marlene Badger 4-0. Not the best average, which you need to beat. Qualifying into, of course, the round of 64. And Corinne needs a run this weekend at some stage. Otherwise, she will not be in Blackpool. She's only 650 quid. So she probably needs to win one of these events if she's going to make her way into the match play. The boss is on. Good morning, Philip. Hope you're all right. How was it? How was the Ginger Ninja last night? Hope you enjoyed it, mate.
I'm going to see next Thursday, so I'm quite excited.
You going down to Wembley?
I'm going down to Wembley next Thursday.
Very good. Enjoy. Hope you have a lovely time.
I've planned it better than Mr. Bars. I've done it when there's not a women's series on.
Yeah, very good idea. You just have to watch the first day of the European darts match play. Right, here we go. Let's tell you what. Let's go around the boards then. because we are actually supposed to be covering the boards. I'll do boards 9 to 16 for you. Helen Ward and Rebecca Edwards currently level at 1 all. Steph Clark currently 2 apiece now with Leanne Topper. Where are we? Board 11, Courtney Hine against Louise Pearson. Huge game, that one. 1 apiece at the moment. Barbara Hospodarska is leading Evon Taylor 2-1. Fonsuana Winnis is leading Qingchen Zhao of China 3-0. And boards 14 and 15 have already gone through. Corinne Hammond and Lisa Ashton. And then Rhiannon Griffiths is 2-1 up against Terry Francis Kidwell. Again, just in case you aren't aware of what we're expecting today, we have got 2 events. We're starting off with the 128, well, with a prelim round, as it were, to get us down to 64. So there's that. So then from round 64, round of 32, 16, 8, semi-finals, and then the final. And then we go again in the afternoon, where I'm going to be probably on my own. So keep me company, everybody. Barty says he was unreal. Good. There you go. Happy days. So well done. Right, where are we? Where are you, boys? If you want to do a little bit of a roundup for the top boards, you go ahead, Chief.
Yeah, cool. So, as always on the women's series, I apologise before I announce any of these names because I'm going to butcher the lot of them. It normally happens. So if I've said it wrong, I apologise. I'm sure Dob, Phil, yourself will correct me. But Claire Stewart and Louise Light are on board 1, and Claire Stewart's got a 2-1 lead. On board 2, Julie Thompson is 2-1 up against Jan Robbins. Just looking around, just so many up. Trish Tidd is 1-0 up against James Shearing early on. Tasumu Sato is 1-0 up, 2-1 up, sorry, against Mozadan Ramini. Lorraine Hyde is 3-1 up against Natalie Dilbert. And Deet Hedman did survive some lead darts and is 1 apiece against Tim Holden. As we've said before, that is on the same board as Fallon. Astrid Troburst is 3-1 in front as well. And I believe that is all the dames in the top half currently. Down head, we have a result as well, which is your board of then, Jar. They're all finishing on yours.
Yeah. Where was that one? I missed that one. I think, yeah.
Board 13.
Yeah, Fonsuala Willis beating Qingchen Zhao of China 4-0. So they've all been 4-0 so far today, as you can see there on the bottom of the screen. I tell you what,
we have a result. It looks like incoming, which is the dame on the streaming board, and it's Lorraine Hyde who's got 43 to win the dame. She can't take it out. Natalie Dilbert's back on 1-2-9. So unless Natalie can find this one, Lorraine will be taking the win with a 80 plus average. A good start for Lorraine if she can come through that one. She will be getting matched after then. Natalie Dilbert can't take it out. As we are waiting to see if Lorraine can take out double 10, Kim Holden takes a 2-1 lead over Dita Hedman. Dita's playing in her first women's series event. Lorraine Hyde can't take it out, so that game could be continuing. Back to you, sir.
Yeah, this is quite interesting around. Of course, remember as well, Monsgana Ramani from Iran as well, coming over today, trying to help grow the game in Iran. I think I saw, it might have been Patrick Bush, who is one of the Darts Actually Wow Twitter and content creators. He shared a news article from Iranian TV where they were actually following her before she was coming over as well. Huge moments, and a huge moment to go to Groman Asia. We'll come back to that as a couple of boards have just finished, Boise. Yeah,
Astrid Traverse come through 4-1, and Natalie Gilbert was unable to take out 36 on the visit. So Lorraine Hyde cleaned up 5 to take the win. And Lorraine Hyde's in that section of the draw where it is very, very tasty, where it's Lorraine, Makuru, Fallon, Dita if she can let through. So we're going to see some very interesting ties the bottom of that top half of the draw. So, but Lorraine comes through against Natalie Dilbert.
Indeed, yeah. Like I was saying before, mate, that's a huge moment in the race for. Well, not in the race for the match play. It's a huge moment for Asian darts to see the fact that Iran TV are quite happy to go and follow Monsgan Ramani. Apologies if I butchered that name. Because, like, again, that goes back to what the PDC have been looking to do for years and years and years, which is grow the sport.
yeah, it's great that we are seeing the sport being followed from all different parts of the world. And it's one of the things I know we criticise the pit sometimes for the World Series, but it's what the World Series is also there to do, is to promote the sport worldwide. There's different aspects of what the PDC do, not just the PDC, there's other organisations we've seen. We've obviously ADC are very focused currently on that in the UK, right? But they're going to then spread their wings. WDF are doing events all round. And then we've obviously got the World Seniors that is just in its first year, that we had the fans vote for a player last year and Pauline went and won that, which shows just the global appeal of the sport. So it's good to see that is happening. We have a couple of results. Tasuma Soso comes through a 4-1 winner, and a result on board 16 for you, Jar.
Yeah, huge result that for Rhiannon Griffiths. She's into round 2. She's now into the money rounds as things stand. Yvonne Taylor just beats as well. Barbara Osmodarski at 4-2, but a huge result there, as we can see, for Rhiannon Griffiths. She's 5th in the race for the match players. Things stand. So that's a big, big moment, you think, for her. Hopefully she's into the money rounds now, and we'll see where we go. Don't forget, give us questions in the chat room. We're going to be here with you until the end of, well, Boyce is going to be here with you until the middle of middle of the day. I'm with you then all the way throughout the afternoon. I'm going to be on my own. I'm all alone. There's no one there. So do keep me company and send us a tweet as well. Follow us on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. You know the rest by now. You can find us all across the socials. There they are on the screen, and you can go from there. A bit of a gasp, Boise, I think, is because of what's happening on board 8.
It certainly is. Tim Holden's just taken out 100 after Dieter's just hit a 139 to leave 78. Tim Holden was having absolutely none of it and cleaned up 100. It's not been a great game, and I don't want to try and say it has been, but there's certainly a great moment in there from Tim. Average is not looking great in the mid-60s, but there was an awful lot of missed starts in lead 1 and lead 2. It's been better than what the averages show in that regards, but Dieter's in a bit of trouble here. Interesting decision for me for Dieter to come this weekend. She's only playing in one event. Is it that she's doing it as warm-up for event tomorrow? I can't remember what it's competing in tomorrow. And I've seen it somewhere.
The UKDA event, is it tomorrow?
Yes, that's what it is. Spot on. So it's just a strange decision to come and compete in the 2 events, but it's not working in her favour. The draw wasn't kind to her at all. But as we were doing, the first thing we looked at is that she could meet Fallon in round 2, or that's the draw that she's going to get, and then potentially Mathura in round 3. At the moment, she's not going to get past Holden.
No, she is not. Where are we at this moment in time then? So we've actually started the top 64. So on board 1, you can see there Claire Stewart and Louise LaHaye are underway. Rihanna Sullivan as well is underway. I think, where is she? She's 15th in the race for the match play. So a big day for her today, and she might be back in the mix. Felicia Blay against Denise Cassidy. She's going on board 14. Board 13, Tracy North taking on Jackie Wilkinson. I was going to say Jackie Wilson then, and not that one. So there we go. Yeah, I tell you what, I appreciate we're on the women's series here, Boise, but let's just talk a little bit about last night, a little bit in Amsterdam, actually, because as we said, it was Seedegeddon, and yeah, an interesting day for our godfather today. There's no doubt about that.
Well, yeah, you know what it's like when you're writing for our website. You tend to try and pick the headline nice and early, but it just kept coming and changing last night because of what was happening. Fantastic game between Noppy and MVG. Question marks around what performance we'd see from Michael after only having an operation less than 2 weeks. Then for me, he was very good in regards to obviously having that up. But for Seedegeddon, it was the Justin stop. I thought that the Johnny one was a big surprise, but it's just Wade and who's the other one? Oh, and Dimitri who were flying the flag for the so-called PDC stars. That's one thing it does show Jar, is we speak about America being in a good place. We speak about Canada being in a good place, and France, but Australia obviously now being World Cup winners, that they've got a few in there. But it shows that Holland, the work that's been put in there over the years to grow that country with the sport, it just shows that the talent that they've got, and that the 8 stars, and then you take out of it, you've got a 5-time world champion in Barney not playing in it, you've got a world champion in Yellow Class and not playing in it, world champion in Christian Tis. There's world champions who didn't feature for Holland yesterday, and they still went and picked up 6 out of 8 wins. It was just incredible. For me, it was a very, very good night of darts. Yes, we didn't see the fantastic averages we can see sometimes, but we certainly saw a lot of drama. And just one thing, Jar, before we come back to the results, I thought the crowd was sensational yesterday.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I didn't see the booing. Yes, there was a huge vocal support for their Dutch counterparts. However, it was support for them. There wasn't the booing on the throw. I heard no occasions of whistling, nothing like that. Hopefully, fingers crossed that stays then today. But I thought there was sensational yesterday from a TV point of view, and Dob will tell us more on Monday from how that felt in the arena.
Indeed. Tell you what, I've actually managed to get away that I can actually look at some individual games here. So I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll go on to tell you what big games starting up on board 4 for you. Robin Byrne against Lorraine Winstanley. That's going to be fun.
Yeah, probably the biggest first round game, maybe. And
do we have a Makuru alarm? I don't know if the Barney alarm's still here or not. But yeah, I'll tell you what, we'll go to board 11 quickly, actually, because that's the last leg decider. Courtney Hine looking for a 1-1-3 against Louise Pearson, who's on 1-6-5. 1-2-5 from Courtney Hine has left her with a chance to take this out and get into round 2. She leaves herself on 82. Louise Pearson obviously can't take out the 1-6-5. So let's just go and see. Let's have a look at this one. Rhiannon Sullivan's very, very close to winning this on board 15 as well. So we'll go to that in a second. Louise Pearson leaves herself on 106. Courtney Hine on 82. You did, God, because you decided to bugger off to Amsterdam. I think she's missed the ball. I think. That's herself 43. 106 for Louise Pearson. She left herself on double 10. Potentially missed the tops for it. We'll never know. Courtney Hine coming back on 43. And let's see if she can take this out and get herself into the money rounds. No, she cannot. Goes inside on 16s. And leaves herself on double 8. So Louise Pearson now back for double 10. Results going in all over the gap, but this is quite interesting now as Louise Pearson misses 3. Courtney Hine takes out 16 in 2 darts, and she is in, as is Rhiannon O'Sullivan through as well into round 3, and she now moves up into 800 quid. She won't move the rankings yet, but she's there or thereabouts. So more results, though, during that time period, Boise.
Yes, Trish Tibb came for a 4-0 win against Jane Shearing. Early on as well, in the game between Robin Bryant and Lorraine Winstanley, Robin started off with a 180, but has then bust 76 and has now missed a dart at Bull. And Lorraine has missed darts as well, so missed doubles early on in this one. And Maturu Sutu takes the opening lead, even though there was a 180 against her then within the first few throws from Tina Nylon. So that is very intriguing. Tim Holden has missed match dart to beat Deet Hedman. Deet Hedman's got 116, can't take it out. So Tim Holden's coming back for 33. Georgia, stay with me to see if we can see our first big casualty of the day. Tim Holden, 33. And she takes it out. Dita Hedman in her first women's series of the year in event 9. She falls at the first hurdle to Tim Holden.
Big result that you would not have expected that coming into the day, and Fallon will be very happy about that potentially. Morning, Henry. Hello. During breakfast in your company, potentially some biggest beginning of the careers are ahead to get to Blackpool. Indeed, if you want to hear more from Henry, of course, he was on last night's Live League comms. You can watch finals night tonight from 10 o'clock. I believe he's doing it. Henry, please comment. Make sure.
Yeah, he is.
Right, yeah, thank you.
He's taken off from Murphy. Obviously, Murph's at the women's series.
Indeed. Nico says, am I back with online darts? Just for this weekend. Don't expect it to be a permanent return. Don't worry. You don't have to.
He's back.
Hang on. A second. Where is it? Let's see it in here. Where is it?
It's certainly on there. We know what you're looking for.
I know. But, there we go. Thank you. I'm here for the weekend. I doubt I'm going to be here for much longer than that because I'm pretty sure people else will be back a bit there. So yes. Right, where are we looking? Big result as well. Rachel Brooks on board 5BU, Boyson.
Is that? I was looking through some of the other ones. That's me.
Yeah. She loses 4-2 anyway to Deborah Watley.
I was then very intrigued into the Matura and the Lorraine Winstanley's their Danes representative, and just as Matura missed darts to take a 2-0 lead, Robin Bryan missed darts to 2-0 in front as well. And we have got a result on board one as Louise Lay goes through and beats Claire Stewart. That is in the last 64. So Louise will join Rhiannon Sullivan in the last 32. They were the two dames where there was a bye, and Lorraine Winstanley levels things up as Matura, we know, Dame misses more darts to win led 2. Nervy darts early on in some of these dames.
Indeed. Jane Densley, of course, she is number 6 on the list as things stand. She is into round number 2, and of course, she could be about to go to 1,500 quid because she's just kicked off a leg where she's already 3-0 ahead. She's kicked off with the maximum. What we love to see. We'd love to see maxes on this stream. Can she go back to back? Probably not, but you can all dream. She's currently, like I say, 321 points away from making her way into round 2. Oh, tell you what, she's gone 140. It's not on there one, so there we go, which is a shame, really, but there we go. Result on board 13, though. Tracy North beats Jackie Wilkinson by 4 legs to 0. But I think, Boise, we're going to come to you a little bit for this next few minutes because the big ones that are playing right now are Fallon Sherrock currently warming up, but the big games that we need to be looking out for, Mikuru Suzuki and then Robin Byrne against Lorraine Winstanley. Those are the games that really matter in that race to the match play early doors on this Saturday morning.
Yeah, Fallon's just about to get underway, and then Steph Stutley, Robin Byrne and Lorraine Winstanley are 1 apiece. Both playing pretty well. It's just a doubling that's let both players down. Same can be said against Matura and Tina Ireland. Matura's got a 2-0 lead, but we have seen plenty of missed darts at a doubling that one. And one of the ones that we've not focused on too much, but on board 2, Julie Thompson and Jan Robbins. That is 3 apiece, so we have a noble in that one. So I'll give you the results in there. Fallon's name is now underway. She hasn't got the darts. Has started with 16.58 and edged herself just in front. It's going to be interesting to see what performance we see from Fallon today with the travelling she's had over the past, 12 hours, 14 hours maybe, to see how she performs throughout the day. And got a feeling the impact on it, Jar, will potentially not be that big initially. It may be as the weekend progresses that we may see that deteriorate a little bit, depending on how far she gets in the second event today, how much rest she gets for tomorrow.
Indeed. Jane Densley does complete the victory. She wins 4-0 after she got down to a finish within 9 darts, but in the end it was an 18 darter, but it doesn't make a blind bit of difference how you do it. It's just as long as you do. Jane Densley moves into round 3. Huge result back for her. She continues to cement her spot in the race for the Women's World Match Play. Of course, we're sponsored by Betfred, and we thank them for sponsoring our coverage of the Summer Darts events, including, of course, the Betfred World Match Play. We'll be giving you updates, live reaction from players from Blackpool. I just want to say a massive thank you to Winmar, to Red Dragon, and to Modus Sports as well for their constant support for our live streams. Without them, we could not do it without. Right.
George, just back to some of these big games. Maturu's just taken out 76 and now moves one away. She started off 100 against the throw, and the throw was only 26 on. Maturu's edging closer and closer to that result. And Robin Byrne, who took the opening lead against Lorraine Winstanley, Lorraine has stepped it up since, has took 2 on the bounce, has now left 66 after 12, and Lorraine Winstanley is looking likely to move just one away. Fallon is on 82 after 21 darts, with Steph Stutley back on 140, but that's the dart in hand. So we could see a big finish here. Storing's been pretty poor from both early on, but I'm sure Fallon's just eased into it. She's at 82 now. Just see if Fallon can take that out for the opening lead. Fallon does take it out the opening lead. Fallon moves 1-0 in front as Lorraine is now coming to the board in her game on 9-9 for a 3-1 lead. And she takes that out, 1 dart. 16 dart lead from Lorraine Winstanley. She moves 1 away in what would be a very, very big win and would edge her closer just to confirming that spot in the match play, which I think she's probably already got job, but there's no harm in cementing the place.
Definitely not. Also, big game that's just getting underway on your boards again, boys. See, Eileen de Graaf against Chloe O'Brien. Chloe O'Brien is 150 quid behind Eileen de Graaf, and she's now 1 leg behind as well. We'll keep you up to date on that. Robin Byrne, of course, has the opportunity, if she were to turn it around against Roman Stanley, to at least go into 8th for now. So we'll see how we go. Lisa Ashton has just got back underway as well on board 15. Catherine Handley, 1-0 to Lisa on there. Of course, we'll keep you up to date as best we can throughout the weekend. That is what we are here to do. Myself, Jonathan, and Lee Boyce with you for the Women's Series. Games will be ending very, very shortly. And the game that we'll be focusing on, the 2 people that we're focusing on, Lorraine Winstanley and Mikuru Suzuki, getting themselves in action at the moment in the top 64. Still 1 game left in the 1-2-8. Lorraine Winstanley against Robin Byrne. That is 3rd against 9th as it stands at the moment. Mikuru as well. She is in 13th. The chance for her to go above Joanne Locke, at least for a few moments. And in fact, she has just done that.
Correct. Mikuru steps in, wins the game with a 4-0 win. And what a way to win for Lorraine Winstanley. 15 dart lead to follow up the 16 dart lead, but she does it in style with a 1-1-1 checkout. And Lorraine Winstanley, as I said, looking to cement that place in the match play and close the gap to Fallon. She goes 4-1 in front as Fallon's looking like she's about to move 2-0 in front. And in a huge game, Eileen de Graaf moves 2-0 in front after Chloe O'Brien misses 5, maybe 6 at a double, as Eileen de Graaf is now 2-0 in front. So a couple of updates and stores here. Eileen de Graaf 2-0 in front. Kirsty Hutchinson, who we haven't mentioned yet, late side finalist, 2-0 in front against Joe Moore. Lorraine Winstanley, Maturu Depp the wins. And Fallon Sherrock is 2-0 in front. Also, we have that noble lead, which is yet to finish between Julia Thompson and Jan Robbins. Julia Thompson has missed a handful of darts at a double. Jan Robbins is coming back for 47 to get that result over the line. But what a finish by Lorraine. And George, just before I come back to you, Fallon, we saw 130, a 134 and a 99 in the last lead storing. In this one, she's opened up with a 180 and 134. So the storing from Fallon is certainly getting back to the levels we've seen before, as she's looking to control this one and set up a tie with Tim Holden and potentially Mikuru Suzuki in the 3rd round. Is 3rd round or 4th round?
4th round, last 16.
4th round.
But the big thing is as well, Felicia Blay has just fallen at 4-2 to Denise Cassidy as well. Where are we? I tell you what, Lisa Ashton continuing to do bits. At the moment, she's gone 26, 140, 97, 98. Left herself 140 after 12, and it's Catherine Hanley as she looks to continue to firm herself up as the number one player on this ranking at the women's order of merit. So Fallon Sherrock continuing to do bits on board 8, Boise, as another result there on board 6 for you.
Is that timey moment? Sorry, I was doing a request that you just dropped in our chat, mate.
Thank you very much, kindly. Thank you.
Terry O'Connor has came through against Daniel Fry for 2. So that is a last 64 down. Have we just got the 128 down left?
We do. It's that board 2. That, tell you what, let's go down to that one because it's gone down to all the missed doubles at the minute.
Yeah, there's plenty of missed. Unfortunately, to say we are in the 30s in regards to darts that both players have used. We've seen Julie miss up to 10 darts to win it. Julie up to 10 and Jan up to about 9 to win it. Jan has busted it then. We are coming to our 12th visit in this one. Hopefully, we will get a win in this one, and that will wrap up the last 1 to 8 dames. Just a store update. Kirsty Hutchinson is 3-0 in front against Joe Moore. But more importantly, when it comes to the rankings, Eileen de Graaf is 3-0 in front against Chloe O'Brien. Chloe O'Brien's on 102 here with Eileen de Graaf on 178, but with darts in hand. And we do have a winner in that last 1 to 8 dame as Jan Robbins comes through 4-3. Not a spectacular fashion at all.
No.
Just want to stay and see what happens in this 4th leg. Chloe O'Brien leaves 66. Eileen de Graaf 120 to win the dame in style. We've seen Lorraine win a dame in style with the 111. Eileen de Graaf can't do it. However, she does leave tops if Chloe O'Brien can't take out 66. She does take it out. Is the thumb back on for Chloe O'Brien? She finds herself 3-1 behind, but got a first leg on the board.
So that's just to let Boise know as well that we're going to an ad break very, very shortly once the big games have been done. Once the games between where are we? Once the games between Eileen de Graaf, Fallon Sherrock, and Lisa Ashton and Kirsty Hutchinson are done, we will be heading off for a quick ad break. So a chance for you to go and refresh yourselves and get yourself ready. Someone's asking about Edgar. He made the finals, didn't he?
Say it then.
Edgar, he made Live League finals tonight, didn't he?
Yeah, he's playing tonight.
Yeah, 10 o'clock BST, 10 p.m. BST. You'll be able to follow that with Henry Deacon this evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are around the world. 10 o'clock British Standard Time in the evening. That's when you need to be watching. That is prime time's next game. Tell you what, we'll stay here for Lisa Ashton a little bit because Lisa Ashton has left herself 63 after 12. Leaves herself tops, but Catherine Hanley's back on 265. So she should clean this up. Unless a bit of pressure comes at 171. No, it's not that. It's a 45. So Ashton now back for tops for a 16 dart leg to win it. And to potentially... Oh, she doesn't. She missed all 3 outside. So Hanley's back for 220. Big games going on around the board. We'll be looking at board 5 and board 8 in a couple of moments. But we want to see Lisa Ashton. Will she be able to do the business here and get herself into the round 3? Yes, 19 dart leg. She is through. And Lisa Ashton remains at the top of the tree.
We have a ton plus checkout to win a dame, and then this time it's Kirsty Hutchinson who wins the dame with a 104 checkout. Big result as Eileen de Graaf beats Chloe O'Brien 4-1. And all 3 results come at the same time, Jarlath Eaton, as Fallon Sherrock cleans it up with a 17 dart lead, 78 average for Fallon, which doesn't look great. However, the last 3 of those were very good. It was just the first lead that was very, very bad storing, finished in about 24, but you certainly found the second and third deer as the day progressed. So that'll be interesting to see how Fallon goes on throughout the day. But Fallon, Thirsty, Eileen all progress through to the next round.
As does Yuki Sakaguchi. She also is through on board 11. So headlines so far this morning in Barnsley. Lorraine Winstanley beats Robin Byrne, and at the top of the order of merit, looking very, very healthy now for Eileen de Graaf. She's £200 clear of Chloe O'Brien after who she just beat, and Robin Byrne is now £100 back from her as well as the race for the match play continues. Mikuru Suzuki now moves into 11th. Katie Sheldon yet to start her game, but not too far away from getting underway is Katie Sheldon on board 12. Also, Fallon Sherrock getting through, as is Lisa Ashton. Lisa's come through 4-0 both times so far this weekend without dropping a leg. Fallon winning 4-1 against Steph Stutley on board 8. So some big names are still in the mix as we head for our first break of the day. We'll come back with the remaining results in the last 64 as Fallon, Kirsty, Lorraine and Eileen. Come on, Eileen. Still in with us. We'll see in a few seconds. Welcome back to Online Darts. This is the Women's Series events. Very good morning from us in the UK, wherever you are watching around the world. Jarlath Theaton and Lee Boyce alongside you, at least for this first event. Boyce is going to be dropping off a little bit later, so keep us company up until about 1 o'clock. I'm going to be here until 4 o'clock on my own, so it's going to be one of those. Boyce just didn't want to deal with me after 1 o'clock, I think is what's going to happen.
I've got 2 parties, and as it's not a Monday, it's not a wedding. As it's not a Monday, it's not a wedding. It is actually a party.
Someone's very popular today. No, I know I'm going to go and see my niece today. She's 15, which is ridiculous. So that's what I'm going to be doing. Corin Hammond has just got underway on board 14. Maria O'Brien just won 4-1 against Jane Monaghan on that one. Rhiannon Griffiths as well is another name we need to be looking out for. As well, she's number 5 as is in the race for the match play, and she's 3-0 up against Anne Dorstein of the Netherlands. So some results on there. People are asking again about who might win tonight. Don't forget, 6 o'clock UK time. You can watch that at 7 o'clock in Holland. You've got a quarterfinals, semi-finals, and the final, all live tonight. I don't know who's going to win tonight. I've got no idea. I mean, Dimmy played well last night. Not the MVP game was very good, I thought, last night. So I don't really know. To be fair, Shane actually says that as well. Knocker or Dimmy will win the World Series. I mean, do you know what? Sod it. I think with the way that he's in at the moment, I'm going to go with James Wade. I'm very tempted to do James Wade doing James Wade things.
I'm edging towards Knocker. I thought he was outstanding yesterday. However, it would just say it all, wasn't it? Dobbs' first event flying solo in Holland, and then James Wade goes and picks up the title. It's written in the stars for Dobb, isn't it?
You do realise you will never hear the end of it if it does happen.
Oh, you say you're only coming back for a few shows. You might have to jump on Monday to Zion sitting with him on Monday if James Wade wins. That's a no.
Yeah, Sam, we have just to say, is there a reason Bo Green doesn't play? Well, she hasn't played this one because I think she's at the Romanian Open. I think we were talking about this earlier on this morning. As Rhian Griffiths does move through 4-0, she wins there. And that is a big result for her as a set. Again, I know it's a bit silly to say this now, but I think 1700 might be the cutoff. I'm not sure. I think 1700 will get you in to the women's match play. I could be wrong, probably am, but you know.
Yeah, it's going to be around that, you would think.
Yes. Kate Sheldon, she's one that could be getting close on the cusp, and she is 1-0 up after averaging 107 in the first leg against Courtney Hines. Now, admittedly, that's only one leg, but not a bad start. She's now on throw. Got 52 left, Boise. We'll come back to that one. That's a big game.
Just to answer your question about Bowie's competing in the Romanian Darts Festival. She's currently playing this afternoon and has put herself in the last 8. So Bow is playing today in Romania and not in the women's series, and is in cruise control in that one, looking very likely to then pick up another title.
It's Sheldon moving, continuing to be in cruise control in her game. It's Courtney Hine, 2-0 in front for the young Irish woman over in Barnsley. Not too far up the road, actually, from both of us, boys.
No, not too far at all. I have been fortunate enough to be at Barnsley for I want to say it was a dev event. Yeah, it was a dev event.
How can you not love the Metrodome?
Yeah,
I
always find it very weird that you come out of there and you can just see across Barnsley's football club, and you can see you can see about 10 lines of the pitch and the ground from the hill. It reminds me of a few other football grounds that you can just sit on a hill and watch some football.
Absolutely.
I'm going to absolutely butcher this name, but Aurea for that soul is 2-0 in front in her first game against Haiti Woodcock. She's got the early lead. Lorraine Hyde's back in play. She's got Josie Patterson, who got a bye in the first round, and Josie is 2-1 in front. She's come back for double 5 for a 3-1 lead over Lorraine Hyde. Kim Holden, who beat Dee Tedman in round 1, is 1-0 in front.
Yeah, Lauren Patton is 4-1 winner against Rebecca Brown. I think I'm going to try that name actually. Aurora Focesato. I'm going to go with that. Why not?
I'll go with Aura, and we'll keep it at that. Lorraine Hyde is 2 apiece with Josie Patterson.
Yeah, nice. Andrew makes a really good point. Kasumo Sato is a great watch on the stream. Yeah, she is actually. All she is doing is smiling. I love it. Where is she? Against Abby Jerd at the moment on board 4. Where are we then? Corinne Hammond is back in action. She needs one hell of a weekend if she's to make the match play. She's 17th at the moment, and she needs to get herself into that one. Of course, she didn't get any money for the first few events, so there was that. Lorraine's on £2,000. I think Lorraine is safe. I think the
Yes.
£2,000 is fine. You're fine. Leanne Palmer beats Angela McDonald 4-3 on board 10. And Corinne Hammond continuing on her merry way. 2-0 up against Yukiko Yamaguchi. But a big player to start up, though, on board number 5. Laura Turner for you, boys. A huge match for her as she aims to be in that position.
Yeah, a big one for Laura. She's speaking about it in an article this week about how important this weekend was for her, and she's hoping that she's going to be on the board and not in the Tom spots for the women's series. She started well with a 1-0 lead and started with 100 on the throw. So you would think, I think she's already there. But like it says, a couple of wins for Laura. And for me, that would be enough to cement her place in Blackpool. But also, I guess once you're there, it's all about where you finish. I haven't seen the details of the draw yet, Joe, but I'm assuming it will be in seeding order of 1 will play 8, 2 will play 7, so on and so forth. So,
yeah, you've got to think so.
If you are there, once you're cemented in that place, it's then nothing about trying to set as high as you can up the seeds to avoid the players who have got that huge stage experience in what is going to be a very, very good afternoon of darts. Because from last time I looked at ticket sales for that Sunday, they were very close to selling out.
Yeah, a lot, which is great actually, because a lot of people, everyone's like thinking, well, will people go and watch it and all the rest of it? But a lot of people go and get the season tickets in Blackpool and they'll just go and watch darts anyway. Like, you know, we always like the double session at the match play on a Sunday afternoon. It's great. If you've never been to do the double session or seen people who come in and do the double session, it's great, especially people who've got the season tickets, because you can see just how heavy a night they've had on the first night of the match play. So as well, now seeing how heavy people will be on the first night, the final night of the match play, it's going to be very interesting indeed. Katie Sheldon.
Don't say that, because you know as well as everyone else, Joe, the second Saturday is normally our media night out, which is normally followed by a Sunday afternoon of not doing anything because there's no darts. However, this year, PDC have messed that right up for us. And to add to that, that whole weekend, Dob is in Blackpool as well. So
yeah, he's on a stag do, isn't he?
Yeah,
not his own, I should stress.
No, it's coming very soon. It's coming very soon.
Absolutely. Poppy, tell him what the ring you want. Kate Sheldon, 4-0 winner. She is through against Yukichi, and she will play Yuki Sakaguchi in the board final, which is quite important, I think. Actually, it's very, very good for her. She continues to try and get on her way to the match play. Jamie asks, how was MBG back playing so soon after surgery? Wayne, no, he was not skinned. From what I heard, that MBG just wanted to try and get some match practice in, because I don't think he's going to be going to the match play, the European Darts match play. He also he isn't going to be at the Players' Championships either. So it was his last chance to get something before the Betfred World Match Play. So he wanted to try and get something. The rumour was, again, I couldn't. If he was to win, I don't know if he'd have played on Saturday. He just wanted to get some feeling back in the hand. Is that right, Boise?
Yeah, there's opportunities before it. There's Players' Championships, which I don't think he's confirmed that he's not playing. So there's opportunities there, and with the operation being when it was timing it at the right opportunity throughout the year, and he saw this as a window. But the other side to it is, we've spoken about how good the atmosphere was yesterday. You would want to be part of that in your own country. I don't care if you've won the World Championship once or 20 times. No, you still want to be part of them moments. Yep. And it was part of it, and putting a sensational performance, just bettered by Noppert for I say sensational, not numbers wise, but the fact of someone who's just had an operation. So can he be blamed for down and playing? And if he feels fit enough to do so, it's definitely not for the money, because let's be honest, they earn a pretty penny. The top stars do already, and rightfully so, because of the performances they put in. But I don't think he'll play Euro. Well, I didn't think he'd play Euro Tour and Players' Championships. I'm with you on that. However, that might have changed after this weekend.
We'll see. I still don't think that he will. I don't think he'll want to be honest, to try and
Just sorry, John. Just the result: Oriol Fotasatu, if I've pronounced it wrong, has won 4-0, and Josie Patterson wins 4-2 against Lorraine Hyde.
Yeah, it will be Tracy North against Fonasaw and Willis in the Board 13 final. That's just going to come up very, very shortly, as Corinne Hammond looks to try and finish off against Yuriko Yamaguchi on Board 14. Although Yamaguchi is well clear in the leg. We'll see if Corinne can get back into it, but of course she'll be throwing for the match in the next one, even if she doesn't. The Joker in the house. Good morning, John. Hope you're all good, buddy. Good to see you on the stream again.
It looks like Mr. O'Shea had a lot of fun. I think was it a wedding a couple of days ago? I saw on his social media. It looked like he was having plenty of fun with some alcoholic beverages.
No.
He looks to be having a very good time, which is always good to see middle of the week. I'll be doing the same, but on a Saturday. Yeah. No Monday weddings upcoming for me. However, there is for someone else on the team.
Oh, of course, Gob's going there, isn't he? It's his actual wedding. He's not his mate. Right, whereabouts are we? Okay. I haven't done this for a little while, as you could probably tell, I'm a little bit rusty. Just trying to make sure that we can keep across everything. Gob's fuming in the chat room. Don't worry, mate.
Why would I want to slap?
Don't worry, mate. Your wedding's coming up soon. Hopefully it's on a Monday.
Yeah, just for people who can't see his name appearing in the chat room, it's because he's totally logged on as online darts. That isn't the whole company of online darts wanting to slap me. Just to clarify, it's just Jack.
Well, we'll see. Yamaguchi needing tops to try and get her first leg on the board against Corinne Hammond.
Kasumi Sato comes through 4-0 win against Abby Jord. Back to you, Jar.
Yeah, she doesn't get it. And Corinne has got herself back into the leg now, wanting 67. Wonder which way she'd go on this. Well, she left, I believe she tried, yeah, she hit treble 17 to leave double A. Didn't happen. Missed 2 at that.
How big, Jar, is that dame on board 16 for you? Huge.
Yeah, just a little bit. 5th against 6th, is it? As the board final. We'll keep an eye on that in a second, as that one's just about to get underway between Jane Densley and Rhiann Griffiths. But Yamaguchi misses another couple of darts. In fact, she misses 3. So Corinne Hammond now back 4, and she misses. So it's all going Pete Tong on board 14 on the outer ring. There you go, John. It's not the same as when I was in my 20s. 1 night in the beer, 4 days recovering, threw 1 dart, hit the surround, put them away. And Yamaguchi finally gets the job done. So Corinne is throwing for the match now. So she will be looking to try and get on that. Joanne Locke finally getting underway on board 2 against Jan Robbins. Joanne Locke is on £1,000 at the moment. So she is looking to try and close that gap on Eileen de Graaf. I almost said giraffe then.
She'll fancy her chances in this one with the performance of Jan Robbins in the first round, but still got to get the job done. And we've seen before having the bite and be nice because you've not got to play the first round and you're in the prize money game already. But it doesn't benefit you that your opponent has already had 1 game to sort of get ready for the rest of the day.
Yeah, you'll be keeping an eye on that one, boys. See, just for us for now. But Corinne Hammond looks like she's in control of this leg. 83 and 140, so they've 278 after 6. Another couple of trebles, and she will be right there, I think. Yeah, only 45. So if Yamaguchi can hit a big couple of trebles here, he might be back in this leg. Let's see how we get on. It's one of Dark Connect to load up these days, and she hits a 59. So Corin's still well in control of this leg. Jane Densley took the opening leg against Rhiannon Griffiths, but Griffiths has responded with the 140. Corin, I tell you what, if Yamaguchi can hit a biggie here, get herself back in the leg. Could be first to a finish.
Been batting the Dane though, Jar. Laura Turner was 2-0 in front. Now finds herself 2 apiece. She struggled after the opening 2 legs to find the scoring she found early on. She now finds herself 2 apiece in that one. Joanne Lott got double 10 to take the opener in the one against Jan Robbins. Trish Kidd's 2-1 in front. Kim Holden is 3-2 in front, but it's looking likely we could be down to a noble in that one. The winner of that to take on Fallon.
It's interesting now because Yamaguchi's on 267. Now, would you start the 19s down there? You'd probably start the 20s, wouldn't you?
20s. It's got to be, hasn't it?
Always. But I heard someone say the other day on Twitter that you start in the 19s. I was like, why?
Well, if it's indoor, you're in the mud.
If you hit,
correct.
Yeah, hit the top. If you hit the singles on the 20s, then you can still go out with 100 and still get to a checkout. But it doesn't matter.
We still do 100, or if you've blocked the bed after 2, you can always come down for 19s with your last.
Yeah,
but you definitely don't start there.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did think I did think the person was going mental when I saw that. Probably me. 104 left for Corin Hammond. And 99 there for Yamaguchi. Leaves herself on a ton. So Corin started the leg well. Brendan, we're watching this on Darts Connect, mate. We're literally just seeing the scores. And you can go there, tv.dartconnect.com. You can have a look at it. So Corin now on football 10 to win the match. But Yamaguchi's got a ton. Will she take this out and send us to a 3-2 game? The answer yet to be confirmed by Dark Connect. You had your head in your hands for a second then, Boise, I think.
Yeah, Kim Holden has somehow got match starts at 54. She's then left 39, which would lead me to believe she's hit 14, done outside, and then it's single 1 down for top. She's then missed another 2 to win this game. It was just seeing the scoreline of 39 when someone's on 54, but we'll come back to you, mate.
Yeah, because Corin Hammond has got over the line, takes out 20 and 2, so it's 22 dart leg, and she is into round 3. The big game now for us here on this side of the draw, at least, is Jane Densley against Rhiannon Griffiths. That's what's coming up next. And the starting, it's a good game actually. The averages don't say it, but it has been a really decent game. I think the doubling has just been a bit all over the gaff, to be honest. But scoring-wise, it's been excellent. And 14 dart leg for Jane Densley takes us to a 2-1 victory with Rhiannon Griffiths on 72 as well. So hopefully the averages will start picking up because the scoring's been decent. Doubling has not. Let's put it lightly. Rebecca Edwards, 3-1 up against Chris Savory on board 9. Board 10 is Leanne Topper and Arena Reitenbergen. 10 board 10, 2 apiece on that. Board 11 yet to get underway between Kay Sheldon and Yuki Sakaguchi. That's a next game in the 32. Board 12, Yvonne Taylor leading 3-1 against Noelin van Leuven. And on board 13, in the round of 32, it's Tracy North against Fonasawa Willis. 1-0 Tracy North leads. And as we say, the big game that we're focusing on right now, Jane Densley in sixth on the order of merit, is now leading 2-1 against fifth place Rhiannon Griffiths.
Just some store updates around the boards in the top half then, Jar. Louise Light and Maria O'Brien are just underway in the opening lead in that one. Jan Robbins is 1-0 up against Joanne Lott. On board 3, Trish Kidd is 1 away against Nanato Shimizu. That's 3-1. We have Laura Turner's moved 1 away against Debbie Whitening. Anzi Zistra against Tim Holden is 3 apiece. But we have a result on your boards, Jar.
We do. Rebecca Edwards is through. She wins 4-1 against Chris Savory. And Yvonne Taylor also wins 4-1 against Noelyn Van Leuven. So a couple of wins there for her. Rhiannon Griffiths and Jane Densey now tied at 2 apiece. Really good game, this. Really enjoying watching it on Dark Connect. Don't know if that's actually live on PDC TV at the moment. Well, you're talking to Team Man United fans here, Jamie. So probably not the best. But at the same time, expected. We're crap. Mick Mathers, using any channel streaming wins darts? Yes, it is, mate. PDC TV if you want to go and watch that. I think you can get a weekend pass for £3.99 or £2.99.
Yeah, I did have to laugh at the MVG's bit of bantering.
Very good.
Fair play, yeah. Players should get involved more on social media. You know, I always say this. So if it is at abusing my football team, well, they deserve it down the right now. But it is a dart show, as I always remind them. You know my tagline, it is a dart show.
So how many of the wins 8 are already confirmed for Blackpool? Well, no one officially yet. Okay, no one officially. Because people could go for 5 wins. In fact, actually, no.
Yeah, just to interrupt, Ansa Zierstrat, who has not been in front in this game against Tim Holden, does win the last leg. She sets up a tie with Fallon Sherrock. That's on board 8 and will be coming soon. On board 7, we've got Josie Patterson and Matsuru Suzuto coming on board 7 soon. So that part of the draw is going to get very tasty very quickly.
Indeed. Just a quick one. Someone saying, well, how many places can't confirmed? Lisa is confirmed. Lisa will be there. That is official now. No one can capture from outside the top 8. Lisa Ashton is the first player through to the Women's World Match Play. Congratulations to her. She's there. Fallon is there in all but name. Unless someone has a ridiculous weekend. And
she's already there anyway, isn't she?
Oh, is she? Oh, thank you. Yes.
Yes, to win is £1,000 for each one. 2 of them would need to win 3 outside. So
yes, correct. So yes, Fallon and Lisa are both there. So there we go. That's what we do know. Lorraine Winstanley's on £2,000. Look, she's as good as there. Laura Turner, I think she's going to be there. A couple of more wins and she'll be there, I think. But there's that. Rhiannon Griffiths, Jane Densley, Trina Gulliver. It's a weekend that Trina can't really afford to miss. If someone goes deep into a couple of wins, you just don't know whether Trina's going to be there. But Jane Densley has just bust 12. Rhiannon Griffiths has got a chance here for tops, and Rhiannon is currently at 5th place on the leaderboard. She's got one hell of an opportunity now, and she misses all 3, goes inside on 20s and 10s, leaves double 5. Densley will be coming back. As I say, the scoring hasn't been too bad in this game. It's just the doubling that's been gash. And another 3 missed by Densley.
Makuru is underway then, Joseph Patterson, and Joe, that game you've on board 15. I was so impressed with Rhiannon O'Sullivan, and there was one before the draw was made, before down into this weekend, who's outside, who I think to put herself in the midst to draw Lisa Ashton on the form that she's in today is very, very difficult. But
Rhiannon Griffiths, yeah, just a quick one, mate. Rhiannon Griffiths has found the breaker throw, and he's now throwing for the match. against Jane Densley. Found the break, punished those missed doubles, and now she is in position.
Trish Kidd wins against Nanutu. She's a moo. Sorry, once again for Butternelm. And Lorraine Winstanley's back underway then Sumu Sato.
So, big moments in the race for the match play. Rhiannon Griffiths and Jane Densley playing against each other on board 16 as things stand at the moment. And as you say, Boise, Lorraine Winstanley and Mikuru Suzuki are about to get underway. Just getting underway now, as you say, Rhiannon Sullivan against Lisa Ashton. Where is Rhiannon? She's on 800 quid. So a big win here, and she might be able to put herself in the mix.
Yeah, a win here and just opens up that half completely, especially with the big names that are in the top half.
Yes.
So it could be a huge win for Rhiannon if she can get over the line, and she's certainly capable of doing it. Just on the noble leg between that involves Laura Turner. Laura Turner's at 76 for a break to throw and a 4-3 win. Can Laura Turner get over the line? Yes, she can. So Laura Turner's into the last 32. So we have 2 games remaining in the last 64 that are currently being played. One's on my board, which is Joanne Lott and Jan Robbins. And the other one is on board 10, Jar, between Lorraine Wheatberda and Leanne Topper.
It is. We will come on to that a little bit later, but this is a big moment here for Rhiannon Griffiths. She needs 60. She's just hit a 140 and left herself 60 after 15. Can she clean it up? No, she can't, but she will come back because Jane Densley is on a 180. Unless, unless you're a certain sports presenter, you can't check that out. Who will hit that magical 180, 180, 180? Tops for Griffiths. 2 all but pretty much seal her place in the match play, and she might have just got a huge step closer. She has just hit tops, and Jane Densley will have to go again later on this afternoon. Big moment that. Huge moment that for Rhiannon Griffiths. So she is in, and as is Rittenberger. She wins 4-3. There's Marina Rittenberger against Leanne Topper in that last game on our boards, at least, on this side of the draw, in the last 64. Kate Sheldon against Yuki Sakaguchi is underway. Big game as well for Sheldon because she could put some pressure right now. As where's Eileen de Graaf? She's on board 5 and she's waiting. I think, actually, yeah, she'll be playing Laura Turner. That's a huge game.
Mercury level things up against Josie Patterson. Joanne Lott is in complete control of lead 5 and is looking likely to be the last person to butt her place in the last 32. Astrid Trobers looks like she's done a butt her place in the last 16 as she's 3-0 in front against Terry O'Connor. Lorraine Winstanley, that's the opener. Against Tasumu Sato and Louise Larry's 2-0 up against Maria O'Brien.
So, as we say, Rhiannon Sullivan against Lisa Ashton, 1 apiece. And Ashton now goes off with a 140. But Rhiannon Sullivan answers straight back with a 140 of her own. I may have to shoot off in a second, boys. See, just for a few moments. So you might have to look after everything. Don't break it.
Can't wait.
But I tell you what, I'm going to stay with this leg here, if you don't mind, because Rhiannon Sullivan is, that's a big response from Lisa. She's gone 140, 60, 140 in this leg. Rhiannon Sullivan, though, matches it with a ton. So both on 161 after 9. This is the quality we wanted to see, and this is the quality we are seeing as Fallon Sherrock gets underway on board 8. We will come to that in a few moments' time. But Katie Sheldon looking to try and hit tops, and she gets the breaker throw against Yuki Sakaguchi on board 11. What a response from Lisa. Hits a 1-3-7 to leave 24 after 12. And Rhian O'Sullivan has just missed the ball for a 1-6-1. That would have been a huge moment in this race for the women's match play. But Ashton holds, and it's a 13 dart leg for Lisa. That is sensational stuff between the pair. As Katie Sheldon gets a huge breaker throw. Now Tracy North has got an opportunity as well on board 13 to beat Consarwin Willis. She needs 63.
Astrid Trauburst come through with a 4-0 win. Jar averaging 77. She played some good stuff today. The Holland are thriving both on the World Series and in the women's.
We're going to a noble on board 13 now as well. Between Tracy North and Consarwin Willis. Rhiann Griffiths and Astrid Trauburst are already into the last 16. Is that game looking between Lisa and Rhiann O'Sullivan? Rhiann O'Sullivan has just slipped a little bit, but Ashton there as well, giving her maybe the opener, the opening that she needs to get back into this game. A huge, you see, you can't. You need to find the trebles, Rhiann. Katie Sheldon has just responded brilliantly. 180 and a 1-4-5 to leave 57 after 12. Sakaguchi's got 176 left. Can she set this up and put some huge pressure on Katie Sheldon? Remember, Sheldon is in the mix, potentially for a women's match play spot. And it's 100 to leave 76. So this 57, this has to go, and it doesn't. Katie Sheldon, especially with Irene de Graaf, about to get going on board 5. I think that game might be actually going to get streamed, if you want me to be honest, between Irene de Graaf and Laura Turner. So it hasn't started yet. It's been a bit of a while since them two played.
Yeah, it would make sense. Opening stages in the Fallon Diamond, she's 1-0 in front. Lorraine Winstanley's 1 apiece. Maturu's 2-1 in front against Josie Patterson. Kirsty Hutchinson. Oh, Fallon Sherrock. 15 dart lead, including a 1-6-4 check out, which I believe is the biggest check out we've seen today, Jar. But Fallon Sherrock fires in a 1-6-4 for a 2-0 lead, now averaging in the 90s.
As is Lisa Ashton, has just left herself 96 to get herself through. And Rhiann O'Sullivan will be thinking and cursing her luck as things stand at the moment. Ashton leaves herself on 24 on double 12. Ton from Rhiann O'Sullivan to leave 60, but Ashton gets the job done. 16 dart leg, and she's through. Lisa Ashton continues her dominance at the Women's Series. She's into the last 16. So what I'm going to do now, Boise, is just head off for a few moments. I will be back. Thank you very much.
You're more than welcome. So as that result came in from Jar, Makuru moves 1 away against Josie Patterson. Katie Sheldon is 2 apiece against Makuru. Yvonne Taylor is 2-0 in front against Michelle Andrews, and Denise Tasty 2-1 in front against Taurine Hammond. Just seen Fallon take out a 1-6-4 to go 2-0 in front. She's left 1-4-7. Got a result on board 13 as Tracy North. That's a 4-3 victory, so she will progress through to the last 16. Currently, in the last 16, we have Tracy North, Rhiann Griffiths, Lisa Ashton, and Astrid Trauburst. All games that have taken place now are in the last 32, as Lorraine Winstanley moves 2-1 in front. with a 70 check out. Just trying to keep you across all games that are being played. Fallon Tubman Tate out the big check out, but leads 88. Tansi Tate out 88 for a 3-0 lead. Yes, she can. Follows up the 164 with an 88. Fallon Sherrock moves one away. Talking about being one away, Louise lays one away against Maria O'Brien. And Mitsuru Suzuki, who lost the first leg to Josie Patterson, reeled off the net free and finds herself 3-1 in front. She's got 180 with a dart in hand. Josie's back on 2-6-4. Let's see what Mitsuru can leave. It's only still a 41, so it's left 139. As Rietenberger and Palmer have got underway on board 10, Rietenberger taking the first lead. Fallon Sherrock fires in a 180 against Ansa Zistra, so she's edging closer to 4-0 victory and a game against potentially Mitsuru Suzuki, who needs 139 to wrap up the win. Can't take out leads 80 with Josie back on 124. Beat check out needed for Josie Patterson to keep herself in this game. Can she take out 124? No, she can't. Leads it quite handy though, just 59. So pressure now on Mitsuru to take out the 4-1. As she's currently 3-1 in front, as is Denise Cassidy against Doreen Hammond. Also is Louise Lai against Maria O'Brien. Mitsuru Suzuki can't take out the 80. Louise Lai can't take out the 12, so we could have a couple of games still staying at 3-2. Josie Patterson doesn't punish on Mitsuru Suzuki. She has 20 for a 4-1 victory. As Maria O'Brien closes the deficit to Louise Lai at 3-2. Mitsuru doesn't take out 20, so Josie Patterson, can she close the deficit as well to 3-2? Yes, she can. So a couple of games are now getting very close to the end. But Josie and Maria O'Brien are holding on. And another game that is just one away for Sheldon, who is 3-2 in front of them. Yuki Sadaduchi. Katie Sheldon is 3-2 in front, has got the throw, but has only started with a 41 and 59. So a slow start as Saducci's on 140 and 60. So Katie Sheldon has lost the dart as we have a result on board 8, and Fallon Sherrock is through to the last 16. She's waiting her opponent, and that will be the winner of Mitsuru Suzuki and Josie Patterson. Tasumu Sato has just missed 3 darts at double 19. So Lorraine Winstanley has got 42 here. She's been cleaning that up. She'll have 3-1 in front. Eileen de Graaf and Laura Turner are underway, and Eileen de Graaf takes the opener. And Kirsty Hutchinson has levelled things up against Trish Tidd. Corrine Hammond has closed the deficit against Denise Cassidy. That is now 3-2. Katie Sheldon, when you need a big lad, it's just not incoming. And Yuki Sadaduchi has got 104, but she's got at least 6 starts at it to take us to a noble lead. Josie Patterson will be hoping to take us to a noble lead as well. But Mitsuru Suzuki has found some power storing with a 140 and a 100. And she is in control of lead 6. Rebecca Edwards is a 4-1 winner against Laura Patton. And it's Rebecca Edwards who comes through on board 9. Mitsuru Suzuki, just going to stay on this one for now. It's left 45 after 15. Josie Patterson is back on 228. Good visit though by Josie. Pressure applied with a 138 store. Leaves 90. Mitsuru saw a mismatched dart in the last leg. Can Mitsuru seal the win and set up a dame with Fallon Sherrock. Yes, you can. Material versus Fallon in the last 16. We will have in about 10 to 15 minutes as Material beats Josie Patterson 4-2. That dame is huge for Material, who's in that fight for a match play place. Fallon secured hers, but we know she's going to miss a few events in the future. So he's fighting for her world championship place, trying to put that gap between herself and the people in third and below. Throw that stronger and stronger. Maria O'Brien has taken us to a noble. She was 3-1 behind. That is now 3 apiece. And Yuti Sadaducci has got double 4. We've seen a miss. 3 darts already to take us to a noble, and then to take Sheldon. Tanchi take out double 4. Yuti Sadaducci. Yes, you can. We have another noble. So 2 nobles currently ongoing. Yuti Sadaducci and Tate Sheldon and Louise Lair and Maria O'Brien. Dames that are also close to a finish is Lorraine Winstanley is 3-1 in front. And Denise Tassidy's 3-2 in front against Taurine Hammond. She's missed match darts, but is coming back for more. Taurine's back on 170. Denise Tassidy beat Taurine Hammond. Not at this moment. So can we see a big fish? We saw a 164 today already. That was from Fallon Sherrock in the last game. Taurine can't take it out. So Denise Tassidy, who has had 6 darts so far to win this game. Can she do it now? No, that's now 9 darts. She's had to win it. Taurine Hammond 74. We'll go back to the 2 nobles very shortly. Just going to see if Taurine Hammond can take out 74. She can't. So Denise Tassidy, it's the madhouse. 9 missed already. She'll have 3 here potentially. She don't go inside, but she has, and she's bust the store. So Taurine Hammond, double 8 for an unlikely last leg, and Taurine Hammond takes it out. So that is now 3 nobles that we have running at the same time. We'll go to the one that's looking close to the finish, Maria O'Brien. It's got 142 after 18 darts. Louise Lay was 3-1 in front in this one. Maria O'Brien 142, darts in hand. Leaves 48. Over to the Katie Sheldon name, and then UT Sadaducci. 3 apiece. And Sadaducci had the dart. She's on 275. Currently now with darts in hand. Katie Sheldon's on 216. And a big 100 by UT Sadaducci. No finish left. Maria O'Brien has missed match darts, but will be coming back for more. But someone who has taken their match darts here is Lorraine Winstanley. Lorraine Winstanley is through to the last 16 and could potentially play late-size finalist Kirsty Hutchinson, but she finds herself 2-1 behind against Trish Kidd. Eileen de Graaf is 2-1 in front against Laura Turner, and we'll come on to that dame in a bit more detail when Joe returns. Maria O'Brien comes through her noble leg. Taurine Hammond, who shouldn't be in this game anymore. She survived multiple match darts, but has left 35 after 12. Denise Tasty does not know what's hit her in this final leg. Taurine Hammond, Taurine Hammond, 35 for the win. Duty Sadaducci has left 24, but it's Katie Sheldon who'll be coming back for 38. Can Katie Sheldon get the win? Not sure which dart she hit. So she took it out in 2. Did she split it all down straight for the 19s? Doesn't matter to Sheldon. Sheldon's through. Taurine Hammond take out the 35. She bust the first time round. She's coming back to then. Tassidy's hit back-to-back 100s to leave 105. Taurine Hammond takes it out this time. So big wins there for Maria O'Brien, Taurine Hammond, Katie Sheldon, and Lorraine Winstanley. Breton Berda is 3-0 up against Leanne Palmer, and Yvonne Taylor is 3-2 up against Michelle Adams. As I said, Kirsty Hutchinson and Trish Tidd are playing the winner to face Lorraine Winstanley. But Kirsty Hutchinson isn't getting things her own way and finds herself 2-1 behind. In the big game on board 5, it's Eileen de Graaf against Laura Turner. Laura Turner, we feel, has already done enough to secure her place in match play. However, Eileen de Graaf, who's currently sitting in 8th place, has seen Robin Bryan and Chloe O'Brien, the 2 people below her, fall out today. So Katie Sheldon is currently the closest, and then Makuru, who are £250 and £300 behind Eileen de Graaf. But Eileen de Graaf has just moved 1 away from from the winner against Laura Turner. She's now 3-1 in front. To Daz's question, when is Fallon on net? She will face Makuru, who hasn't recently come off the board. They're normally given a 10 to 15 minute break. So once that break has happened, you would assume they will be back on, unless they are waiting for all these games to finish so they can start them at the same time. Maximum of 20 minutes before Fallon would return. Anything between 10 and 15, you would expect if to put them on straight away. Just have a quick drink as Yvonne Taylor has 1 away against Michelle Andrews. And has just fired in a 180, Yvonne Taylor. Now on 109 with Andrews back on 216. Kirsty Hutchinson is struggling with her doubles in leg 4. Can she clean up 34? Yes, she can. Needs all 3, but Kirsty Hutchinson 2 apiece with Trish Tidd. Eileen de Graaf is 3-1 up on Laura Turner. Yvonne Taylor is 3-2 up on Michelle Andrews. And Oriel Fodesatu and Joanne Lott are underway on board 2, but it's Joanne Lott who is in control. 2-1 lead currently. They are the 4 games that we have live at the moment. So we've had wins in the last 32 for Maria O'Brien, Lorraine Winstanley, Astrid Truebers, Maturu Suzuki, Fallon Sherrock, Rebecca Edwards, Marina Rietenberger, Katie Sheldon, Tracy North, Doreen Hammond come through that win with Denise Cassidy somehow. Lisa Ashton, very impressive against Rhiannon O'Sullivan, and Griffiths come through against Jane Densley. Rhiannon Griffiths, the reward for beating Jane Densley is a match against Lisa Ashton. In that one, Tracy North will play Doreen Hammond. Yvonne Taylor's just done through a 4-2 victory, and she will take on Katie Sheldon. Rebecca Edwards will take on Lorena Rietenberger. Fallon Sherrock against Maturu Suzuki in the standout last 16 game. Eileen de Graaf or Laura Turner, the winner of that one, will take on Astrid Truebers, who's been outstanding today. Kirsty Hutchinson, who's 2 apiece now with Trish Tidd and in control of lead 5. The winner of that will take on Lorraine Winstanley. And Maria O'Brien, who is through in board 1, will take on the winner of the Joanne Lott Dane. Just an go back to Eileen de Graaf and Laura Turner. Eileen was 3-1 in front, but Laura Turner got the break to throw. Started with a 114 and 100 in this one. Eileen responded with a 184, but it's Laura Turner who is looking likely to take this one all the way. She needed 2 breaks to get the win. She got the one in the last leg. She's now holding quite comfortably here. She's 58 points in front with darts in hand. As Kirsty Hutchinson takes out 91 to move in front for the first time with then Trish Tidd. Is Kirsty Hutchinson on the march to Blackpool? Just have a quick look where Kirsty is. Kirsty's currently sat in 14th. So a run to the final today would see her move into the top 8. a run to the semi-final, depending on how Eileen does, to put her on joint 8th, and winning the event would surely secure a place in Blackpool, being on 1,950. That would be. However, she needs to improve significantly to into talks about winning this tournament. Laura Turner, 8-4-8, 3-all. And she tighted out. Eileen did draft Laura Turner. Spoke about how big a day this was for Eileen. She's currently sat in 8th place. The win for Laura would all but guarantee Blackpool. Eileen did draft has got the throw. Joanne Lott is 3-1 in front. Just moves one away. Kirsty Hutchinson is one away and in control in the 6th. 140, 100. That was either side of a 45, but Trish Kidd started with an 11 and 36. So it seems like the pressure is turned on Trish Kidd. Kirsty Hutchinson on 2-1-6. Can Kirsty Hutchinson set this up? Trish Kidd can only find 55. She's back on 2-9. Kirsty Hutchinson with just a 60. Back to the Eileen de Draft Laura Turner Dame. It's Eileen de Draft who's got the throw. She starts with 83 and follows it up with 58. Laura Turner can only start with a 60, but finds a 140 and pinches the darts after Eileen de Draft only finds 59. Both players are sitting on 301, but it's Laura Turner who's now got the darts. Kirsty Hutchinson fires in a 140 to leave double 8, and then Trish Kidd is back on 240. So
hello, Boise. We all right?
Mr. Eaton is back. The
Hi.
return of Mr. Eaton. Just talking through the final stages of the last 32 as Kirsty Hutchinson takes out double 8 for a 16 dart holder throw. She got better as the game went on. Kirsty Hutchinson butts a place into the last 16. She will take on Lorraine Winstanley in a mouth-watering tie. Eileen de Draff and Laura Turner for it apiece. Laura Turner's got the advantage. Joanne Lott has got match darts. Just stay with me, Jar, for a couple of moments and then I'll be back with you. Joanne Lott, 16 dart led as well for a 4-1 win. So Joanne Lott sets up a tie with Maria O'Brien. And in the noble, Eileen de Draff has just found a 133. Left herself 109. Laura Turner's on 175 and can only hit 55. Final stages of this one. Eileen de Draff, 109 for a huge win. But you can't take it. There is a huge number of players in the field who are cheering on Laura Turner right now as Eileen de Draff is sat in 8th place. Can Laura Turner take out 120? The answer is no. Just 60, as you can see appear on our screen. You can tell Jar has returned if there's the stuff happening on our screen. Eileen de Draff has missed 2 for the game. You would assume has missed 2 for the game. Tom inside on both. Laura Turner. This is massive for not really for Laura, because I'd say Laura's got her place in Blackpool. It's for the rest of the field. It opens it up completely. If Laura Turner can seal this season, she's done exactly the same. She has done exactly the same and left 10. Both of them are on double 5. Do you split or go straight for it? I'm not sure which way. She's used 2 darts to win it, but Eileen de Draff has had another £50 to that prize pot and is now moving up in regards to monetary value in the order of merit. And Laura Turner is dispatched.
So
and we have a last 16, Jar.
Well, I'll come and have a look at that in a second. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll come back. There you can see the order of merit. Lisa Ashton and Fallon Sherrock are already there. Lorraine, pretty much there or thereabouts. Laura Turner, look, I think she's there. I always said 1,700 might be the cut-off. But there we go. I tell you as well, who's very happy about that is Trina Gulliver at the minute. I don't know whether Trina Gulliver might be the one that might be in trouble in this race to the women's match play. I think that she might be. Lisa Ashton against Rhiannon Griffiths has just got underway on board 8. So 15 against 16 is just happening in a second. We will come back to that. But as you can see there, Katie Sheldon, Joanne Locke, Makuru Suzuki against Fallon Sherrock. Do we think that game might be streamed, Boise?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah. So there we go. That's the race to the match play at the moment in time. Look, Lisa and Ashton are there. Lorraine pretty much there. She might as well start with booking a trip to Blackpool. And Laura Turner losing out there. Eileen de Graaf stays in the race for Women's Series 9. Well, we'll get our breath back. We'll come back in just a couple of moments' time. Thank you, Boise, for doing that while I was taking a delivery. Really appreciate
more than
it.
welcome.
And we'll be back in a couple of moments' time. This is Online Darts Women's World Match Play Race. This is the Women's Series Online Darts in association with Betfred, Windmill, Red Dragon, and MODUS. Stay with us. Very good afternoon to you from the UK. 12:04 BST as the Women's World Match Play Race continues. This is Online Darts coverage of the Women's Series from Barnsley, Giles Theaton, Lee Boyce to the end of this one. And then, of course, we will be with, well, I will be with you for the second one. Boyce's decided that he's going to go off and have a party instead. So, but I appreciate your, whereabouts are you going out of interest, if you don't want me asking? You don't have to say exactly, you don't have to give a postcode or anything.
No, I'm at a house party that's afternoon into evening. I'm there first because then I'm at my girlfriend's best mate's daughter's. It sounds very onwards there, but best mate's daughter's 18th birthday party this evening. So I've got a split in between two.
Oh, someone's very busy.
Yeah.
Well, someone else who's very busy at the moment is Katie Sheldon against Yvonne Taylor. She could still get in there a little bit there. And Eileen de Graaf, who will be hoping and praying. But Katie Sheldon, I think Trina Gulliver might be the one that might be getting a little bit itchy at this moment in time. 1 second. There we go. Love Boyce's butchering of Sakaguchi's name. Poor bloke.
Oh, I apologise beforehand, and I apologise numerous times throughout, as I do butcher the majority of them.
Yeah, Mr. David P180, we will put the qualifying table up at the end of each round, so we know exactly where we are. But results, or what? Tell you what. But now it's 5-8 for me. That's what I'm going to be concentrating on. Boyce is going to be concentrating on boards 1 to 4. So you've got the game between Eileen de Graaf and Astrid Trollborst that's coming up in just a second. I've got the Katie Sheldon game, who is probably the nearest challenger still into Eileen de Graaf. She's trying to put some place before some stuff before the rest of the field as Katie Sheldon goes 1-0 up on Yvonne Taylor. Game going on board 8 right now is first against 5th. Rhianne Griffiths against Lisa Ashton, as Ashton has now got a chance to make it 3-1 in her game against Rhianne Griffiths. Will be the first woman into the quarterfinals. What will happen here as she puts out a 1-2-8 to leave 16? Can she take it out? And she can't. 8 left. So Rhianne Griffiths now the chance to break back against Lisa Ashton. We will come on to what's happening on board 4 because that's the game that everyone will be interested in. There's no doubt about that. But Rhianne Griffiths misses 2 at double 8. Ashton back on double 4 now. Looking to try to save her day. No, can't do it either. Missed doubles all over the gaff. Griffiths back to break. Can't find it. Missing too many chances. I'll tell you who isn't missing chances at the moment. That's Corinne Hammond. Lisa Ashton cleans it up in the end. A 22 dart leg. But it's a big moment that Rhianne Griffiths missing 6 to level straight back up. Back to you, Boise. What's going on board 4? That's the game everyone's interested in at the moment. Makuru against Fallon.
Just very, very good darts. There's obviously a couple of inconsistent visits, but even in this one, Maturu, we won a piece at the moment. Maturu's just opened up with back-to-back 100s. Fallon's responded here with a 140. It's a very, very good standard, both averaging around the mid-80s mark. Believe it or not, Jarlath, it is on the stream as well.
Surprise, surprise.
No surprise there at all. We do have an all Dutch affair in Eileen de Graaf and Astrid Trebers. Astrid has been very, very good today so far. So we'll put up a fight against Eileen de Graaf, where the rest of the field are hoping that Eileen can fall at this hurdle because she's the one sitting in 8th place. Fallon Sherrock, I'm saying about the story, Maturu, while I looked away, Maturu's at a 140 and Fallon's found a 180. Maturu's on 118 after 12 and Fallon's on 78 after 12. Just shows the standard that these two are performing at. Maturu missed a dart at bullseye to clean up the visit. Sherrod's coming back for 78. Can she take it out for a 2-1 lead and a break to throw? Yes, she can. Big visit by Fallon. 78 taken out. Not sure if she went treble 18, come inside on 12s and took out 6 or outside. There'd be numerous ways, 18, 20 tops. But Fallon's then started with a 180. 2 legs of 180. I'm just seeing Fallon hit 1, treble 19, double 10. I would never have guessed that way that you'd take that out.
Not in a million years.
But Fallon leads 2-1. Started led full with a 180. In what is a huge name for Maturu, because she needs a good run in a couple of these tournaments. But Fallon is in cruise control in lead 4. Just before I come back to you, Jar, Maria O'Brien and Joanne Lott is I'll just run through the names off that. Maria O'Brien and Joanne Lott are underway in the opening lead. Lorraine Winstanley against Kirsty Hutchinson are also in the opening lead, as is Eileen de Graaf and Astrid Treburst. They are all 0-0 as Fallon Sherrock leaves 138 after 9 with Maturu batting the 400. So it's looking likely that Fallon can't even pronounce Fallon's name now. Jar. Fallon is now 138 away from being 1 lead away from a 4-1 victory. So back to you, mate.
Corinne Hammond is throwing for the match against Tracy North as we speak, but we do have our first quarter finalist, and as you might expect, the Lancashire Rose is on the charge in Barnsley. Lisa Ashton winning 4-1 against Rhiann Griffiths. Griffiths missing 6 darts to break the throw back, and Ashton just couldn't, and Ashton did not let that go. 4-1, the win for the Lancashire Rose. She's already at the match play. She's trying really hard now to even to keep that World Championship spot. Remember, the top 2 at the end of this women's series, all of them still to come. There's still 10 events left after this one. And that's what's going to happen there. So Lisa Ashton is through to the quarterfinals. She will play the winner of Corinne Hammond against Tracy North. Katie Sheldon is on a mission as things stand. She leads 3-0 against Yvonne Taylor. in that one. She will play the winner of Rebecca Edwards against Lorena Reitenberger. Rebecca Edwards leading 2-1 as things stand. But back to you, though, Boise, because, did you say Fallon Sherrock was in control of that leg, and she is now very much in control of this match?
13 dart lead it was for Fallon. She's now done 59 and 140 against the throw, with Maturu struggling to find a treble. So Fallon's pinched the dart in lead 5 as well. She's averaging 96 in one of the best performances of today. Now, Lisa threw an 100 in her first game and has hit a 1 in the 90s as well. But this is very, very impressive against Fallon. She left 170 after 9. So that's past 2 leads where it was left to finish after 9 darts.
Just a quick one.
Fantastic stuff by Fallon. Yeah, back to you, because I know you got a result.
Yeah, we do. We'll come back to you. We'll come back to you because I'm watching this.
Or let's just see Fallon and say, can't. All I was going to say on the result you've just had, you would have missed it while you was away for those 10 minutes. Doreen Hammond survived around 10 match darts in her last game. And what's the result over there, mate?
Yeah, she beats 4-1 Tracy North. So it will be Corinne Hammond against Lisa Ashton in the last 8 of Women's Series Event 9. Katie Sheldon is on the charge. She is about to potentially win her way into the last 8, but focuses very firmly on Fallon Sherrock.
Yeah, 1-1. She had 170 to win the game. She could only hit 58, so it left 112 to win the game. Only a 42. Maturu just hasn't found a treble in 5 visits now. It's a 95 this time, so it does leave 140, but Fallon Sherrock for a 70 checkout would be I'm assuming just over the 90 average for Fallon. She hasn't had to perform to her best, but she's through some fantastic stuff. Average 93, 70 checkout. Fallon Sherrock is through to the last 8, where she will take on the winner of the All Dutch Affair, which Eileen de Graaf is currently winning 1-0.
Katie Sheldon is also there. She will play the winner of Rebecca Edwards against Lorena Reitenberger. Katie Sheldon beating 4-0 Yvonne Taylor. So the young Irish woman is still there or thereabouts. She moves on to 12.50. In fact, if she were to get into the final, and I mean, it would be difficult to play the winner of Corinne or Lisa, there's no doubt about that, but she'd be on £1,400. She'd only be 50 quid off Trina Gulliver. So this would be a huge run for Katie Sheldon, and she would put some huge daylight between her and the rest of the field as we go into the second event of the day. I tell you what, I'm going to try and see if I can do a bit of a shared screen and do another one where I can share 2 screens if I can. Bear with. Because I believe the game we want to do, the game we want to have a look at now, unfortunately I can't, sorry. Chat room, this is a question for you. Would you like to see all the scores, or would you like to see the Eileen de Graaf game? Quick poll, 5 minutes. Go. This is a question for you. If we want to, we can put the game on full between Eileen de Graaf and Astrid Trollvorst, because that's obviously huge in the race for the match play, or we can keep all the scores up there. Totally up to you. Got yourself a couple of minutes, and I'll just take a sample from the chat room. If no one says anything, then we'll go with the full scores. I want to give you what you want. Only one game left for me, actually, on this side of the draw, mate, which is Rebecca Edwards against Lorena Reitenberger. Lorena Reitenberger leading 3-2 as things stand. Reitenberger wanting 138 for the match. And she leaves 40. She leaves tops. No problem. Thank you. 2 people saying we want them all, so that's fine. No issues at all. I think Edwards might have just missed the ball. She's hit 37. No, she's left 39. So Reitenberger comes back and hits it, and she's in. So Katie Sheldon will be playing Lorena Reitenberger in the last 8. So what a last 8 that is. Fallon Sherrock, Katie Sheldon, Lorena Reitenberger, Corinne Hammond and Lisa Ashton all in. Big guns sticking around on day 1 of the Women's World Series, Women's World Match Play race, excuse me.
Just then, store updates. Kirsty Hutchinson next one back against Lorraine Winstanley. Maria O'Brien is 2-1 up against Joanne Lott, and the All Dutch affair between Eileen de Graaf and Ashley Trowburst is 1 apiece. Jo, as your dames are finished, just want to point you in the direction of event number 10. The draw has been made and is available for you. Just one standout name. I know I'm going to butcher the name once more, but UT Sadaducci has drew Mikuru Suzuki in first round on board 8. So
hang on.
Fallons.a-boy on board. I like it. Yeah. Fallon's not aboard. Tate Sheldon and Doreen Hammond have got a boy as well.
Dietz is playing in this game. So Dietz is playing today in the second round. I wonder. Katie Sheldon's on. That's not a bad draw for Katie. She's on the same half of the draw as Fallon, yes. But looking at it, and good lord. She's in the same half of the draw she's in the same quarter as Fallon, in the same half as Corin. So Mikuru, Lisa, Kirsty Hutchinson, Eileen de Graaf, Laura Turner, Rhiannon Sullivan, and Dita all in the same half of the draw. You don't want to be in the top half of the draw at the moment as we speak. I don't think. That's a difficult one. But what is difficult is trying to work out where everybody is at this moment in time. Joanne Locke as well. Big game here for Joanne Locke because, again, with Kirsty, Joanne Locke is not far away from Eileen de Graaf on 1,100 quid. The pressure on there. Bless you, boys.
Excuse me.
I'll tell you what. I'll take if you want to take that. If you want to take the Eileen de Graaf game, I don't mind taking the end of Lorraine against Kirsty if you want, and then I'll just jump on, go from there. No matter which games do you want? It's your after draw.
I've got all 3 open at the minute. I'll let you pick which one you want to look at, mate. I don't mind.
No, go on. I'll take Joanne Locke against Maria O'Brien. Why not? I'll have a look at that.
So just before we come to you on that one, then Lorraine Winstanley's moved 1 away against Kirsty Hutchinson. And Lorraine has just found a 140 against the throw. So Lorraine's in control and looking likely to beat Kirsty Hutchinson. And she would take on the winner of that game that you are taking over between Maria O'Brien and Joanne Lott. Just before we hand over, Ashley Trowburst has left 20 to level the scores up at 2 apiece. Let's just see if Trowburst can take that out against Eileen de Graaf. She can't. So Eileen's at 109. Huge visit this to before Eileen de Graaf. Just see if she can take this out. She can't. So Ashley Trowburst has got 10 to make it 2-all. Just bear with me, Jar, to see if.
Oh
no, Ashley can't take it out. So come on, Eileen, for a 3-1. Lead. Eileen can't take it out. We have mishaps on the doubles. Ashley Trowburst has had 6 though already. Eileen's only had 1, maybe 2.
Oh!
But it's more misses for Astrid, as you can hear by those noises that Jarlath Eaton is making. That the double misses for Astrid means that Eileen de Graaf is 3-1 in front. Jar, over to your dame now with Maria O'Brien and Joanne Lott.
Yeah, Locke's left herself 94, huge 140, but Maria O'Brien's on 175, excuse me, so she leaves herself on 90. So which way will Joe Locke go on 94? Got to go 18, surely.
Bull.
I would think. Sources can't see the scores. We can see them on the feed that we've got. Is everything okay? Anyone else not seeing it? Because we've got the scores at the top there.
They're on YouTube, mate.
Okay. Andrew, let us know, mate, what's going on, because we've got all 3 up there for you. So if there's any problems, let us know.
Maybe might just be worth zooming in a bit now. No, there's only the few on there, Jar.
Yeah.
As you are doing that, Lorraine Winstanley's got match darts against Kirsty Hutchinson. She can't take them out, but Kirsty's back on 1-4-2. She had 7 visits to board and not found a treble, Kirsty Hutchinson. She needs 2 to complete the 1-4-2. That is a lot better job. Oh, Kirsty Hutchinson, I said about no trebles. She's then hit 2, but she can't take out the finish. So Lorraine Winstanley stopped 5-5 for a 4-1 victory. Lorraine Winstanley, it's missed doubles for Lorraine. As Eileen de Graaf is edging closer to a victory. Can Kirsty Hutchinson close the gap on Lorraine here? No, she can't. Darts missed for Kirsty. But Eileen de Graaf, that is a way to win a game. 130 checkout. Eileen de Graaf comes through 4-1 victory, as does Lorraine Winstanley against Kirsty Hutchinson. But in yours, it's looking like a noble is incoming, Joe.
It is. I tell you what, we'll stop the stream on that and see if I can just try and get the game between Maria O'Brien and Joanne Locke. See what we can do here. You can tell I'm not doing it, and we are into a noble leg. So let's have a look at what is going to go on here between these two. So Joanne Locke starts us off with a 60. Unfortunately, I can't really do much more about that, the fact that it's that small. So I am sorry. But both have started off with a 60. Joanne Locke, must you feel? I think that you're going to have to get there. Joanne Locke must think at this moment in time that she has got to be in this. Has got to win this now, especially with Eileen de Graaf winning. Eileen de Graaf has now moved up into 6th spot in the race for the match play. So she is doing what she needs to do. We'll come back here as Maria O'Brien hits a 43. Nervous darts. What's going to happen here? No one can really find a big treble. Only the one that's been hit by both. What can Maria O'Brien do here? It's not good enough. That's 60 there. Taliba 158. A big score from either one here. You think they're going to take control of this leg. It is locked with the darts. It's 42. Oh dear. Maria O'Brien now has 6 darts to get rid of 158. Can't get rid of 168. She doesn't really do much in this. So Locke. Can she make a sizable indent? No. 108 left. You can definitely tell that nervous darts are on the way here in Barnsley. O'Brien looking for the 116. It's not too trouble. Check out. She can't find one though. She leaves 60. So 108 left for Joe Locke. This should be one way to win it after being a nervous leg as it is. Ooh, she's gone inside on the 18s, I think. Now O'Brien looking for tops. Ah, she goes inside on tops and 10s. So Locke trying to lock Maria O'Brien out of the match play race. And she does it last start in hand. I don't know whether she split. I'm not sure, but what we can tell you is that one is Romeo done. As is the last 16. We move into the quarterfinals, and this is how they look. Lorraine Winstanley will take on Joanne Locke. Eileen de Graaf against Fallon Sherrock. Lorena Reitenberger will take on Katie Sheldon. And Corinne Hammond will take on Lisa Ashton. I suspect that one will be streamed. But both of them are underway at the moment. So Corinne against Lisa is just getting underway. Eileen de Graaf against Fallon Sherrock also getting underway. So I'm going to do boards 1 and 2. Sorry, Roy's going to do boards 1 and 2. I'm going to do boards 3 and 4 for you. We'll get the screen and we'll get the games back up for you. Now remind me, Boise, because both games are streamed live on the semi-finals, aren't they? I believe.
Are both streaming boards on today? I thought it was only one because of the.
No, I think they go back to back, don't they? I think.
I'll take your word for it.
I'm not quite sure. Apologies if it is a bit blurry. We are trying to sort them out as to why. But there we go. Stephen says, yeah, I thought MVG was out after his operation. Yeah, no, he's playing. He is playing.
Playing very well.
Good effort on him. Trying to screen share for you to try and see if we can get that sorted for the thing there. Unfortunately, it's going to have to be a bit blurry, so I am sorry about that. We haven't got the proper system. Bars isn't here. All right, so Corin against Lisa, the only game on at the moment. So I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll go and have a look at it properly for you. The only annoying thing about this is the fact that you have to screen share another way. You can tell I've not been doing this for a little while. Right. There we go. That should be on there for you. As soon as the other games come back into action, we'll come back to it. But this is a big game. Corin's done really well to make the quarterfinals today. And she's got to try and find her way. Oh, they're not streaming the Corin Hammond against Lisa Ashton game. That's a surprise to me.
Oh, I don't expect them to stream Fallon and Eileen. No. Fallon's just been on.
Yes. Anyway.
Lorraine Winstanley, Joe Locke? Or would they put Katie Sheldon on, maybe?
They might put Katie Sheldon on. They might do. But what we're looking at the moment is Corin against Lisa. Big games. Big games. Say, Eileen de Graaf against Fallon Sherrock hasn't actually started yet. So don't worry. You aren't missing anything there. But we will keep an eye on this one for you while we can. So Corin against Lisa. 1 apiece as things stand. Lisa is already at the women's match play. Corin, though, with a win in this event, would go into into spaces. Aces Union, whereabouts do you live? When you say PDC CV's waste time, because depending on where you are in the world, it's not. But Lisa Ashton, 64 left. That's not a bad way to come back. Spain, okay. So if you're in Spain, I think PDC TV should be fine, shouldn't it? I think they've got the complete rights there. Anyway, Lisa Ashton wins that leg, 2-1. I'm quite sure as to why that's the case, because if you're in Spain, you should just be able to watch it, no problem. I'd speak to Pete. I'd maybe put like a request in for that one.
We are underway on board 2 between Eileen and Fallon. It's Eileen who's got the throw.
Okay, so tell you what, we'll come out of this game then and we'll move it back to all of them, I think. That's what we'll do.
After a strong start by Eileen, a 1-2-5 on 99, then 26 and 21. So allowed Fallon back into this lead. Eileen still 2 in front. And then finds an 82 with Fallon back on 2-3-2 in the opening one. In this one, as Fallon finds 140. Pressure on this 1-4 race with Fallon on 92. Can the Queen of the Palace return and take it out? She will be returning, as Eileen can only hit 78 to leave 70. Can Fallon clean up 92? No, she can't. Eileen did draft now with 70. And Katie Sheldon's underway as well on yours, Jar, but I don't see anything starting on the streaming board. So
yeah, it is Joe Locke and Lorraine, as Harry's put out on that one.
Oh yeah, I can see it on the bottom now of the stream. Fallon Sherrock tight at 52, so Fallon moves 1-0 in front. As on one of your dames, someone's just moved one away.
They have Lisa Ashton hit a 140 and a 174 in that leg to move 3-1 in front, and she could be about to be the first woman into the semi-finals. Tell you what, 4 times women's champion. She's just sensational, isn't she?
She's outstanding. The disappointment for me with Lisa currently is she hasn't hit them heights we've seen on TV. And from our branding obviously being at the seniors, I've been disappointed to see the level of performance Lisa's put in there. But I believe, has she got Trina first name on match play?
She would do at the moment, but I don't know if Trina's going to be there.
Sorry, I meant the seniors match play.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah, good point. That's next week, isn't it?
It's next weekend, and we will have you covered as Mr. Bars will be there. Oh no, sorry, Lisa Ashton's got Paul Holden. There is an all-women's first-round aim as Trina takes on Dieter Hedman to open up proceedings next Friday. But Lisa takes to the stage then to qualify Paul Holden on Saturday afternoon.
Speaking of Lisa, she's got a 152 to take out. Corin's on 155, so don't think she'll need to take this out. But, you know, well, she's not done too badly. Lets herself on double 12. Daniel, are you back full-time online darts? No, I'm not. Definitely not. I'll be here. I'm here for the weekend, but I don't think you'll be seeing much more of me after that. Thanks, Patrick. Good stuff as well this weekend, mate. Hope Gob isn't completely ruining you over in Amsterdam. As Ashton misses double 12, 3 at them. So Corin's now got 56. So she takes this out. We're back to having the game on throw again. And she takes out 2 darts in hand, and we are back to an on-throw game. So Corin now throwing to level us up at 3 apiece as Katie Sheldon takes the open leg against Lorena Reitenberger.
Fallon Sherrock is 2-0 in front, but Eileen did drafts on 180 and 135 on throw in lead 3. She's left 136 after 9, and looking at it, she just hit 120, so potentially Mr. Dart double 8 for a 136 check out. Fallon finds a 180. That's her second in the game, and it's the second in this lead. 3 between the players in.
Oh, Katie Sheldon, that is naughty. 115 out to go 2-0 in front and take the break.
Eileen did Raff was just held in 14 which was on the bat of a 130 checked out in the previous led by Fallon. High quality dame here, both averaging in the 90s.
Yeah, Owen, I wouldn't say that just yet about Fallon Sherrock winning this game and winning this tournament. The way Lisa Ashton's playing at the moment, I wouldn't say just yet that she's winning this easily. But Corin has just found a 180 to lead 90 after 12, but Lisa's got a 140 that she misses tops for. That would have been sensational. But this 90's got to go. You've got to keep it straight, Corin, at least. And she takes it out in 2 darts. So which way she's gone, I don't know. But we are heading to a very important noble. Oh. Corin Hammond could be 1 leg away from reigniting her charge to the match play. What's going on in the all 2 games, mate? Well, I'll tell you what. Won't talk about Joanna against Lorraine just yet, because that's just about to start. But what's going on in the game between Eileen and Fallon?
The first 6 visits to the board in this lead, there's trebles hit by both players throughout, and it meant that Fallon was on 1-6-1 after 9, but Eileen slipped into the 1 to left 1-5-9. On the throw of Fallon, who's now got Shandai for a 3-1 lead. She can't take it out. So Eileen did Raff. It's got 77, which is left after 12. Can Eileen did Raff level stores up? If not, Fallon's coming back for tops. Fallon's not coming back. Mentioned there by Owen that Fallon is winning this easy. I'm not sure if he's on about the tournament or the dame, but trust me, this dame is down far because it's now 2 apiece. Eileen's averaging 92, Fallon's averaging 93, and it's bat on throw, and it's Eileen who's got the throw. She starts with an 89. Another one, Joanne Lott and Lorraine Winstanley, as you mentioned, was the last one to get underway. Lorraine Winstanley's left 100. Just see if she can take it out, Joe, and I'll come back to you. Lorraine Winstanley, 100. Joanne Lott sat on top. She can't take it out. She leaves 20. Back to you, Joe.
So Lisa Ashton will go into I'll tell you what, Katie Sheldon is 1 leg away, but Rietbergen, needs 1-2-2 to get on the ball. We're going to go to this noble leg between Lisa Ashton and Corin Hammond. Lisa Ashton has got herself 82 left after 15, and Corin can only hit 81 to leave herself on 1-4-3. So Lisa Ashton coming back for 82 to be the first woman into Women's Series Event 9 semi-finals. Doesn't take it out, leaves herself on tops. I suspect she's coming back, but we've seen a couple of big shots from Corin so far today. She's had a cat of 9 lives. As Boise's already said, she's survived multiple match darts. If Corin can take this out, and she leaves herself on 50, so that's a bit of pressure. Ashton now looking to come back and take this out and continue her winning run, and she does that last dart in hand. That's going to be really gutting for Corin Hammond, but Lisa Ashton continues her march on the way to another Women's Series semi-final. Corin Hammond, though, has definitely kept herself alive in the women's match play race. There's no doubt about that. She's 600 quid or so off Trina Gulliver. So if she were to make another final, to make another big run, then she might just be about to do that. We will come back to you in a minute, mate, about Eileen de Graaf and Fallon Sherrock, because Eileen de Graaf now leads. But just a quick one. Katie Sheldon has missed darts to win the match. And Rietbergen is on 4-5-3, though, after the first visit. And she is through. She missed multiple darts, but she got through. Quickly, over to you. What's going on between Eileen de Graaf and Sherrock?
You might not be quickly. You might be here a while, because Eileen de Graaf has just put in a 16 dart lead to their 3-2 in front on throw, and a Dempster throw has done 180 and 99, and she's pinched the darts off Fallon in lead 6. Fallon did 96 with 2 visits, and in between that of 59, but she is totally 28 points between Eileen de Graaf, and Eileen de Graaf has now dot the darts. She hit 61 to leave 1-6-1. Fallon Sherrock back on 250. Can the Queen of the Palace find a 2 treble visit here, which for me is needed? She can't. She hits 96 again. Leaves her on 154.
Just very, very quickly, Katie Sheldon through. 14 dart leg to beat Rietbergen 4-1. She's playing Ashton. Back to you.
Eileen de Graaf fires in a 90 to leave 71. Fallon Sherrock's taken out a 130 in this game. She can't take out a 154, but she leaves 54. Eileen de Graaf 71 for a huge win for Eileen de Graaf. And Eileen de Graaf takes it out. Fallon Sherrock departs at the quarter-final stage with an 88 average, but bettered by Eileen de Graaf's 94 in what was a sensational performance by Eileen de Graaf. And Eileen de Graaf's in the last 4, and she will take on the winner of Joanne Lott or Lorraine Winstanley. And at this moment, it's looking like Lorraine Winstanley, as Lorraine Winstanley's 2-0 in front and has got the darts in this lead. So Joanne Lott would need to break twice to get the winner against Lorraine. What a finish by Eileen de Graaf. Last 2 leads was just outstanding. 16 dart lead followed by a 15 dart lead to wrap up the win. Sensational stuff.
I think we said 1700 is the cutoff. She's just got to that. So I think Eileen de Graaf with this run has just made herself into the last 16. Into the last 8. Well, she's gone to number 5 on the ranking. She's now into the last 4 of this event. And I think that could be her in the women's match play. What a day. What a moment.
Fantastic stuff by Eileen. Joanne Lott is in control of lead 3, against the throw, as you can see on our screen. Back-to-back 140s by Joanne Lott, followed up by a ton. Leaves 76 with Lorraine back on 274. Bit one-sided in this lead. Joanne Lott will have 6 darts at 76 to get her first lead on the board. Joanne Lott cleans it up in 3. It's now 2-1 Lorraine Winstanley. There's the 1 break. Joanne needs 2 breaks in this one. First one done. Can she now hold throw and level the scores up? Not a great start. We're just 60.
Joanne Lott, this is very important. Because if she can win this, then she'd go level with Katie Sheldon. And the pair of them could move into the match play standings if they were to win their semi-finals. So there's plenty on the line here for Joanne Lott. But Lorraine Winstanley, she's 3rd in the race at the moment on £2,200, Boise. Yeah, she's there. There's no doubt about that. But maybe she could take 2nd place away from Fallon. And if she were to win this, she'd put some right pressure on Fallon for that 2nd World Championship spot.
Yeah, I'd say for some of these, the focus is on Blackpool. For some of these, the focus is on later on in the year. And the players know that Fallon's going to miss a few events. So if they can just put that pressure on Fallon now, and that's why Fallon's travelled back. It's not for Blackpool. And I know a few people have said that she's already there, why she travelled back. This is over the year for the World Championship spots. Fallon made the right decision, has just come up against an outstanding performance there. Lorraine, and looking at this, Eileen, Laura, those sort of players have just got to focus on closing that gap as much as possible on Fallon. And for Eileen and Lorraine, the opportunity is now because Fallon isn't in the rest of this tournament. So if they can add a few hundred more to their pot and that too, finally it would be massive as Lorraine's looking to break back. And what a big game it's going to be if it is Lorraine who gets into there.
Oh, yes.
Because Eileen can jump above Laura, and someone who was saying who was in that dreaded 8th spot with 4 events to go just looking down, Eileen could move up to 4th. Lorraine Winstanley's got 12 here though. Can she take it out? Yes, she does in 2. So Lorraine Winstanley moves 1 away.
Looking ahead, actually, when's the last women's series events?
November, I want to say.
Yeah, October. Yeah, basically the end of October. So that's huge because they won't play any more events now until August, and then it's October. So some big stuff to come. Now, forget it's a huge, busy weekend of darts at the moment. Again, Dutch Darts Masters taking place tonight, 6 p.m. You can watch that on ITV4 in the UK, DAZN, Viaplay in Holland, DAZN across most of Europe. And next weekend, it's the European Darts Match Play, 1st to the 3rd of July, the Arena Trier. And the following weekend, 7th to the 11th of July, it is the last Players' Championship events in the race to Blackpool. The Betfred World Match Play beginning on the 16th of July. We'll have all the coverage that you need on online darts. You can subscribe. If you haven't already, by the way, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Please do that because we've got so much coming up. We're the only English-speaking representatives out in Amsterdam. A lot of the Dutch guys out there, and they're great, but we're the only English ones. So make sure that you subscribe to the channel. There you go. If you don't, you'll miss out on some big old stories coming out of Amsterdam. You'll miss out on the winner's interview. You don't want to be doing that. So make sure that you do that right now. And don't forget as well, find us on the socials. There they are. Back to this one. It looks like Raymond Stanley is going to be heading into the quarterfinals, Boise.
You just jinced that, though, with just a 42 visit from Lorraine to leave on 3 seats. Can Joanne Locke find anything down? Just 58. So you would expect, with how the game's done so far, that it will be sit starts here for Lorraine Winstanley if she needs them. Can she set it up, leave tops? Nice over 96. Take 95 to leave 41. Joanne Lott needs a 140. Just a ton. So Lorraine Winstanley, 41 for a 4-1 victory. But she can't take it. So Joanne Lott, stop tops. And she cleans it up in 2, either on tops or 10s. But she's now broke once more. Joanne Lott is yet to hold throw in this one. She's broke Lorraine twice. If she holds here, we'll be going to a noble lead.
I believe so, yes. I believe one of them, well, we know one of them will be at the Grand Slam via the winner of the women's match play will get a Grand Slam spot. I believe the other one's going to be in a Grand Slam qualifier, probably before the end of the women's series, the end week result of the women's series, maybe on the Friday night back in October. I could be wrong though, but I believe they do. Yes, no change to the qualifying criteria. But has the qualifying criteria actually come out yet
For
the Grand Slam?
No.
Jock? Nothing changes there. Right. Joanne Locke bouncing back there with a 140. I say we'll be here until the end of play today. So Boise's going to be jumping off very, very shortly. Appreciate you've got to get off very, very soon, mate. So if you do need to, if you do want to do one of the semi-final games, let me know and I can take over from there.
Sweet. Thanks very much.
I'll probably, while you're doing that, because I think the game's going to be on back to back, I'll make me lunch while you're doing that. Going for a turkey sandwich today, in case anyone's ever interested. Well, what I'm interested in is to see Lorraine Winstanley win this match, and I think she's about to.
Nothing to certainty we've seen today, but this 90 check out, as I said, Joanne Lott is yet to look comfortable on her own throw. Hasn't won a lead on her own throw in this game. Lorraine Winstanley misses ball for a 90 out. Joanne Lott, 153. Can't take it out, just a 60. So Lorraine Winstanley, 25. Make sure you're on that bid number. Lorraine Winstanley does. Take it out. It's a 4-2 victory, and Lorraine Winstanley butts her place into the last 4. She will take on Eileen de Graaf. It's Katie Sheldon and Lisa Ashton will go head-to-head in semi-final number 2.
We will see who is going to be going where. We don't know if it's going to be back-to-back. We don't know what the semi-finals normally do, but we will have a look a bit later on. As soon as we know anything, we will let you know. But as Boise says, it is going to be Lorraine Winstanley against Eileen de Graaf and Katie Sheldon against Lisa Ashton. One of those women will be the Women's Series 9 champion. 3 games to determine that. Don't forget that straight afterwards as well, that Women's Series 10 will be underway. Fallon Sherrock is out. She gets knocked out by Eileen de Graaf, but Lisa Ashton and Lorraine Winstanley are still there. We're back in a few moments' time with the semi-finals. This is the Women's Series on Online Darts in association with Betfred, Windmill, Red Dragon, and MODUS Darts. We'll see you shortly. Welcome back then to Online Darts. This is the Women's Series Live. Jonathan and Lee Boyce with you. Well, Boyce is only here for a few moments' time, and then he's going to be heading off shortly. I'm here with you all the way through until whenever Women's Series 10 is complete. We don't know what's going to happen on that one. We don't know either if the 2 games that we have left for you today, the Women's Series finals, we don't know if they are going to be starting completely, but we know that Eileen de Graaf and Lorraine Winstanley are warming up now as we speak. So I think the games are going to be going back to back. They're not going to be played at the same time. So there we go. Right. So yeah, we're just trying to work out if they're going to be together or whether they're not going to be. So we don't know. But Boise, I tell you what. If you take the next couple of minutes, then I'm going to go make some lunch. I think because you can bugger off in a few minutes and I can't. So I'll see you shortly. We'll get the stream up of the games and then it's all yours, Chief. All yours.
Yeah, let's let everyone in the chat room in. We have 4 players left. Who's going to win Women's Series event number 9 jar before you go for your lunch? Who's going to pick up the title? Are you staying? Are you going on the Lisa Ashton has been outstanding, has done it? I want to pick it up, or
Lisa? Absolutely.
I want for a surprise winner.
Lisa's winning this, I think. Lisa's definitely winning this, in my opinion. I think she's just too good. Up the kingdom. No, we can't win. No, look, just one All Ireland is all I ask, okay? But you will beat us tomorrow. You don't know what we're talking about, Lee. I appreciate that. But
Not though.
Yeah, honestly, Mayo against Kerry tomorrow in the All Ireland quarterfinals in the football. Unfortunately, Kerry will smash us. But, just one regular day of Mayo football is all I ask, Jamie. Will never happen. Right. Yeah, no, I'm going with Lisa. How about yourself?
I'm going for Eileen to beat Katie Sheldon in the final.
Ooh, okay.
I think Katie Sheldon can shot Lisa. I just think it might be a little bit too much then to follow that up. But I think Eileen to beat Katie Sheldon in the final. Okay. But right. Lisa's been incredible. Everyone else in the chat room, let's see who you think is going to pick up Women's Series Event 9.
In which case, I will be back in a few moments' time. I leave you all in the capable hands of Leroy's.
See you shortly. Jarlath, who was shut off just for some lunch, he will return with us. We've got, as he said, Lorraine and Eileen are warming up. Unsure if Katie and Lisa are going to play at the same time or they are going to go bat to bat. Semi-finals. Sean, I'm in the same academy as Katie. She's a brilliant player. She's an outstanding talent. She done very well last week at the Six Nations, Tri Nations, whatever. Can't remember what it's called. To win that final round, to pick up the title for Ireland. She's played some very, very good stuff today. And for me, Tantor's an upset against Lisa Ashton. We've seen her in the final, the Women's Series event, and she's going to be outstanding to see her at Blackpool if she makes it. The talent for the women's game is just ridiculous. Obviously, there's a lot of talk about what Belle Greaves can do, but Katie Sheldon certainly in the mix for the quality that she has, and experience like this, experience of the match play, if she can make it, would be huge. And she's just £50 off Trina. I'm not sure if Trina's playing this weekend to beat the UK DA, so we might not see Trina at all this weekend. That's where Dieter's going tomorrow as well. So that would mean that a win here for Katie Sheldon would move her up to 7th place, just behind Rhiannon Griffiths. If she can go on and lift the title, she will move up to 5th. So it could be a very, very crucial next 20 minutes, half hour, and it's looking like that both games are going to be played at the same time, as Eileen and Lorraine have been warming up for a while, but have yet to start. And Katie Sheldon and Lisa Ashton are also warming up. So it looks like both games are going to be played at the same time. Just have a quick look at which one's going to be on the streaming board for you. It is Katie Sheldon and Lisa Ashton is down to be on streaming board. The semi-finals will start in the next couple of minutes. So we've got a mixture in the group. We've got a couple of people for Katie. John O'Shea saying heart says Katie, head says Lisa. Dale says Lorraine. I'm going for Eileen. Jar's done for Lisa. So there is certainly a mix between us of who goes on and picks up the £1,000 prize money. And as we've mentioned, Eileen de Graaf is at that mark that Jar says of 1,700. That could be enough to secure the place at Blackpool. However, what we do know is Lisa Ashton and Fallon Sherrock are guaranteed to be at Blackpool. Lorraine wins Stanley on 2,350. We would expect to be there. Laura Turner on 1,800 as well. We would expect to be there. But right now, the focus is on the last 4, and both games are underway at the same time. And we have Katie Sheldon has won the bullseye against Lisa Ashton, and Eileen de Graaf has won the bull against Lorraine. So we will have both stores on the screen. Lot of support for Katie Sheldon in the chat room. Katie Sheldon started off 116.88, 85, sorry, just been corrected on Darts.net, which isn't a bad start, but Lisa Ashton is on 140.100, followed up with a 60. Early stages, we'll focus on this Katie Sheldon and Lisa Ashton dame. We will switch between the two though. So Katie Sheldon fires in 100. It's 156 left for Sheldon. 45 store for Lisa Ashton. So also leave 156. Nothing to split the players after 12 darts. Can Katie Sheldon set it up? 100 back-to-back ton for Katie Sheldon. 3 visits of 100 in this lead. Lisa Ashton with 156. What a way to start it would be. 140 store, even better setup, but it's Sheldon who's coming back first. 456. Can Katie Sheldon take out 56 and take the opener? She does. Sheldon 1-0. Remember, in these semi-finals, the format does increase. We are now best of 9 instead of best of 7. So we'll see a slightly London dame. Lisa Ashton storing power is there then to see in lead 2. She starts off with a 140 and Sheldon responds with a 140 of her own. Moving over to Eileen de Graaf and Lorraine Winstanley. Eileen de Graaf leaves 32 after 18 darts. Lorraine Winstanley's bat on 176, currently has the darts in hand. Fires in a 140 to put the pressure on Eileen de Graaf. But Eileen de Graaf cleans it up. 19 darter to start. Very good start for Eileen de Graaf, and she moves into a 1-0 lead. We go back to Sheldon and Lisa Ashton. Katie Sheldon and Lisa Ashton both started with a 180. Sheldon's done back-to-back 60s, but Lisa with the throw has done 83, 30, and now another 140 to leave 108. Sheldon's back on 241. Needs a 2 treble visit really to apply any sort of pressure. It's just a 59 from the 18-year-old. 182 left. Lisa Ashton fires in 72 to leave double 18. Can Sheldon apply any pressure? It's just a visit of a 60. She struggled since that 140, and Lisa Ashton cleans it up with a 16 dart lead. And we are 1 apiece between Katie Sheldon. Just looking at Lisa Ashton, just missing the 18s for a 108 in that lead 2 on the stream. So Lorraine Winstanley with throw in lead 2. 16 is 17 to start it off, so not a strong start, but has got back-to-back 100s to set herself bat in the throw. Another player who's done back-to-back 100s is Katie Sheldon on throw. Lisa Ashton's found a treble in both of her visits, as a 96 and 95, so very close third leg. Sheldon with an 81. Just edging in front in this one with the darts currently. Lisa Ashton, 140 would leave the big fish, but it's only a 40, so it's 270 left. Katie Sheldon's on 220. She hits 60 to leave 160, so she'll come back for a 160. As in the other down, Lorraine Winstanley leaves 64 to get her first lead on the board. That would mean we are 1 apiece in both if Lorraine Winstanley can take it. But back to Katie Sheldon. She left 160. She takes out 160. Katie Sheldon with some fantastic darts. It's a 160 check out against Lisa Ashton. It's on throw, but that doesn't matter because if Katie Sheldon can hold throw across the dame, she will win. I'm just having a look at that 160 check out now on stream. That dart in tops is absolutely plumb. Smack bang in the middle. Great finish by Katie Sheldon, who moves 2-1 in front against Lisa Ashton. All 4 semi-finalists now have a lead on the board as Lorraine Winstanley, that's her first one, and she's won a piece with Eileen de Graaf, which dame is on PDC stream. It is the Katie Sheldon and Lisa Ashton dame. And if you are flicking over to it now, you have just missed the fantastic 160 check out by Katie Sheldon. And she's throwing some very, very good stuff and pressuring the Lisa Ashton throw. Lisa Ashton's had to hit back-to-back 140s to leave 101 after 12 darts. Katie Sheldon's left 136. Pressure on the 4-time world champion by the youngster. Let's see if Lisa Ashton can take out a ton plus check out. She can't, but she sets it up nicely. Katie Sheldon's just taken out 160. Surely can't take out 136. Not on this occasion. It's just a 60. 76 left. Lisa Ashton, 8-8 to level the scores at 2 apiece. The pace that this game is being played at is very, very good. Very easy on the eye. And it is 2 apiece. All on throw. Katie Sheldon and Lisa Ashton have looked very, very comfortable on throw. But the highlight of the game is that 160 in lead 3. And the ton plus checkouts keep coming. This time it's between Winstanley and Eileen de Graaf. Eileen de Graaf fires in a 146 checkout. Fantastic stuff from Eileen. She started the day in 8th place. She's currently sitting in 5th place in that race to the match play in the order of merit for the Women's Series this year. And Eileen de Graaf is 2-1 in front against Lorraine Winstanley. We've had 7 leads in the women's semi-finals so far, all of which have been won on throw. Just shows how good the women have been playing on throw. However, we do have a throw that is being threatened, and this time it is Katie Sheldon's. Lisa Ashton, after 12 darts, has left 80. Fantastic stuff by the 4-time world champion. She leaves 80 after 12, and Katie Sheldon fires in a 140 to leave 57, but that's after 15s. Lisa Ashton for the break of throw, and she takes out 80 in 3 darts, and Lisa Ashton moves in front for the first time, and she has broken the throw. She needed a break, and she gets one in lead 5. It's only a start of 45 for Lisa Ashton, and Sheldon follows up with a 60. Sheldon needs that break back, and the sooner the better for Sheldon. Winstanley's in control and led 4 on throw. Stay with this one now as Eileen de Graaf is on 2-3-1. Lorraine Winstanley on 1-4-7. As I say, Lorraine's in control. Eileen de Graaf fires in a 1-3-6 to leave 95. Can Lorraine Winstanley find a 1-4-7? She can't and leaves 88. Eileen de Graaf, 95 left for a 3-1 lead and advantage in this semi-final. Can't take it out. Lorraine Winstanley, 88 to level things up at 2 apiece. And we have a break opportunity for Katie Sheldon as well. Lorraine Winstanley can't take it out. So Eileen de Graaf is coming back. Katie Sheldon's break opportunity was a 101. She can't take it but sets it up. Leaves double 16. Lisa Ashton on all the ones. Can't take out 111. Only 51 stored. Katie Sheldon, 32 left. Can she level stores up? Get that break back to the Irish fans out there who are supporting Katie Sheldon. Yes, you can. It's 3 apiece. And Katie Sheldon, Lisa Ashton are having a fantastic game. 86 average for Katie Sheldon, 87 for Lisa Ashton. With 3 darts in hand, there hasn't been a missed dart between Katie Sheldon and Lisa Ashton. We've seen a 160 from Katie Sheldon. In the other game, Eileen de Graaf is 3-1 up against Lorraine Winstanley. And as we are getting to the business end of the semi-finals, I am joined once more by Jarla Featon.
Hello, I've been listening to you. That was a nice lunch. Turkey sandwich and a couple of yogurts. Tell you what, I don't mind if you want to keep having Sheldon Ashton, mate. I don't mind doing that. But yeah, big moments. This. Remember, everybody, in case you aren't aware, if Katie Sheldon beats Lisa Ashton, she would go 7th in the order of merit as things stand right now, and she would knock. And she would knock Trina Gulliver out of the match play. You got your head in your hands, Boise.
Yes. Katie Sheldon just had a fantastic leg to break. And now on throw has done 66, 60, 60, 60. Whereas, and add another 60 to that. That's 5 visits to the board. High score of 66. Straight them throughout with 60, but just not found that treble. Lisa Ashton has got 109 here, but she's got 6 darts to take it out. She's left double 14. Katie Sheldon's on 195. Needs a 2 treble visit here to apply the pressure. Score of 90, Lisa Ashton. 28 for a 4-3 lead. It's another break to throw in coming. It very much looks like. As she will move just one away. She can't take it out. She can't take it out. She's missed 3 at it. First time in this game, a player's had 3 darts in hand and missed.
She's got to take this now.
Katie Sheldon. It's only a score of 39. It's not good enough. However, it is a very, very tricky score of 14 for Lisa Ashton. Potentially a split, and she busts it. Lisa Ashton busts 14. Katie Sheldon has now got 66. I've saw her just miss on the stream the first 2 at that double 7 that were outside. Katie Sheldon leads with 66, and Katie Sheldon moves 1 away. Remember, Katie Sheldon will have the throw in the last leg if we go there, but she will want to break Lisa Ashton here. And Lisa Ashton has just started with a 60. In the other game, Eileen de Graaf is 1 away. She's 4-1 in front against Lorraine Winstanley. I do apologise to the Eileen de Graaf and Lorraine Winstanley fans, as the focus has been on this fantastic game between Lisa and Katie Sheldon. Darts quality early on was fantastic. Drama is now coming into this one.
Just quickly, Lorraine Winstanley is in a bit of trouble here as well in this leg. Eileen de Graaf has kicked off with a 140 and a ton. Lorraine Winstanley needs a 2 treble visit and she doesn't get it. So Eileen de Graaf is currently 63 points ahead plus these. And she could be about to... Jack, we can't put them 2 together. Unfortunately, we haven't got the streaming software to do that. If one of them goes, but for the final, we obviously will put the scoreboards up. Back to you, though, because it looks like... I'll tell you what, actually.
It's time.
Yeah.
Looking time for Katie Sheldon. Lisa Ashton has done 60, 55, 82, 60. Katie Sheldon, we spoke about her hitting that 1 treble in the previous leg. She only started with a 41, but these visits now were so important. 100, 100, 100. Left 160. Katie Sheldon.
Ashton's only that's incredible.
140 to leave double 10. Whether she's missed a match start there or not, I'm not sure. I can tell you shortly, but she will be coming back for more as Lisa Ashton's only at 66. Katie Sheldon's got 20 for the Dane. Can Katie Sheldon defeat Lisa Ashton here at this visit? No, she can't. She misses darts all outside.
Eileen de Graaf.
Katie Sheldon did have match start on that 160. She just come low on it, and then Lisa Ashton's cleaned it up. We are down to the Noble.
Eileen de Graaf has just gone through. She beats Lorraine Winstanley 5-1. What a run it's been for Eileen de Graaf. She started the day 8. She's now into the final of the Women's Series 9. And I tell you what, she's just about pretty much booked her place as well in the women's match play. However, we are going to go straight to the game between Katie Sheldon and Lisa Ashton to call it in. Here's Lee Boyce.
The 3 misses outside for Katie Sheldon. The first 2 were quite a distance away. The third one, she came in, but the other 2 wasn't a marker for her. But in this snowball lead, Katie Sheldon's got the darts. 45 star, but Lisa Ashton can only find a 60. Sheldon's followed it up with a 100. Lisa Ashton's then hit a 140. So then you'd say take control, but Sheldon's found a 140 herself. Lisa Ashton's fired back with a 100. This is some quality stuff by the experienced Lisa Ashton and the youngster Katie Sheldon. Only a 60 for Sheldon, but it does mean she gets to a finish first. She's on 156. Lisa Ashton 201. Would be looking for a 105 or better here, and it's better. It's a 139. Lisa Ashton leaves 62. Katie Sheldon's hit a 160. Can she hit a 156? The answer is no. The pace that these two are thrown at is ridiculous. She's left 56. Lisa Ashton just taken out 96 to level the scores. Can she hit 62 to win? And I'm really sorry to the Irish fans out there, but Lisa Ashton has cleaned that up. And what a performance by the two women of Katie Sheldon and Lisa Ashton. That is some sensational darts. But it is Lisa Ashton who progresses through to the final. But if I had a cap, I would be bearing it down to Katie Sheldon, because that is a fantastic performance from an 18-year-old who has got a huge future in the game. And right now, she will be focused on event number 10 and getting herself in that top 8. Because after that and watching that Dane jar, I would love to see Katie Sheldon on that Blackpool stage.
Tell you what, wouldn't mind her being the 8th seed and playing Lisa Ashton. There's no doubt about that. That's how the order of merit looks. I say Eileen de Graaf is there with her run today in this final. I think she's there. I think she will be the 4th woman at the Women's World Match Play in Blackpool. Laura Turner, I think, is just about there or thereabouts. She might need a couple more wins, but that was excellent. Rhiannon Griffiths and Jane Densley are still looking over their shoulder nervously. As it stands, Trina Gulliver is in the 8th spot, but I can't see her being in there for much longer, to be honest. Mikuru Suzuki, they see her on 13th place. There's a bit of a gap there, and Katie Sheldon winning that, losing that game, has actually probably kept the likes of Robin Byrne, Joanne Locke and Chloe O'Brien and Kirsty Hutchinson in that race. Corinne Hammond with a decent run through to the last 8 has got a 15th there. But like we say, our focus now, though, Boise, is Eileen de Graaf against Lisa Ashton. Ashton looking for yet another Women's Series title. But what a run that was today from Eileen de Graaf.
Sensational run. If you just looked at the run that she's had over the last 4 games, going back to the last 32, she beat Laura Turner 4-3. She beat Astrid Trowburst, who was playing some very good stuff, 4-1 in the last 16. She then knocked out Fallon Sherrock in a sensational performance, and then has absolutely demolished Lorraine Winstanley in the semi-finals. If you're looking at a run to a final, you're not going to have many more difficult than what she's just done. So it's hard to bet against Eileen de Graaf in that run. But then when you know she's coming up against Lisa Ashton, who's just done what Lisa Ashton's done against Katie Sheldon, and what she's done the rest of the day, which includes a 90-plus average and 100-plus average. It's going to be a very, very good final.
It is indeed. Boise, thank you very, very much. Appreciate you probably got to go and get yourself ready to go and party your way into the afternoon. It's been a pleasure, mate. Thanks again for your help. And hopefully speak to you soon and see you in person very, very soon.
Yeah, as he's in the chat room, it's going to be my new sign, I think, for this weekend. I'm about to let John O'Shade. I'm going to get very drunk this weekend.
Very good.
Mr. O'Shea.
Very good, mate. Take it easy.
Catch you in a minute.
So there's Boise gone. It is just me, I'm afraid. Now, for the next few hours, we'll be here with you all the way through until whenever Women's Series 10 ends. I'm not sure how long it will take Women's Series 9 and then Women's Series 10 to get going, but we'll be here all the time. And it'd be great, as always, to hear from you. So there you go. Lisa Ashton against Eileen de Graaf is the final here on day 1 of this 3rd block of Women's Series events. Just a quick reminder as well, there's a lot of darts as well to watch tonight. It is the finals night in the live league, so join us from 10 o'clock BST. Henry Deacon will be talking you through all of that. And we will be back in a few moments' time when hopefully we will know when Eileen de Graaf and Lisa Ashton will take their spaces in Women's Series 9. The final will be coming up in just a few moments' time. Stay with us. This is the Online Darts coverage of the Women's Series.
level. Take it to the next level.
Everyone, welcome back then, everybody. This is Online Darts. This is the Women's Series live. As you can see, the results there on the two semi-finals. Eileen de Graaf and Lisa Ashton are our two finalists for Women's Series 9. I'll tell you what we'll do, if I can just do some bit of jiggery pokery with us. By the way, I'm Jonathan Eaton. Hi, hope you're all good. Don't forget as well, that will be here with you for Women's Series 10. So that's what I'm going to try and do for now. I'm going to try and see if I can find this a little bit here and give you a bit of, an overview, if you like, of the board assignments today. So this is how it looks. We'll go through each board individually. And there's going to be Joanne Locke against Rachel Bird will be the game there that will decide who takes on Laura Patton. And Dita Hebden will take on Sarah Roberts as well in the last 64. Katie Woodcock will take on Deborah Watling on board 2. Winner of that will play Abby Jurd. Noah Lynn van Leuven will take on Anke Zilstra. On board 3, it will be Anne Dorstein against Catherine Handley in the 128. They will take on Rhiannon O'Sullivan, the winner of that. Kerry O'Connor will then take on Aurora Forcisato in the last 64. On board 4, it's Denise Cassidy taking on Lorraine Hyde. And then the winner of that will play Judy Thompson. The other last 64 game there will be Louise Lay against Tara Dima. Board 5 then looks like this. Sarah Brown against Yuriko Yamaguchi in the 128. They will play Rebecca Edwards, who made, of course, a last 16 appearance earlier on today. Laura Turner back on board 5 as she will take on Grace Ferridge. Board 6, we'll see Tracy Knorr take on Lorena Rietbergen, in the 128. They will take on Lisa Ashton. That's not a bad draw, is it? Kirsty Hutchinson against Robin Byrne as well to come up after that. That's a huge game in the race as well to try and stay in touch in the women's match play race. That's on board 6. Board 7 looks like this. Marlene Badger will take on Jane Densley in the 128 with the winner taking on Eileen de Graaf. Will she be a Women's Series champion by that point? We'll find out, of course. Then Terrace Francis Kidwell will take on Felicia Blay in the other 64 game. And the top half of the draw completed with Bakuru Suzuki against Yuki Sakaguchi. Winner of that taking on James Shearing. Helen Ward and Sharon Godby are the other last 64 game. Board 9 looks like this. Amanda Harwood will take on Rhiannon Griffiths with the winner to take on Natalie Gilbert. Maria O'Brien as well will be on that board as well. So Rhiannon Griffiths and Maria O'Brien potentially in a board final. That could be huge again in the race for the match play. Then Maria O'Brien taking on Kim Holland. Their board 10 sees Trish Kidd take on Steph Stutley with the winner taking on Kasumi Sato. The winner of that one again will play the winner of Lindsay Gludmans against Steph Clark. Board 11 will see Yvonne Taylor take on Danielle Fry with the winner playing Corinne Hammond. The other last 64 games sees Fon Willis taking on Mosgan Rami in the last 64. Board 12, Joe Moore will take on Michelle Andrews. The winner of that gets Katie Sheldon. And it's Jackie Wilson against King Jin Zhao in the other 64 game. Josie Patterson will take on Nanako Shimizu with the winner facing Chloe O'Brien. Chris Savary will take on Barbara Hospodarska in the last 64. Going through the rest of the boards, then looking like this. Board 14, Leanne Palmer against Ashrid Trobos. Remember, she made the last 16 earlier on today. She will take on, or the winner of that one will take on Jane Monaghan. Juliet Finley will take on Tina Nalon in the other last 64 game. Rachel Brooks will take on Louise Pearson. The winner of that will take on Courtney Hind. And then Lorraine Winstanley back in action. In the last 64, she will take on Rebecca Browse. And finally, Board 16, Angela McDonald will take on Leanne Topper. The winner of that gets Fallon Sherrock. Jan Robbins against Claire Stewart is the other last 64 game. That will be getting underway as soon as event 9 is done, and that will be very, very shortly indeed, because as we can bring yourself back to the match centre, we are not warming up just yet, unfortunately. But what I am happy to do is try to answer a few questions in the chat room. So if you do have any questions around the world of darts, Zinjik says, "What was the highest check so far?" I believe it was a 164 that Fallon hit. I could be completely wrong, but that's what I've heard, and that's what I've been watching. I can't think of anything else that's happened at the moment. So I'll tell you what we'll do while we're waiting for that. I will share with you the current order of merit. That's how it looks as things stand at the moment. So Lisa Ashton on the top. She could be winning her 6th title in 9 events, which would be bonkers. And just shows to show you just how far clear of the rest of the pack she is at the moment. Fallon Sherrock, she'd be quite glad, I think, that Lorraine didn't win, because then it could have put some real pressure on her for the world spot. Remember, Fallon could be missing 4 events as things stand at the moment, because she would be in New Zealand on the weekend of the Women's Series. Eileen de Graaf then 4th. She was 8th at the start of the day. She has come through the day and then some at the moment. Laura Turner is in 5th. We think that Laura just about there, but she might just need a couple more wins to get herself to Blackpool. But Eileen de Graaf, we think, is there. She will definitely be there with a win in this one. And this next matchup, Rhiannon Griffiths is then 6th. Jane Densley 7th. Trina Gulliver not playing this weekend. She's at the UKDA. Remember, of course, that she won one of the events, as you can see there on your screen. She won one of the events. She won Women's Series 5. So she won't be going to the match play, though, because there's 3 more events to go, and Katie Sheldon is breathing down her neck. So a great run for her to the semi-finals has done just that. Robin Byrne, then 10th. Joanna Locke, 11th. Chloe O'Brien, 12th. Makuru Suzuki, not a bad run for her, but she's been drawn with some absolute stinkers again in Women's Series 10. Kirsty Hutchinson, the same as well. Corin Hammond, Lorena Ritzbergen, and Rhiannon Sullivan there. There's the top 17 as things stand. So where are we? We're close. They have pushed the button. That's what we do know. They pushed the button on the game between Eileen de Graaf and Lisa Ashton, our final game of Women's Series 9. Don't forget that you can watch that on PDC TV right now. Get yourself a monthly pass for just £4.99, which isn't too bad. You get yourself all the Players' Championship and the European Tour as well. That's coming up. You won't get the match play, I don't think, especially if you're in the UK or Europe or Australia. I think there's a lot of different places you can go and watch it. And if you want to as well, you can go and watch Gob interviewing all the players that have won last night in the Dutch Darts Masters, because it's all available on the YouTube channel right now, onlinedarts.com, as well to read the report. So just get myself ready for I'm just talking to myself now, really, aren't I? Just got to get myself ready for this final. And hopefully, it won't be too much longer before we get going. Hopefully, the ball will be getting played for, and we can bring you all the action. Thank you very much, by the way, for everybody who's been watching. There's been a lot of people watching today. I know there isn't much sport on going around the world, although I will be looking to see, actually. Anybody here a cricketist? Anybody here a cricket fan? How are we doing? Johnny Bairstow get a double or not? Oh, look. Okay. Oh, bloody hell. 55 for 6, 360 odd out. It's not bad. But yeah, no, I mean, as well, there's a lot of people in here as well that are ready for this final. We are too. So we are underway, and it is Lisa Ashton who has the ball. So we will get that up for you. And we are ready to give you a final. And here it is. So Lisa Ashton starting with a 47, 60 then. And then Eileen de Graaf responding with 100. So we are underway. This is the Women's Series 9 final. Both these two are going to be in the match play. Lisa looking for her 6th title of the year, which would be a remarkable achievement. She'd have won 2/3 of the titles available. Eileen de Graaf looking for her first. The other two that have won one so far. Won one, Fallon Sherrock. Of course, Trina Gulliver. Ashton leaving herself on the big fish. Doesn't need to take it out. So here comes Eileen de Graaf. Can she get a bit of a pressure on? The answer is no. So 6 darts needed. Ashton now looking for tops to hold her throw in the opening leg, and she doesn't get it. I wonder if she strayed off there a little bit. De Graaf missing inside on the 14s to go and leaves double 7. So Ashton taking away, and she does. So it's a 1-0 lead for Lisa. De Graaf looking to win this leg and get herself on the board. Not a bad start there, I think, for Eileen de Graaf. Let's see what she can do here. Don't forget as well, if you do want to watch it live, you can do. It's on PDC TV. Sign up if you haven't already done so. Don't forget as well, those Worlds tickets will be going on sale as well. So you do get yourself a bit of a priority sale for those Worlds tickets. It's going to be one hell of a party down at Ali Pali, as it always is. And the 2 spots in the Women's Series will be up for, the top 2 in the Women's Series order of merit will be part of the fun at Christmas time. Actually now looking for the 158. Let's see what happens here. What can she do? She could take it out. Lisa Ashton, that's naughty. Sensational stuff. Where the hell did that come from? And with Eileen de Graaf sitting on 87, you'd think, okay, we're level for a level game here. Nope. No. So Ashton now, they're looking to try and make the break a hold and go over halfway to finding another title. This is ridiculous, by the way, the amount of titles she wouldn't have with the 6th, as I say, the 6th title in 9 events. She's either not made any money, reached the final, or won it. Madness how good she is. The Lancashire Rose, 4-time champion of the world. And is continuing to put all the pressure on Eileen de Graaf. De Graaf here, though, she needs to be better than that, I think. 151 left for Lisa. Okay, 60, then 91. Obviously, look at the 17s if she comes back. And she will do. She'll get a shot at it. Because Eileen de Graaf hits 91 herself, but she only won 3-1. Very surprised. Well, she thinks she's missed a dart at the ball. I'll have a look on the stream a bit later. Ireland de Graaf is back for tops. And she misses inside all three. Oh dear. You've got to take those chances against Lisa Ashton. Because she does punish often. She punishes there as well. So we are 3-0 ahead. And Lisa Ashton is very, very close to getting her 6th title of the Women's Series events. I say don't go away too much, though, after this, because all the action will be back ready and rocking and rolling to go again. As Women's Series 10 will get underway. We'll be heading straight into Women's Series 10. And don't forget, we're back tomorrow. Same time, 10 o'clock. Barzi will be here. Phil Barzi will be back in the chair. I'll be here for the morning session, the first event. And then Gob, hopefully, as long as he gets back from Schiphol Airport, all right, will be with us for the afternoon. So all the fun of the fair. Lovely stuff that from Ireland de Graaf to leave 170 after 9. Can she now take this out? Because she didn't quite get to where she wanted to be, I don't think, after that first leg. That was on her throw. She's missed opportunities to get the break back. And she's going to get 6 now at 72. And she takes it out in 3 darts. So she is on the board. So 3-1 lead. Where are we then with this 5th leg of the match? Good start for Ireland de Graaf. If she were to break here, and she's got half a chance of doing it, we could have a final on our hands. 136 and 174. Ashton can't really respond. Only 59. So Ireland de Graaf might be in with a shout here. I mean, 57's okay. She leaves herself 134 after 9, and now it's a case of what could happen here? 161 left for Lisa, and she leaves herself on double 18. Does de Graaf? Only 38 for Lisa. Excalibur, I don't know, is the honest answer. Someone with a lot more intelligence than I do will be able to tell you. Ashton just cannot seem to find the big scores and the big troubles at the moment. And de Graaf has bust. She's gone inside on 3 different occasions. Oh, dear. You cannot give chances like this to a woman like Lisa Ashton, because she just takes advantage and she makes it 4-1. And Ireland de Graaf will be ruining all the chances that she's got. So Lisa, 1 away from a 6th Women's Series title. $95 there, following up 100 for Lisa. Ireland de Graaf with an 84 and a 76. You've got to say here, Lisa Ashton has stolen the darts. 2 chances in consecutive legs to break back. Ireland de Graaf did have the chance to do so, but it just isn't happening for her. Lisa Ashton now, I think, might have broken her. Both the 3rd and the 5th legs, Ireland de Graaf missing multiple opportunities to break. And now Lisa Ashton is starting to show the quality that she has. We might actually have second person on for this afternoon. I'm not sure. More info to come as we have it. But what we do know at the moment is that Lisa Ashton is about to potentially win her 6th title in 9 events. But what a response from Eileen de Graaf to leave herself on double 16. Lisa Ashton needs 54 more points. Can she take this out and pretty much secure a space at the World Championships halfway through the year? Yes, she can. Lisa Ashton, the Lancashire Rose, 4-time champion of the world, continues on her march to World Championship at Ali Pali and Women's Series glory. The Lancashire Rose taking advantage of poor doubling. There's no doubt about that from Eileen de Graaf. But it is Ashton who advances and will be advancing her cause for the Women's World Championship. She moves on to £6,600. She is now nearly twice as far away, as clear as anybody else. The only one within touching distance realistically now is Fallon Sherrock, but I think she could be there or thereabouts in the race for the women's match play. The race for the World Championship. One of the spots might be already gone. Lisa Ashton is champion in event 9 of the women's series. We will be back in just a few moments' time. We're going to start with event 10, where we might be joined by a very special guest. Stay with us. This is the Online Darts Women's Series. We're back in a second.
Take it to the next level.
Welcome back, everyone. This is Online Darts. This is the Women's Series live stream. Myself, Jarlath Theaton, with you all day and now. I've got to say, actually, to this person that has just joined us in the back end of our streaming software here, thank you. Thank you very much for leaving the fans that you had here on Thursday night, Jack Colby Garwood. It's been used very well. Good afternoon, buddy.
Hello, mate. How are we?
Not bad. Are you okay?
Very well, thank you. Very well.
How is Amsterdam treating you?
It's lovely. I've not done as much exploring as I wanted to, but I thought, just leave a few things for next time, which by next time, I mean, leave everything for next time. My exploring this morning turned into, there's a sports shop attached to the Ajax Arena, so I bought myself a new Nike t-shirt, and I went for lunch. And literally, I went back towards the train station, was looking for an Italian restaurant, found a menu. I was like, oh, that'll do. Walked in, options sit inside or outside. I was like, I'll take inside, thank you. Put myself in the corner, got given the menu, and I hear my name shouted across the room. So I went and joined the manager and the player for lunch. It was lovely.
Can we ask which one?
I just had lunch with Mr. Vincent van der Voort.
Oh, did you? How is he?
Yeah, brilliant.
Oh, is he? I bet he was happy after what happened last night.
He's very, very good mood. Do you know what? I said that in an interview with him yesterday as well, just how much more relaxed and happy Vincent seems to be. He's not bulldozing the matchroom anytime soon at the minute. But I think he's feeling fitter. His back is definitely not hurting him anymore. And he's playing some better darts. So, yeah, he's in a great place right now.
Well, it's good to have you back, mate. Thank you for coming on. I appreciate you've got to head off, no doubt, in a couple of hours to get yourself ready for what's going to be an extraordinarily busy day for you. But hopefully...
You say that. I've only got to do one interview tonight, so I'm going to watch the quarterfinals in the arena. Don't tell Phil. Yesterday was the busy one. I did 8 interviews. 7 of them went out. Vincent, do you know what? It's a good job I ran into Vincent for lunch. And I didn't tell him this, but he messed up my interview last night because I set the camera up perfectly. We're in a bit of a tight space for the interviews. And he stepped forward as I started asking the questions, and I forgot to look back at the screen. And his head was just chopped off constantly. So Vincent's didn't go out last night. But everyone else's was brilliant.
He's a tall man, Vincent.
Yes. And then Martin Piermacher come in a game later, and I was like, stand back, do not move. Vincent's just done me in.
Oh, dear. Well, I appreciate you coming on, mate, because I appreciate as well as it. What is it? 3 hours before you can get yourself into the arena. So thank you very, very much indeed. 4? Oh, is it 4?
I'm getting from 6 here. It starts at 7.
Yes. So.
Oh wait, my laptop's still on the wrong time. My phone's on the correct time. 3 hours.
Yes, 3 hours, definitely. Definitely wanted to say that. So thank you very, very much indeed for coming on, mate. Should we just chat some random nonsense about the women's series and see where we go?
Can do.
Why not? Right. Well, everybody, welcome back. As actually, they've just gone live with a couple of games. Which one do you want to go for? Do you want the top half of the draw or the bottom half? I generally don't mind.
Good question.
Top half of the draw is stacked, to be fair.
Whichever half has Jane Densley in for my Derbyshire allegiance.
Think that's the top half?
Board 7. I will take the top half then.
Yes, no problem at all. To be fair, that one is stacked actually in the race for the women's match play, so that's quite important actually. As you can see, games are starting to warm up. Games are starting to get underway. Tracy North against Lorena Rietbergen, who made a good run actually, made a quarter-final against Katie Sheldon earlier on today. Joanne Locke as well needs to get a good run in, otherwise she could be in a bit of trouble in that race, the match play. Also getting underway, Angeline McDonald against Leanne Topper and Katie Woodcock against Deborah Watlings. That's underway there as well. Don't forget, all these results are available on PDC on DartConnect, tv.dartconnect.com is what we're looking at. We're just chatting some random nonsense over the top of it, really. That's what we're doing. And yeah, get involved, get in the chat room, everybody. And genuinely, not just saying this because he's on, make sure you have a look back at all the interviews that Gob's done. If you haven't already, have a look.
No, you softy.
I know. By the way, I forgot to tell you when my bed came today.
I did see you message Lee say 10 minutes, so I presume that's what it was.
Yeah. Sorry that you had to stay on the sofa on Thursday night.
Yeah.
Next time, you're welcome on the single bed. I don't know what's worse, actually, the single bed or my sofa.
No idea.
You'll find out next time you come.
It weren't that bad. Bed here is lovely.
Very good.
Well, no, yeah, I do think it's 2 singles pushed together, but it's lovely.
Yeah, well, I've been in a single bed the last few days in Amsterdam watching the cricket, so all been good. Right, James Smith says I think you would be happy with that, wouldn't you? Is that final?
Take it. Just someone that speaks English a bit more comfortably in the final would be lovely.
Well, I got Divvy's all right.
Yeah. A bit of Belgian waffle for everybody.
Oh yeah, David P180 says Premier in beds. You know this. You know this from the old show that we used to do. Everything's Premier but the price.
I'm not in a Premier Inn.
I know, but we all know that Premier Inn is the GOAT. Simple as. Right, let's have a look then at some of those games that are going on as things stand at the moment. So, congratulations again to Lisa Ashton, by the way, mate. 6 titles in 9 events. That's pretty good.
It's a bit steady. I did just see, where has it gone? All-time PDC Women's Series titles. Lisa's now won 13. Fallon has won 9. Dita Hebben, Mikuru Suzuki, and Trina Gulliver have all won 1. The dominance between the top 2 is quite frankly staggering.
Ludicrous, isn't it, really?
Mm-hmm.
Actually ludicrous. So all 16 boards will be underway in just a second. Just a quick one as well for everybody that's watching. We can't really, that is literally the best that we can do. I'm really sorry. If there was a way that we could sort that out properly, I would do, but unfortunately
Zoom in a little, hold control and scroll on your wheel.
Yeah, but the problem with that then is that I lose all the rest of the boards.
Fair point. Don't do it.
Now, I can do 110 and then I'll just try and keep scrolling up and down. So I'm sorry to people that might miss a couple of games. Right, so top half of the draw at the moment. Rhiannon Griffiths is next up and she's just getting on the way on board 9. She's number 6 in the race to the match play. She had a decent run this morning, got to the last 16, but she needs to get another big one if she's going to survive from the likes of Katie Sheldon. Katie Sheldon, what a run that she had as well. Semi-finalist last time out she's just fantastic.
She's certainly getting there, isn't she? She's coming of age a little bit.
I know people are saying that she's only 18 as well, which is just ludicrous. How you could be that good at darts at that young an age.
How about this? Why don't I share?
You do that, Bob. You try your hardest, buddy.
That's the wrong button.
Yeah. I tell you what, I'll stop the screen. There you go. You can try and share now. That's better. Look at that. How have you done that?
Magic.
Thanks. Well, there you go, everybody. That's a bit better, isn't it? So now Gob can sort that out for us all. So that's always excellent.
And by the time I leave, you won't need it that big anyway. So
what's that? Sorry.
By the time I leave, you won't need it that big.
No, probably not. We'll probably be hopefully into towards the final stages of the event by that point. We've got you for the next couple of hours. So very happy with that. Mm-hmm. Hopefully we'll get to the last 8 and it will just be me. Right, so big stories then to follow, mate. I think the biggest one to follow at the moment, Joanne Locke in the prelim as well. She needs a bit of a run. Mikuru Suzuki on board 8 though. That's the big one. She's the wild card, as I said before this weekend. I think that if she can do bits this weekend, then I think that she could be the wild card in the match play. If she were to get there.
She's got to get there first. Yeah, I thought you meant to take on the top 2 then, but she's a little bit set back. Look, Trina's absence is massive knowing that Mikuru is there. A semi-final for Mikuru in this event, and she overtakes Trina, but with 2 events to go. So, yeah, look, if Mikuru gets there, definitely. She's got experience of playing in front of TV cameras, in front of crowds. She's done the PDC World. She's done the WDF, which is decent. So, yeah, look, if she gets there, she's one that Lisa and Fallon will be hoping doesn't qualify.
Definitely.
You'd rather have, without being respectful, a Katie Sheldon or a Jo Locke, who have very, very little TV experience. Oh, one sec.
What, you got a knock on the door?
Yes.
Oh, you have to mute your mic. Yeah, okay. Gob's gone just for a second to make sure everything's all right. I'll tell you what, David, we'll publish the table in a bit. Once games have started to ease up a little bit and when we know things are going on, we will publish the table. So bear with us on that. We will have a look at that a bit later on. Don't worry. Promise you we'll get that to you before we go off the air and we'll update everything before we go. Mikuru actually is just taking the 1-0 lead against Yuki Sakaguchi over on board 8. So that's one of your boards, Gob. Sorry about that. But you've got Joanne Locke as well on that side of your board as well, which is huge for her. She has to get into the money rounds. Simple as.
She does. It's a good start against Rachel Bird as well, another one of the Derbyshire team. Lorena Rietbergen started pretty well.
She's on.
I heard her name floated a little bit earlier. She's one that seems to be getting better and better and better with every women's series event. The first weekend that she turned up and played, made a name because there wasn't a lot of international presence at that point. So it was one that we were keeping an eye on. But yeah, she definitely seems to have added to her game. I've got Deborah Watling 2-0 up now on Katie Woodcock. Denise Cassidy 1-0 up on Lorraine Hyde. That's a stinker of a draw for those two in the first round. And do you know what? It's brilliant that the Japanese contingency keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
Well, the big one is obviously Lorena. You talk about Lorena there as well. Remember, she actually made a quarter-final where she was beat by Katie Sheldon last time out this morning. So she's not, she's been looking very, very good. Hello from the Philippines. Oh, good afternoon. Don't know what time it is over there in the morning, but good afternoon from all of us in the UK. Welcome.
Yes. Jane Densley's gone 1-0 up on Marlene Badger. She's another that needs a run now. That early-ish exit earlier to Rhiannon Griffiths, I believe it was. Bit of a stinker for her. I appreciate that they were 4 and 5 or 5 and 6 on the order at that point.
Yeah.
She's dropped to 7th now, so she's the one that will be defending next because obviously Trina's not there, so she needs to pick up some cash on Rhiannon and Laura just to give herself a bit more of a buffer or just keep outperforming everybody else. But yeah.
In the I don't wish to go down. Is Ryan Searle safe for the match play here? But what do you think the cutoff will be? Because I've gone for 1800. I think that Laura is there, but it's tight.
I'm not going to say Laura yet. I think top 3, 100%. Eileen, potentially.
Maybe $2,000?
I just think the fact that Katie Sheldon could be at a final at the end of this afternoon, putting her above that. And then there's only 4 spots. I appreciate Trina can't get there, but everybody else is a relatively small jump to get above her. You just need one more outside result for the next 2, and it's possible to be caught. So especially when you've got Makuru outside of that top 8. Robin Burns made semi-finals. Kirsty Hutchinson, WDF finalist. Corinne Hammond is still yet to really show what she can do, but is solid. And don't rule out Rhiannon O'Sullivan. Look, she had a stinker of first couple of blocks of events, but last year on the women's series, she was one of the standout players, so she's still got time for that.
Where is it? Dan says, do I think that you look different in glasses? No. I don't.
Yes.
I was trying to be nice. Yes, you do. You do look different. You look more. You look more intelligent.
That's not possible, mate.
Well, it is. with some of the nonsense you were chatting in the pub on Thursday night.
I was telling you how it is, and you were agreeing. I've never seen a Man United fan so disillusioned with his own club. It's brilliant.
Yeah, the greatest Liverpool side in history won 2 cups on penalties. Congrats. This is a darts show, though, as our distinguished college league voice always says.
I thought that was just a Boise thing. Maybe it's just a crying Man United thing.
Moving swiftly on.
Yeah.
Where are we? Makuru, though, as you were talking about there, she's gone 2-0 up now. Both players are averaging the 90s, though, so it's a bit of a shame, really, for Sakaguchi. So that's a bit of a shame.
Yeah, they're each other there.
Yes. Did I just say? I thought I'd seen a result there, but no. Rhiannon Griffiths 1-1 with Amanda Harwood. That's the big game that we'll focus on for the bottom half of the draw, at least. We will keep you up to date with all the rest of the scores that are going on. Around the boards, this is, remember, the prelim round, as it were. This is the 1-2-8 round, really. So everyone else after that will be the 10 round as we get our first result, Gob.
We do, and it is Lorena Rietbergen. She's a 4-2 winner over Tracy North. There aren't many that are going to throw a 71 average in the first round and lose, but Tracy North has just joined that category.
Big result, that. And Rietbergen goes on to the second round, so that's always good for her. Deborah Watling, as you say, your board is ahead. And your girl from Derbyshire, Dob, is starting to try and make a move and try and get herself into the money rounds.
Yes, 2-0 up, 55 average. It's not what It's not changed top level by a long, long way. But like I said, she's just got to start winning games now, get herself into the latter stages of this event and start accumulating prize money again for this weekend.
Round the boards then from 9 to 16. Rhiannon Griffiths 1-1 with Amanda Harwood. Remember, Rhiannon Griffiths is looking to try and keep her match play spot alive. Steph Stutley is 3-0 up on Trish Kidd. On board 10, Yvonne Taylor leading 2-1 against Danielle Fry. On board 11, board 12. Michelle Andrews leading 1-0 against Joe Moore. Board 13, Josie Patterson leading 1-0 against Nanako Shimizu. Board 14, Leanne Palmer leading Astrid Troborst. Remember, Astrid Troborst actually made the last 16 last time out, losing in the end to Eileen de Graaf. She's 1-0 down against Leanne Palmer. On board 15, it's Louise Pearson leading Rachel Brooks 1-0. And Leanne Topper and Angela McDonald are level at 2 apiece as Rhiannon Griffiths goes back in front on board 9. Leanne Griffiths actually just broken the throw again. So now she's looking to try and hold it and then go one away from that. So look at, tell you what, I'm going to look at board 8 as well. I know it's not my board, but you know me how much I love Bakuri.
Great.
She's great. Fantastic player. Josie Patterson, now she was doing pretty well last year as well, mate. It looks like that she's not completely fallen away, but like she doesn't seem to be hitting the same heights, is probably the right words to put it.
I don't know. I think she's just a name that we look out for a little bit. She's got a very, very lovely action, but doesn't seem to deliver results. I saw one in the previous tournament, though. I can't remember who it was, but I was very, very pleasantly surprised with her win. It was a 70-odd average as well, which is not what we've really seen from her of late. So there was hope that perhaps she's turning a corner and adding a level to it. She's 2-0 up averaging 50 at the minute. Maybe she just missed a few doubles. I'm not watching each match specifically, unfortunately. I don't have enough screens here. But yeah, I think that there's a pressure being Lorraine Winstanley's daughter.
Well, yes. That is a very important one. Rhiannon Griffiths looking now on 71, looking to try and get herself over the line and move into one away. She will come back because Harwood has only left herself 150. So 71 left for Griffiths. That's quite a big one, of course. She will get into the money rounds and she will look to try and continue to make her way and creep away from everybody else in that as people that are rushing to try and get to it. Leaves herself 43. She's 28. So I don't know whether she missed the ball. Maybe. But we'll never know.
We will not. And Dorothy's just won away against Catherine Hanley on board number 3. Deborah Watling 3-1 up on Katie Woodcock also. Joe Locke 3-1 up on Rachel Bird as well. So a few of mine are all going to come to a result at a similar time.
Well, Rhiannon Griffiths has just missed 2 at double 16 to hold her throw and move one away. So Harwood now looking for 52 to get this back to a level game. And she'd have the throw in 2 of the last 3 legs. She doesn't get it. Misses tops. But the result that we're all looking for on board 8, as Rhiannon Griffiths does hold throw, just about gets through. But back to you, Gob. Big result, board 8.
It is Mikura. She beats Yuki Sakaguchi 4-0. Horrible draw for both of them, obviously, but a win is a win. I want to see where Yuki is on the order of merit.
Tell you what, I'll have a look.
34. She's only won 250 quid so far. I thought she was a lot higher than that.
What about Yamaguchi? She just
debut, isn't it?
Yeah, she's Niba. Yeah.
Yeah, Yamaguchi and Shimizu are both on debut.
Very good. Tell you what, mate. This weekend, Fallon Sherrock needs to get a couple of results, and I mean wins,
Yes. And
because
I've
otherwise,
literally been having that conversation over lunch.
yes, because if she's going to the World Series in Australia, then a certain Lorraine Winstanley or Eileen de Graaf might be about to put some pressure on her for her spot at the World Championships.
Indeed.
It's quite worrying if you are a Fallon Sherrock enthusiast, which I know a fair few of you are in this chat room. Right. Rhian Griffiths. Tracy Patterson's gone 3-0 up now on Shimizu. So there's that. Rhian Griffiths now looking to try and get herself over the line against Harwood. The result on board 2. Deborah Watling winning 4-1 there.
Yeah, not best averages for either of those two, but the big W is all that matters at this point. Densley goes 3-1 up on Marlene Badger. Yuriko Yamaguchi is 3-0 up on Sarah Brown.
What a stinker that is on board 6. Robin Burton against Kirsty Hutchinson. Jesus, that's a stinker.
It is, but again, when we were looking at the order of merit previously, they're the sort of draws that you're going to get, especially in a field that's not quite as big as it could be. I think this is the first sub 100 entries that we've had. With a field this small, these players are going to draw each other a lot earlier, and these two in the hunt. I guess that works when we're looking at who's safe already, I guess, is the way to say it.
So, Rhian Griffiths is on 80. She needs 80 more points to get through. Just a quick one. Steph Stutley through 4-1 against Trish Kidd. Danielle Fry loses 4-2 to Yvonne Taylor on board 11. And Leanne Topper beats Angela McDonald by 4 legs to 2 on board 16. So, now, Rhian Griffiths only hits 28 to leave 52. Not been her best game, there's no doubt about that, but big result there, though, for you on board 1, Gob.
Yeah, Joe Locke starts moving away through the field, or through the first round in particular. A 4-1 win over Rachel Bird.
Rhian Griffiths misses 3 for the match on that one.
And Dorothy one away.
Yeah, Harwood looking for the baby fish. Can she find it? The answer is no, but she leads up on double 19. I don't know whether she's missed the ball at it. No idea. But Griffiths is back for double 8 to finish this off, and she doesn't. She goes inside all over the gaff. Double 2 left. She goes inside on 8s and goes inside on 4s. Harwood now looking at double 19, or will she split and go for the 16s? We will never know if she picks it up unless she doesn't hit it. And she doesn't. In fact, she went for double 12. Left on 24. So, double 2 left for Rhian Griffiths to get herself into the money rounds. Will she do it? Yes. Last start in hand. Finally gets over the line. 4-1.
Big win. A couple of interesting games warming up. Fonsal and Willis against Mozgan Romani. Jan Robbins against Claire Stewart. We've also got all Dutch fair between Anke Zilstra, Noah Lynn van Leuven, and Lindsay Glaudermans against Steph Clark as well. Elsewhere, Denise Cassidy 3-2 up on Lorraine Hyde. Didn't Lorraine Hyde lose? That was who Josie Patterson beat, and I was very impressed with in the previous event. Lorraine Hyde with a 70-odd average. And Doris Dean is a 4-0 winner over Catherine Hanley. But back to that Lorraine Hyde game. She missed the last block, I believe. She was a pretty steady figure in last year's women's series, but I don't think she's been as committed to it this year. She's played some other events instead. And she's up against it now. She's 3-2 behind against Denise Cassidy.
Well, Louise Pearson 3-0 up on Rachel Brooks on board 15. I say Josie Patterson continuing to beat Nanako. In fact, there's a result there for you again, God. Board 5. The Japanese contingent continuing to go well.
They do. Yuruko Yamaguchi beats Sarah Brown 4-0. So that's another straight legs win for the Japanese contingent. However, it doesn't look like it's going to look like a straight legs result, but in the opposite direction in the one remaining tie with a Japanese player, Nanako Shimutsu. It's 3-0 down to Josie Patterson at the minute.
Yes, she wants the double 19 to try and get a leg on the board. Josie Patterson's missed 3 clear darts at tops to get it done. So can Shimutsu do this? The answer still yet to be decided yet by Dart Connect about what was going to happen. But the answer, whether she's split, I don't know. But Dart Connect has just decided that it doesn't want to work. And no, she has split and she's left 15. She's at 23. But it doesn't matter anyway because Josie Patterson's just hit tops. 31 dart leg, but they all count. And Josie Patterson is through. That's a big result there for her. 4-0 lead as Lorraine Hyde and Denise Cassidy for you, Gob, go to a noble.
They do. That's a little bit tighter there. Jane Dunsley's had one back against her against Marlene Badger. It's only now I'm looking at the rest of the draw as well. We rushed into this one a little bit. That board 7 is an absolute stinker, Jar.
It is. We went through it earlier, Gob, in the afternoon while we were waiting for the final to start. And when I looked at it, I went, ooh.
6 isn't much better.
Well, to be fair,
Riesbergen's already beaten Tracy North. Her prize for that win is a match against Lisa Ashton.
Cheers for coming.
And the other last 64 game is Kirsty Hutchinson and Robin Byrne.
Yeah, that's a stinker of a board.
Ouch. I was just going to give a quick update on Romania, actually, because that's another discussion over lunchtime. The men's classic semi-finals played tomorrow, so we're all the way down there. I believe it'll be Luke Littler against Mike Gillett and Jelle Klassen against Aaron Monk in the men's, and in the women's. That's very interesting. Obviously, there's a couple of high-profile absences from the women's series. One's never played before, Bo Greaves, and it looked like she was going to absolutely walk her way to this tournament. But she's been beaten in the semi-finals by Ros Bulmer, 4-2.
Ros Bulmer as well. That's a very high-profile name that we've seen before in the women's series.
Mm-hmm. Bulmer will take on Yitka Cicerova in the final, averaged 86 against Veronica Ihaz, who was a participant in the women's series in the last block as well. So, yeah, it's a couple of absences here. Joe Clements is probably the next highest profile absence from the women's series as well. She's also over in Romania. As for the rest of the absences, they can be explained by the UKDA Nationals finals weekend. It's basically the old Gold Cup weekend. I've not gone looking for any of that. There's team events and all sorts going on. So, yeah, that's where everyone else is.
Well, Lorraine Hyde has fought back on your boards, Gob. She's fought back there to win 4-3. She was 3-2.
Yeah, superb win for her, especially after that early exit in event number 9. I've also just realised that Jane Densley has beaten Marlene Badger 4-2. So she will now take on Aileen de Graaf. Those two have had a couple of battles over this women's series so far, as is Lorraine Winstanley. It's been a really good next batch below the top 2. But it's been really interesting to watch. Robin Burns 2-1 up on Kirsty Hutchinson for the right to play the winner of Ashton or Rietbergen.
So as well quickly, ball 12, Michelle Andrews beating Joe Moore 4-0. Only one more game left in the 1-2-8, and that is Rachel Brooks against Louise Pearson on board 15. Maria O'Brien taking on Kim Holder shortly. That's just got underway. Fallon and Lisa both due up very, very shortly as Louise Pearson beat Rachel Brooks 4-1. We are now into the money rounds.
Whoop.
It's a bit dark over Bill's Mothers around here in the UK. Should stress it's very dark in Birmingham at the moment. I could just not. That's not just a cloud. That's just because I'm in Birmingham.
I didn't want to say that.
You're flying back in here tomorrow morning, Dob. Have a great time with that, Chief.
Lucky me.
You're actually getting the train up back to Nottingham to be a part of this on Sunday afternoon.
Well, I'm not going to stay in Birmingham all day. No one wants that.
You could stay at mine.
I'm all right, thanks.
Oh.
I'll go home.
Sludgy then. Steph Clark leading 2-0 against Lindsay Glaudmans, as you say. But Dieter Hedman got beat round 1 last time out. It's amazing. I'm amazed that she's not played at all in this weekend, especially with the way that she's been. She was very, very good in 2020. Sorry, I didn't realise you were eating at the same time.
The initial clash with, was it the WGF or something, was surprising. To then go, I think she went chasing ranking points elsewhere through the WGF. I believe it was a gold event, which meant she'd have qualified straight for Lakeside, be set. It's weird because the initial weekend clash, Dieter actually spoke in public saying that she's spoken to Matt Porter. She's looked at the rest of the calendar. It clashes with the first event, but she's going to be there. But then she'll be on the women's series for the rest of it. Then she missed the second block of weekends and made comment going, my partner's on the WDF board. How bad would it be if I missed an event? I think it was the Isle of Wight Festival. So it's surprising to see her here now. But it is what it is.
So, here we go. Where are we? Maria O'Brien, Kim Holder just getting underway. Steph Clark still leading 2-0 in her game. Mosgan Rahmani leading 1-0 against Fonsal and Willis. I was just saying earlier on, Gob, about how amazing that was to see. I think it might have been Patrick that tweeted this. Patrick Bush from Darts Actual about the Iranian TV news crew that were following her. Fantastic.
Yeah, well, it looks fantastic. No one actually knows what they were saying, but yeah, there was media presence.
Yeah. I want to follow. I tell you what, I'm going to follow this Kirsty Hutchison's against Robin Burns game because it's been more twists and turns on it than a helter skelter.
Good decision. I'll run you through a couple elsewhere. Anke Zylstra's 2-0 up already on Noah Lynn van Leuven. Mosgan Rahmani's taking the opener against Fonsal and Willis. Barbara Hospodurska's just getting underway against Chris Savary. Aurora Fuchisato has 1-0 up on Kerry O'Connor as well. I tweeted this earlier, but I'm not sure just because it is brilliant how many more flags there are on site in this women's series right now in comparison to the first couple of blocks. I appreciate that some of it started under COVID and that there is a reluctance from the majority of the tour to travel to Europe. The German leg was cancelled last year, obviously, but seeing this go international is a very, very good sign.
Very much so, definitely. Right,
especially when you consider just how dominant Lisa and Fallon are. It's difficult to keep getting yourself up for and finding funds to enter events where, let's be honest, 98% of this field don't have a chance of winning. Because Lisa and Fallon are so far ahead of everybody else. I thought Jar was just upset with my comments, but it turns out he might have frozen. So I'll keep... No,
sorry. Someone's just sent me a message from something that's happening at Dublin Airport at the moment. someone just battered a load of the security people.
Lovely.
So it's just what it's like to fly at the moment.
Mm.
Well, you were lucky today. You were lucky yesterday. Don't know how you managed to get through because there was queues outside out Birmingham Airport outside the door at 5 o'clock on Friday morning. Anyway, big game. 5 a.m. Friday morning.
Was it really?
Yes. Big game though, and it's on your board, so I don't mind if you want to have it. Last leg.
I'm pringling.
Oh, fair enough. Okay. Well, once you pop, you can't stop, as we all know. Kirsty Hutchinson against Robin Byrne, 3-3, and this game is huge in the race for the match play. Kirsty Hutchinson on 1,050 quid, with Robin Byrne on 1,250 quid. If Robin Byrne can win this, then she would be on to £1,300, and she would be right in the mix if Katie Sheldon were to slip up. Robin Byrne's left herself on 106 after 12 against the throw. Kirsty Hutchinson realistically needs this, otherwise her dream of the match play could be going up in smoke as she only hits 30 to leave herself on 156. So Robin Byrne can just set it up nicely, but she doesn't set it up that nicely. Leaves 70. Could only get one dart at a double. 156 needed from Kirsty Hutchinson. Only hits 60 to leave 96. That is a 2-dart out. Byrne now back for 70. Can she take this out? She's been in control of this final leg to keep her match play hopes alive, and she only needs one dart at it because it takes her 3 to get rid of it. But Robin Byrne moves on to £1,300. She now is 2 wins away, as things stand, from a match play spot. Things could dramatically change, of course, if Jane Densley loses, Jane Densley wins, and if Katie Sheldon wins. But if Katie Sheldon wins this next matchup that she's got, then she will be in the match play spot. But big moments. Robin Byrne moves 2 wins away from a match play spot. First woman into the last 32. She will play the winner of Lisa Ashton and Lorena Rittbergen. That's a game I'd like to see on the stream.
That was my next point. She's 2 wins away, but getting the next one might be very, very difficult because there is a very, very, very emphasis on the very small list of people that have managed to beat Lisa Ashton in a women's series.
And most of them are Fallon Sherrock, and most of the women is Fallon Sherrock or it's Trina Gulliver.
I think Joe Locke's got a win in there, and one other maybe.
Yeah, she's if she gets through and she gets into round 3 or gets through round of a money round this year in the women's series, Lisa Ashton, she has gone on to make the final, at least. Bonkers. Steady. Right, Lorraine Winstanley's underway on board 15. We could safely say that she's there at the match play. However, Fallon were to go out not reasonably early, but if she were to go out maybe last 16 quarterfinals and Lorraine was to go and win it, you never know. That could be some pressure put on a certain Fallon Sherrock. Elsewhere around the boards, Juliet Finley and Tila Nellon have just gone away on board 14, board 12. King Jin Zhao taking on Jackie Wilkinson. Zhao leads 1-0 on that. Or it could be Zhou. Could be like Guan Yu Zhou. Could be that. So apologies if I've messed up that name. Chris Savory and Barbara Hospodarska, 1 apiece there. Steph Clark 1 away against Lindsay Glugmans. And 1-1 between Fonsal Willis and Mosgan Ramani. Jan Robbins and Claire Stewart also level at 1 apiece. That's all you need to have. Maria O'Brien 3-0 up actually on Kim Holden. Those are all the scores on the bottom boards.
It is indeed. I'll run you through mine. We've got Dieter Hedman 2-1 up on Sarah Roberts. She's averaging 82 at the minute. Steady level of performance from Dieter. From 2-0 up, Anke Zilstra has been pegged back a little bit. She's now 3-2 up against Noah Lynn van Leuven. Aurora Fochesato 2-1 up on Kerry O'Connor. Louise Leahy 1-0 up on Tara Dima. That was not long got underway. Laura Turner seems to have found a higher level base game this season in comparison to last season, and she's putting it to good use. She's currently 2-0 up on Grace Ferridge, averaging a shade under 86. On board 6, we did get that result from Robin Byrne against Kirsty Hutchinson a few moments ago, so we're waiting on Lisa Ashton against Lorena Rietbergen. On 7, another board of death, Felicia Blaze 3-0 up on Terry Francis Kidwell, my long-distance relative somehow. And on board 8, Helen Ward is 2 apiece with Sharon Godbeer.
Yeah, next person through to the second player through to the last 32 is Maria O'Brien. She beats Kim Holden 4-0, reasonably comfortable win for Maria O'Brien, and she needs one hell of a run if she's going to get in there. She could potentially get to a final. Fallon's on that side of the board, but she's not. The top half of that, the third quarter of that draw is pretty wide open, I'd say, at the moment.
Yes. Mike's in. Good to see you. Has been out all morning and early afternoon. How did Fallon do? She was beaten in the quarterfinals in the first event, and she has not played yet in the second.
Yeah, she's just about to get underway on board 16 as soon as Jan Robbins and Claire Stewart is done. Board 6, though, for Gob. Should be good fun, that. Lisa Ashton against Rietbergen. Rietbergen. That's going to be a good game.
I'm looking forward to seeing how this one goes. Rietbergen is like what I just said about Laura Turner. She seems to have added a higher level base game. She doesn't drop below it an awful lot at the minute.
Don't forget that Gob is actually live in Amsterdam at the moment because he's going to be he's going to be our only team member over in Amsterdam tonight. He's going to be watching the games as they unfold in the action in the Dutch Darts Masters. It's live from the Ziggo Dome in Amsterdam, the Viaplay Dutch Darts Masters live available. In fact, actually, highlights are on ITV4 in the UK if you haven't watched last night. And the final action is going to be available from 6 o'clock UK time, 7 o'clock Dutch time, quarterfinals, semi-finals, and final. Only James Wade and Dimitri van den Berg were part of the invited seeded players to actually make it 6 players through from the Dutch side of things last night. And they will be, it's basically James Wade and Dimmy versus Holland, essentially, is what we're going to call it now. So you can watch that tonight from 6 o'clock. Gob's going to be there doing the winners interview with us later on tonight, so you can watch that on YouTube with the only English representative there. So make sure that you follow that. And then don't forget that myself and Philip Bars are on tomorrow morning from 9:50 a.m. as Grace Wins match play concludes. That will be with us live here from 9:50 or 10 o'clock in the morning. A couple of results, though, have come in. Gob, as Lisa Ashton has got herself underway.
They have. Anka Zylstra is a winner, as is Felicia Blair, a 4-0 win over Terry Francis Kidwell. So she will now play the winner of Aileen de Graaf and Jane Densley.
Indeed, she will. Apologies if things are unstable a little bit. Unfortunately, my Wi-Fi that is connected to this stream at the moment is a little bit dodgy at times. So apologies if things are cutting out. We can't really do much more on that one, I'm afraid. So Bars will be back tomorrow from after coming back from Wembley, and he'll be all right. He'll have everything sorted. As Laura Turner, Gob, big result for her that.
Just comfortable, isn't it? Dropped to a 74 average, but she keeps progression, she keeps moving on. And I guess when you do have that extra level, that extra gear compared to some of the field, we used to say this a lot about Phil Taylor, Marco van Gogh, and it's about not getting lazy with it. And you have to stay focused in the early rounds because you are a little bit vulnerable then. But yeah, a good win for Laura Turner and the same for Steph Clark.
Yeah, she beats Lindsay Globman 4-2 on board 10. There you go. There's the Italian, Aurora Foccisato. Boise absolutely butchered that earlier on, winning 4-1 against Kelly O'Connor. Big result that for her. How's Lisa getting on? She's 2-0 in front. How's Lisa been getting on against Lorena Rietbergen?
What? That showed Lorena was 1-0 up a second ago.
No, 2-0 on my screen.
That definitely said 1-0.
Well, I've got 2-0 on my screen.
Yeah, I've got 2-0 on mine now, but I looked up a moment ago, saw Lorena had taken the opener, and now all of a sudden it's jumped to Lisa 2-0.
Yeah, she's.
Did anyone else see that? Was it just me?
No, I'm sure it was. I'm sure it was just you. You need to redo those glasses, buddy.
I just sit staring at a screen all day. I don't know what board is on stream, by the way. Should we have a quick little peek?
Yeah, why not? I'll tell you what. While you do that, I'll talk about Lorraine Winstanley because she's about to go and win. It looks like against Rebecca Browse. Lorraine's got 192 left as Barbara Hospodarska beats Chris Savory 4-1. So Barbara's into round 3 on board 13. A few more. If anyone is just joining us, this is Women's Series 10. We had Women's Series 9 earlier, which just as a bit of a guess of a shock, Lisa Ashton won 6 titles in 9 events now for Lisa. She is playing right now, as you can see, against Lorena Rietbergen, and 3-0 up is the Lancashire Rose, still yet to be defeated this weekend. Lorraine Winstanley wants 63, though, to move herself into round 3 and get herself a bit more money and to put a bit of pressure on Fallon Sherrock in that race for the Women's World Championship spots. Can't quite take it out, 666, but Bravson 165, so even she can't take that out. Leaves herself on 124. So here comes Lorraine back for 666 to round off the victory. She does it 16 dart leg on 666, 4-0, comfortably through. And she just continues to quietly accumulate money. What games is on the stream, by the way?
It is board number 11 from Sawan Willis against Mozgan Romani, which will shortly be followed by Corinne Hammond against Yvonne Taylor.
Big game, that. Huge. Speaking of huge, and speaking of big games, that board 7 game goal. Good Lord. Eileen de Graaf.
Absolute stinker.
Tell you what, though, if Eileen de Graaf wins this, she could be right back. Tell you what, though, sorry, I was going to say, if Jane Densley wins this, Eileen de Graaf might be right back in the hunt for a while.
If Turner, Griffiths, or Densley goes deep today, then yeah.
Von Simon Willis does beat Mozgan Ramani 4-1 on board 11. So, as we say, Corinne Hammond will be getting back underway. And her Women's Series 10 campaign will continue in just a few moments' time. She will play Yvonne Taylor, who came through Danielle Fry in round 1. As you say, you can see more games starting then as board 6. We thought it might be good. One player certainly was.
She don't miss. Lisa Ashton, 4-0 winner.
Continues to be the standard bearer for women's darts at this moment in time. Dieter Hedman looking to try to get her first victory.
Is that still going?
It is 3-2. She leads at the moment.
Crikey.
And Fallon Sherrock as well. That's gone to a last leg decider now, actually. That one there. As Rhiannon Griffiths is back on stream, she's about to play Natalie Gilbert.
It was 8 minutes ago, Jar, when you said that Fallon will be on shortly after the result of board 16.
Yeah.
1-1 at that point. It's now 2-1.
I don't think it's going to be shortly.
Wrong adjective, sir.
Very much so. Might be a bit of time. Might be a fair bit of time. What happened with Overton, by the way? Did he just
97.
get caught? Yeah, oh. Did he just get caught?
He chased a bit of a wide one.
Oh, dear.
Trying to slap it away for 4 and got caught in the covers.
Unlucky.
And then I'd literally stepped out at that moment, stopped watching. And 5 minutes later, I get a message from a friend in England going, who rarely interacts with me in cricket, just going, Stuart Broad in this mood is stupidly dangerous. He was 25 from 16.
Nice. Excellent. Rihanna Sullivan getting underway now against Anne Dorestein. Where is Rihanna? She's on 800 quid. She needs a run. She's going to get into the match play. Probably needs a couple of runs, to be honest. Tell you what, I'll have a look at that. I'll have a look at that game between Dieter and Sarah Roberts and work out. They're not the slowest. Sorry, they're not the quickest of players anyway. The pair of them.
No. Matty Potts has got one.
Hooray! Well, you never know, God. It might actually be shortly because Jan Robbins has now just gone 3-1 up on Claire Stewart.
Wait.
Thornton Darts. Hope you're all good, buddy.
Good to see you, pal.
No doubt be watching Mr. Edgar in the live lead tonight. 10 o'clock. Henry Deacon calling all the action in for you on finals night in the live league. Big moments coming up in that one as the Race to Champions Week continues. Like I say, we're back tomorrow, and don't forget that for the final time for a little while, actually, the trio are together on Monday night. Philip, Jack, and Lee together on the live lounge, 8 o'clock Monday night. You know where to be on a Monday night.
Yeah, and then he's got some Monday weddings or something, hasn't he?
Probably.
Broad finished 42 from 36.
Jesus Christ. Stuart Broad just doesn't give a damn, does he? Right. Where are we looking? I'll tell you what, let's go to Dieter against Sarah Roberts. Looks like Dieter's about to go and finally end this game. So double 19 left.
I'll let you call it in, and then we'll do a quick run through everything else because there's some early moves in some of those big games that were coming up already.
Double 19 left for Dieter. As I say, she isn't the slowest. Sorry, she isn't the quickest of players, but she's missed that. She's split it as well because she's gone inside on the 16s and gone inside on the 8s to lead double 4. So Sarah Roberts now wants 102 to knock Dieter Hedman out of the women's series before she goes off to the UKDA tomorrow. 102 left. She's just hit 100 to leave herself on 102, and I think she might have missed the dart for double 16. She left herself on double 8. Hedman now back on double 4. Looking to get herself a victory for the first time in this women's series this year. We'll talk about that in a second, Nico.
Yes.
But she's missed double 4. Double 8 left for Roberts. And she's missed as well, so doubles all over the gaff. Gash. Absolute gash doubling at the moment. But it's a last leg decider, so you can sort of understand it. Hedman still looking on double 4, as will Roberts be as well. And she takes it out. 2 darts. Dieter Hedman is through to round number 2. She's through to round 3, actually, so she's into the money round. There we go. Nico says here about the whole Hedman cheating incident. Look, she knows she's done wrong. She knows she absolutely buggered that up. To put it bluntly, didn't she do an interview? Was it with the Inside WDF? I don't know who it was with.
I don't know who reported it, but from what I see,
I know Darts News did a write up on it. But I don't know who the interview was with. But she said then that she felt really she felt awful, which you can understand.
I genuinely think I don't see why in that situation you claim it to be in if it's not. She says that after watching the video that she realised it wasn't in, felt terrible, and they did actually then award the leg to the opposite team after looking back, etc. So the right outcome came of it in the end, I guess. It's just a crap thing to go through, especially in the era with this. Look, partial blame is on Dieter, partial blame is on the referee. I don't care how thin her points is. You make sure that doubles in that segment. It's just not a good look all around. Let's run through some other things happening at the minute then. Abby Jerd has gone 3-0 up on Deborah Watlin. Thornton Dart says if Abby Jerd doesn't walk onto Bird is the word, it's a missed opportunity in life. There's a Rachel Bird in the women's series who plays for Derbyshire. She does not use that as a walk-on. It's most disappointing. Rhiannon O'Sullivan is 2-0 up on Anne Dorrestein, which is getting really interesting, as is Ryan Griffiths, 2-1 up on Natalie Gilbert. Aileen de Graaf, 3-0 up on Jane Densley. A huge couple of moments incoming. The fact your fingers up means this could be 4-0 very, very soon.
No, Eileen de Graaf has just missed doubles all over the place. She's left herself on double one now. She's in the madhouse. Densley now looking for 64 to at least get on the board, and she doesn't get there. So she leaves herself on double eight. But then Eileen de Graaf has gone inside on the double one and busted straight away. So, Densley now with an opportunity to at least get on the board. Stay with us because this game is huge in the race for the match play. There's no doubt about that. If Densley goes out here, and she won't go out this leg. It goes back to 3-1, but Eileen de Graaf will have the darts in two of the next three legs if it goes that far, but 3-1. Sorry, Gob, you were saying going all the way around the place.
I was, and I will return. Tina Naylor 3-2 up on Juliet Finley. We've got a last leg decided between Quincy Zhao and Jackie Wilkinson. Chloe O'Brien just doubled her lead on Josie Patterson now, and Kasumi Sato also 2-0 up against Steph Stutley. Naruko Yamaguchi 1-0 up on Rebecca Edwards. There's also 1-0 lead for Mikuru Suzuki. Courtney Hine 2-0 up on Louise Pearson. And Yvonne Taylor's taken the first leg in 15 darts against Corinne Hammond.
Very interesting. Indeed, all 16 boards are in play. I think it's only boards. Yeah, it is. It's boards 10. Sorry, it's boards 14, 12, and 16 that have not yet gone into the second game. So we are making some moves. As I say that, Tina Nellon has just beaten Juliet Finley 4-2. So we are now down to just 2 games that are in. That means that we're into that second, that haven't actually made it into the second part of the round 62 yet. So it goes Jan Robbins against Claire Stewart, excuse me. And 116 left for Stewart to send us to the Noble. Jackie Wilkinson against Quinjin Zhao is level in the last leg decided. Zhao with the throw has left herself on 153. Stewart now looking, and she sets herself up a little bit, 91. You'd always start the 17s there, surely.
Or ball.
186 though for Jan Robbins. She can find a biggie. And, could be that, but I think at the moment, well, I'll tell you what, Jane Densley, what a response. She needed a biggie, and she found a max to leave herself on 56. Eileen de Graaf only on 70. So if you want to call that in, mate, you're more than welcome.
I'm just trying to get the game up below.
Oh, and she does. She takes it out in 3. So a level. Big moments.
Dos. And Densley has the darts here in leg number 6.
Yes, as Rhiannon O'Sullivan does beat Anne Dorrestein 4-0. So Rhiannon O'Sullivan continues to try and make some movements here. She does go into 16th place as we speak on the rankings. So let's just tell you what. Quinjin Zhao, 86 left. Claire Stewart has just missed. Darts to win it. And to send us to the Noble. So Robbins now looking at 51. 11 for tops. You could go 19 for 16, I suppose. Bust the score. Not sure how you do that from 51 unless you've hit the treble 19.
Potentially.
We'll never know. Stewart, though, back on 6 to send us to a last leg decider and can't. Zhao's missed chances as well now. Going back over to board 12 at a 3 apiece. She's got 3 at double 16. Wilkinson can't take out a 91. It's 95, excuse me. So 50 left. Zhao looking for double 16. Can't find it. Hits the single 8. So Wilkinson now 45 left. Bust the score again, did Stewart. Robbins on board 16. Wants double 5 to end this game. What can Wilkinson do? And she misses inside on the 16s to leave double 8. Zhao now looking for double 12. Will this be the end of this game on board 12? It will. 30 darts it takes, but it doesn't matter. And Robbins does get through against Claire Stewart. So 2 games are finishing there. And what also could be finishing goal, unfortunately, are Jane Densley's chances of making some more moves in the match play race.
Yeah, first 2 visits were solid. She went ton 95. De Graaf responded 125 and a ton herself, but it's been pretty trebleless since then. Densley's finally found a treble in her 7th visit to leave 54. But De Graaf's got 3 at double 16 to get over line, and she's busted it. So chance then for Densley to stay alive.
She might have gone 2. She might have hit double 8 and then double 16 the wrong way round.
Very unexpected to see that. De Graaf left 159 darts ago. 2 darts, though, for Densley. And from 3-0 behind, she's back at 3 apiece. De Graaf has now missed match darts.
She's missed match darts on multiple occasions. Rhiannon Griffiths has just beaten Natalie Gilbert 4-2 on board 9. So she goes on to 1,700 quid. She continues to put herself away and get herself into that match play race. What we can tell you is that Katie Sheldon is about to get underway on board 12. She is the closest challenger to Trina Gulliver. With the win against Michelle Andrews, she will move into the match play races. She will move into the match play qualification spots. That's what's coming up next. But I'll tell you what we'll do, Gob. We will see what happens in this game between Eileen de Graaf and Jane Densley, because this game is massive in the race for the match play. Over to you.
Yeah, and once again, this leg is in De Graaf's favour. She had the dart. She's gone 81 ton. And then a 140 to leave 180 after 9. Densley's gone 45.30. She cannot buy a treble right now. She does find one, but it's not enough. It's just 85 to leave 341. She's 161 points behind, plus these, which is only 40. 180 leaves a finish. Needs at least a 140. She gets a 41. That's a long way back for Jane Densley. And Aileen de Graaf is going to get more match darts in this, as she leaves tops after 15. Different route this time. Mikuru Suzuki has just won 4-0, by the way, of an 80 average. But let's keep an eye out on this final leg. Suspect we know the outcome of it already, as Densley just finds a 60 again. 200 points behind them. 40-1 goes for Eileen de Graaf, who moves through with a 4-3 win. Chloe O'Brien also moves through with a 4-0 win over Josie Patterson. Both of those in the last 64.
So Eileen de Graaf then winning in the end. I mean, she missed so many chances. It finally managed to get it done. But that's a big result, a huge result, because now it means that Jane Densley is extremely vulnerable in the race for that match play.
She is. You just need a solid day tomorrow. You need a couple of, I guess it's a little harsh to say, but you'd like an easy round tomorrow morning just to get yourself into a tournament.
As you mentioned earlier, I'm sure Rikuri Suzuki winning 4-0 against Jane Shearing. She is on the charge as things stand at the moment. Results coming in quickly. As you said, Katie Sheldon is underway in the top 64. Pretty sure we're going to get ourselves going very, very shortly in the round of 32 as well. Some games there ready to go. Robin Byrne against Lisa Ashton. I hope to God that one's streamed.
Brutal.
So, Katie Sheldon, Fallon Sherrock in action as we speak. Corinne Hammond currently 2 apiece with Yvonne Taylor as she looked to try and continue her charge towards the match play. And we're currently tied up in a couple of games. Abby Judd and Deborah Watling are level, but already through into the last 32. Dieter Hedman Rihanna O'Sullivan, Robin Byrne, Lisa Ashton, Eileen de Graaf, Mikuru Suzuki, Maria O'Brien, Rhiann Griffiths, Barbara Hopska, Chloe O'Brien, Lorraine Winstanley, all through among all the rest of them. We're going to come back in just a couple of seconds' time. We will tell you who will be joining them. Stay with us. This is Online Darts' coverage of the Women's Series, brought to you by Betfred, Winmau, MODUS and Red Dragon. Welcome back then to Online Darts. This is the Women's Series live as we continue the race to the match play with association, of course, with Betfred, Winmau, Red Dragon and MODUS Sports. Jack Kobigar with Jada Fleeton alongside you as we continue the race to the match play and we hit the halfway stage of the Women's Series. While you've been away, there was a result, God, but I can't remember what it was. Was it Sato, I think, that won?
Yes.
Yes. Being 4-2 against Steph Stutley. But results aren't the problem for us at the moment. Well, the biggest surprise, the biggest shock at the moment is on board 11. Corinne Hammond, 3-2 down now against Devon Taylor. Yeah, and could be about to go out.
It's not been a good Women's Series campaign in either year so far for Corinne Hammond, for someone
And
that's
she's out.
made a BDO final. Corinne is really struggling to put her game together right now. And like you said, she is gone again.
Made the last day earlier on this morning, and she is gone. Deborah Watling also beating Abby Jurd by 4 legs to 3. And Louise Pearson's just beaten Courtney Hine by 4 legs to 2. But no such problems at the moment, it seems, for the Queen of the Palace.
Yeah, she's just gone 2-0 up on Leanne Topper, mid-80s average once again, which seems to be a level just above a lot of the field right now, that mid-80s. Seen a lot of people win with it in a minute. Laura Turner, Lisa Ashton's capable of just putting it there an awful lot of the time. And it will do you a solid job. Jo Locke was just beating Laura Patton 4-0.
Yeah.
Big game.
That, actually.
Maria O'Brien and Rhiann Griffiths.
Joanne Locke, though, as you mentioned, she just won 4-0. That makes her onto 1,300 quid. So Robin Burns also on 1,300. Katie Sheldon, with a win in this game, goes into the match play places. Jane Densley will be nervously looking over her shoulder right now.
That next part is just bunching, isn't it, right now?
We always love a good race to a match play, don't we? Is Ryan Searle safe yet? I know you wanted to do something else that you couldn't.
I'll call you a wanker if I want.
Oh, I didn't see that. I thought you went like that.
Yeah, I did. But I
Oh,
said
right.
I'd call you a wanker as well. It's
Oh,
funny,
fair
innit?
enough. Okay. Sorry for the language, everyone. Hopefully, hopefully no families watching. Well, actually, I'm going to look at the match play race over there. Where is Ryan Searle? He's got to be in the seats. Oh no, he's second top. Oh, he's fine. Is he safe yet? By the way,
Just about.
fair enough. At least you're honest. Right. Where are we going to look? I tell you what, Leanne Topper's just got a leg back against Fallon Sherrock. 81 average, and you're losing 2-1. You know, you think, okay. Big focus for us, though, I think, might be Katie Sheldon. That's where we're going to go and look at, because she's been in the groove all day. She had chances to beat Lisa Ashton last time out in the semi-finals, but couldn't. 2-0 down. 2-0 up, sorry, excuse me. But it looks like Michelle Andrews is about to go and get her first leg on the board as well. She might be able to see there. Rhiann Griffiths against Maria O'Brien. About to start warming up. Rhiann Griffiths is getting closer and closer to the match play. Maria O'Brien needs a win, really, to get herself in the groove to get there. But I'll tell you what, Leanne Topper, she is starting to make a move here. On board 16 against Fallon Sherrock. Only 3 points separating each other in this third leg. And Sherrock only can find 60. So if Leanne Topper can break back here, she would have to throw in 2 of the next 3 legs.
Eek.
Noble between Rebecca Edwards and Yuriko Yamaguchi. Only 45 for Topper. So it's 190 placed 208 after 12. Sherrock 18 ahead plus these. Only can hit a 59. A treble game last night wasn't particularly on it either. It seemed like she was going low quite a lot.
Yes.
131 plays 148. They get £1,000, Liam, for winning the final. That's a nice setup, that from Sherrock. Hits a 99 to leave 32. Topper does have a checkout, but will she check it out is the big question. 148. I think I know the answer. Oh my goodness, I don't. Leanne Topper's just taken out a 148 to level it up with Sherrock sitting on 60, a double 16. Wowzers. We have a game on board 16. And we also have a game on board 12 as well. Because Katie Sheldon's left herself 141 after 18 darts. 90 left for Michelle Andrews to level it up. Can't level it. Can't find the double 18 after hitting the treble. 141 left, can't find it. So double 18 coming back then for Michelle Andrews. Trina Gulliver is going to be hoping and praying, as so is Jane Densley, that Michelle Andrews can hit this and then another couple of checkouts. And she takes it out. We're level
for the rest of the red jar because I'm just looking at everybody else warming up or playing right now. Eileen de Graaf's has taken a 1-0 lead on Felicia Blade. Then we've got Maria O'Brien versus Rhiann Griffiths. Dita Hedman, Joe Locke, Barbara Hosper-Durster against Chloe O'Brien, Von Sowen Willis against Yvonne Taylor, Lisa Ashton against Robin Byrne, Lorraine Winstanley against Louise Pearson, Aurora Fuchisato against Rhiannon O'Sullivan, and Kasumi Sato about to play against Steph Clark. Forget the rankings for a few minutes because they're going to change an awful lot in the next hour.
Last leg decider is what happening on board 5 between Rebecca Edwards and Yuriko Yamaguchi. Good game, that, in all fairness. Averages have been all right. Looks like, though, Edwards is about to win this one, though.
I can't remember who it was, but somebody dropped in the chat room for the last block and said, keep an eye on Rebecca Edwards, and she didn't quite produce the level of performances I think the commenter was expecting, but this looks a level above that so far.
Leanne Topper is 48 points away from pushing Fallon Sherrock to the brink. And she takes it out. She hit a 148 last time. She then hits a 48 this time. Fallon Sherrock is in a world of trouble.
Yes.
Lorraine Winstanley could be about to be the happiest person in Barnsley. Fallon could be making a very, very early exit. The trebles that she was hitting, she was 2-0 up, by the way, at one stage. The trebles that were hitting are no longer going. So look at Katie Sheldon. She's got 103 left to break the throw. As you say, Gob, some of the games are brutal over the next few minutes. We will come to them in a second. This is what we're here for. We're here for the drama. Am I the drama? I think I am the drama.
All right, 3 states, Pam.
32 left for Katie Sheldon to break the throw and to go within 1 of a match play spot. As things stand, can't take it out. Fallon, though, responding brilliantly in this leg. 114 or 126. Leaves her on 176 after 9. Leanne Topper can only respond with a 45, 24 and 100. Sherrock's got 76 after 12. We'll come back to that in a moment. If Michelle Andrews takes out this, she can't take out the ball. The ball double 16. She was looking for the champagne shot. Sheldon now on double 8. This needs to go. You feel it goes. Last starting hand. She takes out 16 as Fallon Sherrock takes out that 76. We are going to a noble as you've got a result on your boards, Gob.
We have Lorraine Hyde back to winning ways. 4-1 victory over Julie Thompson. The Scot keeps on moving. And look, I don't want to make excuses for people. That's not in my nature. But the fact that Fallon's even there competing is ridiculous.
Yeah.
She must be knackered by now. And the first one, I guess you can go on adrenaline. She was on a flight out of Amsterdam at 7 o'clock this morning.
That's ridiculous.
It's the same flight that I'm on tomorrow morning, the equivalent of, into Birmingham, and then has gone up
to Barnsley.
Yeah.
Hell. Fair play. Rebecca Edwards does get through that last leg decider, but we are focusing, though, on the Queen of the Palace. Fallon Sherrock is in a last leg decider with Leanne Topper on board 16. Results, games going on all over the gaff, but we will have a look at it in just a second. Katie Sheldon as well is 1 leg away from the match play, but she is currently, she has got the throw, but she has just receded it to Michelle Andrews. She's got 200 after 12. Michelle Andrews left 192 after 9. So plus these, she's 8 ahead plus these. Only hits 40, so 152 left. It can be done. 200 then for Katie Sheldon. She only leaves 155. So we'll come back to that in a minute. But Fallon has just come back and hit a big checkout, a big score in the context of this match. 96 to leave 225 after 12. Leanne Topper's got 311. But Topper hits a 135 to leave 176. So Sherrock, though, can leave a finish from this, even if she doesn't hit a treble. She hits one, a ton, 125. Probably the best finish you could probably have, in my opinion. Well, one of them. Go for the ball first and then see how you go. 60 from Topper, 116 left. So Sherrock for a 125 out. She's already hit a 130. She's already hit a 164 earlier on today. Needs a big finish from somewhere. She can only hit 86 as Katie Sheldon does beat Michelle Andrews. Katie Sheldon has just knocked Trina Gulliver out of the world match play. Leanne Topper with a 116. She found a 148 earlier on. Can't find a big finish there, but she leaves herself 75. Fallon Sherrock has left the Fallon Sherrock. 86 points that she found to beat Mensur Sulovic at that World Championship. And she goes inside on the 7s. 75 for Topper to knock Fallon Sherrock out. And to open the door for everybody else trying to make the World Championship. Topper cannot find tops. So Sherrock now needs 7 and takes it out in 2 darts. That is a big, big, big win for Fallon Sherrock. Make no mistake about that. She was pushed all the way there. You can see the average is 81 plays 75. She was pushed all the way there. Really good game. But Fallon Sherrock just survives. But someone who isn't just surviving is a certain Lancashire Rose.
No, she is cruising. I said about how important some of these games were, and some of them were so one-sided. Lisa Ashton 3-0 up on Robin Byrne, averaging 85. Rhiannon Griffiths 3-0 up on Maria O'Brien as well. Eileen de Graaf making pretty light work of Felicia Blaze. She's 3-1 up in that one. Yvonne Taylor just doubled her lead over Fonsawan Willis. Lorraine Winstanley 2-0 up on Louise Pearson. It's only really for Chisato against O'Sullivan, 1 apiece. Sato, Steph Clark, 1 each. And Hospodursa against Chloe O'Brien, 1 each. That are a level of that next bunch of games.
Joanne Locke has just taken the lead against Dita Hedman on board 1. So that's a big one in that sense, because obviously Joanne Locke will be looking to try to get within 100 quid of Katie Sheldon. But Fallon Sherrock is through. She just about survives into the last 32. Tell you what, God, appreciate the games are going on, and appreciate that the results will be changing all over the gaff in a bit. But I want to talk to you as Lisa Ashton. Wow, that's a comprehensive win, I think.
Yes.
4-0. Christ. So Lisa knocks Robin Byrne out. Byrne will have to come back tomorrow. She is on 1,300 quid, so she's got to hope that her countrywoman, Katie Sheldon, doesn't get too far away. Although Jane Densley's only £200 away. So that's interesting. But anyway, we were talking about this earlier. It sounded like the crowd in the Ziggo Dome were absolutely sensational last night.
I believe so. I didn't really spend an awful lot of time in the arena. I'm hoping to spend more time there this evening. They sounded loud through the wall, which is good. But it helps when 6 of the 8 guys that progressed last night were the home crowd favourites. Well,
but what I was getting
difficult to call Danny a home crowd favourite when he's playing against Michael in Amsterdam, but you know what I mean. Yeah,
but what I was saying was what I was trying to get at was that it didn't sound like there were whistling players. It didn't sound like there was. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It felt like a proper crowd rather than just morons, for the want of a better word.
Yeah, and hopefully I get to experience a bit more of that today.
I do appreciate you coming on, buddy. No, you're going to be heading off in around about an hour and a half, I think, before you have to get yourself into the arena. I think people were complaining about the lack of atmosphere. Saw them tweeting their zone. Maybe the crowd noise might have been off. I don't know.
Atmosphere potentially, because it is a massive, massive place. Again, this is something I spoke about at lunchtime, and then I walked back past. So the Ziggo Dome is behind me. I'm literally in the hotel next door. There's like a U shape for the entrance. My hotel is one of the buildings. There's another building opposite us. Then you've got the courtyard in the middle, and the entrance is underneath to the Ziggo Dome. It's literally outside the window. If you turn around, you've got the Ajax Arena literally behind it. And then 400 yards away, that way, that means nothing to any of you, is the AFAS Arena, which is where the World Series darts finals will take place in September. Now, comparatively, the AFAS is a lot smaller than the Ziggo Dome. So it's a bit weird that the Ziggo is hosting the World Series event rather than the World Series finals. And if you look around, the back tables weren't full last night. And also, there is an entire raised tier of seats all around the outside, and they weren't in use. I don't think they were ever planned to be in use, which means a lot of it is lost or bounced off the openness if you put fans all the way around those rows of seats as well, you could have got another 4,000 or 5,000 just around the top, I think. The atmosphere would look a lot different. It was almost like a Premier League sized venue with a Wednesday night at
Grand Prix.
The Grand Prix size crowd.
Well, it's a quick one. So big news, big movements. Obviously, Rhiannon Griffiths has just beaten. Who was she playing? I can't remember who she was playing. Maria O'Brien. That's a big result, actually, in that one. So Rhiannon Griffiths continues to move on. She moves on to 1,750 quid. Eileen de Graaf, what a day she's had. Only losing one game so far today, and that's Lisa Ashton. She moves on to £2,000. Into the last 16 she goes. She wins 4-2 against Felicia Blay. Leanne Palmer and Jane Monaghan are still the only two left in the last 16, so they will be playing the winner of. They'll play Tina Nellon in that one. But Lorraine Winstanley continues to pile a bit of pressure on Fallon Sherrock, it looks like. 3-1 in front now against Louise Pearson. Yvonne Taylor having a bit of a run today. She's beating Fonsal Willis at the moment. 3-1 on that board. But yeah, also Bakura Suzuki 2-0 up on Helen Ward, as she, of course, will play the winner of she will play Eileen de Graaf if she wins that. Yes, please.
Now it's getting interesting. And again, this is probably where the rest of the crowd almost just want to see Eileen go. You don't want her to start losing and stay in that £500-600 range out of your way. If she's going to go, kick on and win and take out everybody else on your way. Put yourself out of it and know that you're playing for 4 spots instead of 5.
Well, Rihanna Sullivan. Oh, that's a she. She's on 16th at the moment, and she's playing Aurora Focciato of Italy. Looking to try and get some moves a little bit closer towards those match play spots. Remember, Katie Sheldon will be back in action shortly. If she were to win that one, Jane Densley becomes the last woman standing in the race for the match plays. Lorraine Winstanley has just beat Louise Pearson. Well, we thought she had, and she has. It did flash up correctly. Lorraine Winstanley wins 4-1 against Louise Pearson. She continues to stay third in that race for the match play, and she will be seeded 3. More importantly, if she were to win today and Fallon were, she's in the same part of the draw as Fallon in terms of she's on board 15, Fallon's on 16, so they would meet in the last 16 as Leanne Palmer completes our last 32 lineup. She beats Jane Monaghan by 4 legs to 2. But going back to that one there, if Lorraine does beat Fallon in the last 16 and then goes on to win it, Fallon's going to be in huge trouble for the world. Huge trouble.
Massive. Jungle is what? Massive.
Very wicked. Katie Sheldon now in action against Qingjin Zhao of China on board 12 as she looks to try and make herself into the match play and continue to climb up those rankings. Barbara Ospadaska leading Chloe O'Brien 3-2. That's a huge result. If Chloe cannot get there, I'll tell you what, we'll go to that one actually. That's probably the biggest game at the moment. Although Joanne Locke against Lita Hedman continuing. Michael G. Kelly says, how did MVG play last night? Only just saw the results now.
Very well. At 4 each, both players averaging over 100. For a man that had carpal tunnel surgery 2 weeks ago and only picked up his darts for the first time on Wednesday for a practice, even more so, he picked up his darts for practice on Wednesday, I believe, with Vincent. Decided he was okay to play. They played for about an hour or 2. Didn't put them down again, and then picked him up for the first time last night in the practice room an hour before the game.
Not bad.
No, not bad at all. Yvonne Taylor just beating Fonsal Willis 4-1, and there was another result there that's just left my screen.
Well, Kasumi Sato has just beaten Steph Clark 4-1, so she's on a bit of a run. I think that result was that Oh no, it hasn't showed up yet on the on there. But yes, oh there it is. It was Anka Zylstra.
That was the one. That's the one.
So all the rest of the games, apart from the game between Tina Nellon and Leanne Palmer, are yet to get underway in the last 16, in the last 32. So we are getting closer to only needing 8 boards for the rest of the day. Some big players coming on. Fallon Sherrock back in action. Katie Sheldon back in action. Lorraine Hyde back in action. Mikuru Suzuki currently winning 2-0. But the big result that I'm going to go to is Barbara Hospodarska against Chloe O'Brien. Chloe O'Brien is currently 12th on the order of merit. She will need to find a result from somewhere and try and hope that she can get a bit closer to Jane Densley. She leaves herself on 74 to try and send us to a noble. But Hospodarska leaves herself on 56. O'Brien, 74. Which way would you start on this, Gob? Doesn't matter anyway, she's taking it out.
42-32.
She's taking it out in 3. So we are into a noble. Crucial game this, coming up.
Yeah, treble 14 for 74 for me.
You bloody hate going. You hate tops.
You end up on tops from that anyway.
No, but you hate top. Yeah, but you hate tops regardless. I know you know you're not the biggest fan. You prefer going the left hand side of the board, don't you?
Yeah, left hand side is for me. But I don't know. I'm hitting tops a lot more recently, which is I hate it as a student. I developed that much of a hatred with it that with 3 darts at 60 3 darts at 60, which is just that awkward one. I used to go double 14, double 16.
Did you used to go? You were full on Merv, are you?
Yeah.
Fucking hate tops.
I was for a while, yeah. I hit the amount of times I used to hit double 14 first dart and then miss 2 at double 16 was a joke. But I did it to win my group at the national singles one year, and the kid was devastated because it was the top 2 of us in the last game. I was already 1-0 up. He's sat on like 32 as well. And I'm like, yeah, this is gone. Thank you.
Well, it is Hospodarska against Chloe O'Brien, and 118 from Hospodarska has just changed this leg completely. 203 left for her after 12. O'Brien can only hit 58 to lead 269. So Hospodarska fully in control of this leg. And you've got to be worried now if you're Chloe O'Brien. You are running out of events and you're running out of time to make the match play. 100 there from Hospodarska leaves her with 103. O'Brien could only find the 97. Can't find the 99 that she needed to leave a finish. 6 then. She's still Keen Berries at the half, isn't she?
Yes.
I did think that. I made that. I said that earlier, and I was like, I'm pretty sure they're still together. Anyway, 59 left now for Hospodarska. 172 for O'Brien. 60 only found. So 112 left for her. She's got to hope that Hospodarska misses 2 at tops. Taking its time, and she's missed double 7. She went for in the end. She's left herself on double 7. 40 only for O'Brien to leave herself on 72. So double 7 for Hospodarska. Will she split potentially? Wow, she did split. She did split. Goes inside on the 4s, goes inside on the 2s. Leaves herself in the madhouse. So O'Brien on 72 now. Should get, and she takes it out. Oh, Barbara Hospodowska will be kicking herself. Many missed starts, but Chloe O'Brien stays alive in the race for the match play, as does Rhiannon O'Sullivan got on your boards.
Yeah, 4-3 win over Aurora Fochasato, who is a fantastic young talent, Martin. I'm just not quite getting there at this level, but look, the experience for her right now is probably more valuable than anything else.
And Makuru will play Eileen de Graaf next. Please. Yes.
Interesting.
Very good. Very exciting. Katie Sheldon now 3-0 up on Queen Jin Zhao on board 12. Board 16 sees Fallon Sherrock leading 1-0 against Jan Robbins. Not the best of averages at the moment, but, you know, it is what it is. We'll return a 2-0 up on Rebecca Edwards. The winner of that would play Lisa Ashton next up. Don't think... Has Ashton dropped a leg this afternoon? No, she hasn't. She's won 8 straight legs. So, yeah, wouldn't be great. But Ashton's in a bit of form. Lorraine Hyde leading 3-0 now on board 4 against Louise Lay. But the big game that I'm going to focus on, I think, Gob, is over on board number 1, because Dita Hedman has just missed 3 double 10, and Joanne Locke has just missed a chance to clean up 85. So 50 left for Joanne Locke, but Hedman now looking for double 10. Norman, mate, as Dita Hedman manages to find her way through and we go to a noble. Norman, you might think that, but why the hell are you watching?
Excellent input, sir. 120 people currently start watching us talk about this, plus the people watching PDC.TV live and following along around the world.
So, not be funny, mate. You can say that all you like, but...
Thanks for interacting. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, but seriously, what are you doing watching this? If you don't like it, what are you watching? It's like there's people... I genuinely think this on social media, but it's like, you know, I like cats. Well, I don't like cats. Well, why are you interacting then? You know what I mean? Ludicrous. Anyway, Joanne Locke now looking to try and stay alive in this match. She's on 3-9-6 after 6. She hasn't found a big treble. Dita Hedman started off with a 1-2-1, another 2 treble visit, and she is right in the mix. And she finds 2 trebles. She leaves herself on 2-6-5 after 6. Joanne Locke hits 96, but Dita Hedman 35 in front, plus these. We all know where we should be starting on 2-6-5.
The ball.
She hits 97. What? 168 left. I guess it doesn't matter because Joanne Locke, well, she hits 55 to lead 245. So it doesn't really make a blind bit of difference. But come on. As you always said, learn to count.
The ball.
Michael G, she is number 5 at the minute, is Laura Turner. So another win for her. And she could be... Well, I'll tell you what, she's pretty much there or thereabouts. $2,000 should get you in this match play. Definitely. 22 from Joe Locke. It's going all wrong for Joe Locke. And she could be locked out of the match play at this rate. If Dita Hedman... Have you got Heineken?
No, it's cherry Coke.
Oh, my.
I'm working.
Fair. Doesn't stop us in the past. Tops.
Not on camera. We've gone more professional since you come back.
What the hell's that? Why? Anyway, tops for Hedman to knock Joe Locke out of Women's Series 10. It just hasn't been her leg. But for Hedman, she survived multiple match starts in the last leg. The last match, she hasn't survived it this time. Well, she only finds double 10, but so she can't find it. tops, but she can't find double 10. She's let herself double 10, so it should be fine. But yeah, Katie Sheldon through, beating King Jin Zhao. And Katie Sheldon's grip on a match play spot continues to grow, which means that Jane Densley is now number 8 on 1,500 quid. Mikuru Suzuki, as Dieter Hemming does take out double 10 this time, and Joanne Locke is out. So tomorrow she will need a bit of a run.
It feels so weird scrolling all the way down to 77th on the order of merit to see Dieter Hedman's name because of her absences.
So, Fallon Sherrock, though, continuing to... no, Michael, so what we know is that the top 8 will go through. So what normally happens is that there isn't anything on the... Obviously, we always talk about the double session on a Sunday at the match play. What will actually be happening is there'll be 2 double sessions on the Sunday, this time just before the men's final, as Laura Turner completes the victory over Rebecca Edwards 4-0. The quarterfinals, semi-finals, and the final will take place all in one session. But I think it's going to be like the Premier League, isn't it? Best of 11. I haven't seen anything. The quarterfinals, semi-finals, and the final of the women's match play.
I believe so.
It'll be like... It'll be, what's it called, won't it? It'll be like the Premier League.
Yeah. It's the only way you get it in one session.
Yeah.
But tonight's effectively a Pro Tour final because it's 6, 7, and 8 for the World Series. But
yeah, they could do that. Well, Lorraine Hyde has just taken out 4-1, has just beaten Louise Lay. And Leanne Palmer and Team Nellon has just got underway as well. So that's the last 32 games that we played. But Fallon looks like she's in complete control against Jan Robbins. It's good that the last 16 games are also starting to warm up as well. Get them going. Get them playing.
Please.
We like quick tournaments on this stream.
Yes. I need to source dinner at some point.
Isn't there not like a pizza place? There's New York Pizza Place next door, isn't there?
I don't know.
Well, when I was there last week, there was.
There's a bar and stuff, but whatever. I don't know. I'll find something.
Are you actually going to sleep tonight?
I've got to be at another hotel at 3:30 in the morning for a taxi, so I don't know.
And you're only spending 2.5 hours to get through Schiphol security.
7 flight, not 6.
Okay. You might just about make it then.
Yeah. Well, apparently it was pretty clear this morning, so it wasn't too difficult this morning.
Did you hear that from someone who was getting Fallon home?
Maybe.
Apparently, Roots just dropped the sitter, according to someone else in one of our chats. Anyway, whereabouts are we looking? Yeah, Fallon through. Yeah, Michael, yes, the top 8 do just qualify. It's just literally the top 8 that qualify. Quarterfinals will be seeded 1 to 8, 2 to 7, 3 to 6, 4 to 5. Winners of that will play through the semi-finals, and the winners of that play the final. We'll have a Women's World Match Play Champion by about 5 o'clock on Sunday. I mean, it's great. Like we were talking about this earlier, though, Bob. It's great that the PDC are now starting to put their own women's tournaments on. Like, I know you're saying like how you've always had that view essentially of the fact that like they shouldn't have their own separate tour because Barry wants it to be a unisex, or now Eddie obviously wants it now to be unisex. But it's great for the women to have those opportunities to then try and get into those bigger tournaments, in my opinion.
I agree, and I disagree. I disagree with getting multiple opportunities at the same thing based on a protected characteristic. It's positive discrimination. It just is. based on your nationality or your gender, getting extra opportunities to qualify for the same thing in the name of growing sport or growing anything, I disagree with. The same way that I disagree with things like hiring quotas and what have you. Best person, best spot. Always should be, always will be, in my opinion. So yeah, look, I'm not against the women's. Look, I love the women's match, but I think it's brilliant. I've sat here and done entire weekend on my own covering the women's series through lack of availability from various members of our team or whatever. I think it's brilliant. There is no reason why men and women can't compete at darts at the very, very same level. I just think we're getting to another point where it's add things on and worry about the consequences later with the PDC tour. And we've seen it with Euro Tour qualifications and then Development Tour and then Challenge Tour. And we've had some workarounds, but you always stumble across one thing every year or a couple of things every year where you go, well, they haven't thought about how that's going to have a knock-on effect on the next thing. And then we've got a bit of an issue. And I think this is very, very similar. Look, 8 spots for women's match play, no issue with. 2 spots at the Open World, at the World Championship. Brilliant to grow the game, but at what point you're taking opportunities away from your 128 tour card holders?
Yeah, but they got 30 chances to qualify for the Worlds.
Yeah, they also earned those 30 chances and whatever else by earning a tour card, and none of these players have a tour card.
I know, but half of those players, but half of those tour card holders can then go on to play in like something like the Nordic Dart, the Nordic series.
Look, I completely agree. I just think there needs to be some sort of distinction between qualification channels at the start of the year. If this is how you intend to qualify, then you can play in this, and this.
Okay. I think, by the way, I think Dieter Hedman against Anke Zylstra might be about to be streamed because that's been warming up for a long time. I think that game might have just started to get in.
No, that normally means someone's tapped it on the floor. The last to warm up is sometimes. Zylstra Hedman's underway.
Yeah, it was warming up for a long time, though. So it might be on stream in a second.
What also we potentially need to discuss is that effectively the PDC have confirmed that the top 2 will take part in the Grand Slam.
Yeah, but no, hang on. It's just the first. Hang on, it's just the first. Oh no! Oh, there we go. Last stream 1, last 16. Lorraine Wood-Stanley against Fallon Sherrock. That makes a lot more sense.
They haven't said it.
It's just the winner,
as
isn't
bluntly or as blankly, but in his last interview, I think with us, Phil asked Matt Porter about qualification criteria for the Grand Slam, and his words were, "It'll be exactly the same as last year."
Right.
No, I don't think at the time we picked up on that, but last year's Grand Slam involved the top 2 players from the Women's Series Order of Merit.
Well, it's not going to be the case, is it? Because one of the women's series, I'll start again. The winner of the Women's World Match Play will get a spot. That's been qualified. That's been put in the PDC on the PDC website.
And
I think what will happen is that they'll have a Grand Slam qualifier again, like they did before.
Maybe.
But games are underway. We've talked about this SW boxing. We don't need to be calling people out for that. She's apologised for it. They've given the right. They gave the right leg to the right players. It happens. Rhiannon Griffiths leading 1-0 then against Kasumi Sato. Dieter and Anke Zylstra are actually underway as we speak, and that's in the last 16. Tina Nellon is 2-0 up against Leanne Palmer as we speak. That is in the last 32. So that's the last 32 game of the day. They will play the winner. They will get Chloe O'Brien. That's a good draw. You'd think. Look, I'm not being, no disrespect, but you'd be happy to get Tina Nellon or Leanne Palmer if you're Chloe O'Brien to try and continue to make your way in the match play. No, again, as I always say, no disrespect.
I completely agree.
Chloe O'Brien, she would have to then go on and play the winner of Lorraine against Fallon. But if she were to win that one, she'd then make herself would get herself into the top 8. But the one I'm looking at is that woman there, Eileen de Graaf against Mikuru Suzuki. That game will be excellent, I hope.
It should be. And a couple of these games are massive now.
If Mikuru wins
There's a little bit of a gap between Densley, O'Brien and Suzuki, but you will be having a glance over your shoulder because the top 7 are all still in. At 16, the top 7 at the moment are still in the competition, which is mad.
Not just that, though. The big thing for here is that if Mikuru wins this, Jane Densley will be very nervous, I think.
Yes. Well, probably more so if Chloe O'Brien wins the next game.
Yeah. Mikuru, just to let you know what's
Chloe's
going on here.
A win away from overtaking her, whereas Mikuru has to make the final.
She is on 62 left. Eileen de Graaf wanting 136 for the early breaker throw.
If you're Jane, you're probably looking both ways right now. You don't want to be stranded there on your own. You want a Katie or a Rianne to be within touching distance for yourself that you can put pressure on them going into the last event. You don't want to be constantly defending in both of the events tomorrow because it will just never end well.
Mikuru's missed a couple of darts to get a leg on the board. De Graaf, who's only lost today, has been in the final of the last women's series to Lisa Ashton. Suzuki, though, will get another chance because De Graaf cannot take out the 54. We will come back to that question, and I've got up on stage, got up on the screen in a moment, because I think for me it's quite an easy answer.
It was for me until this weekend.
It was an easier answer even before this weekend. As De Graaf takes it out, and Mikuru Suzuki cannot take out her chance, and Eileen de Graaf breaks straight away for 1-0. The answer to me is Lisa Ashton. It's not even, and in my opinion, at this current moment in time, it's not even close. It's not. Lisa is the standard bearer at the moment for women's darts. Bo did fantastically well in the WDF World's Final. There's no doubt about that. But Lisa is the standard bearer. She is just too good.
There's 3 ways of approaching this.
Right.
The most consistent at the top level is Lisa Ashton. You cannot doubt that. The most talented of the 3 is Bo Greaves.
Yeah, okay.
And the player with the biggest ceiling and possibly the best stage presence is Fallon Sherrock.
Yeah.
Now, after the World Championships, I got a little bit carried away with Bo. Not carried away with Bo, a little bit hyperbolic, but actually, it still probably would apply. If Bo was, going to be harsh, managed by the right people and applied herself properly, she could be the greatest female dart player we've ever seen. And that includes Trina Gulliver, who has 10 women's world titles, 11 women's world titles, 10, 11. Someone's going to correct me in a minute.
10, isn't it?
I believe so. 10. But she has already qualified for Lakeside. She's not in Rotherham representing her county or her Super League team. She's in the arse end of Romania chasing silver ranking points for something where she's pretty much already going to be number 1 seed. Her refusal to apply herself to PDC darts right now. Look, I'm not saying everybody wants to go and play for every corporation and whatever, but when you've got as much talent as her, she's very, very quickly going to end up in the Corey Cadbury category right now, in that it's wasted without the right application. And look, not everybody wants to go and be the next Phil Taylor, the next Trina Gulliver, whatever. We've said this about the men's game. We've said this about the start of the ladies' game when numbers were perhaps struggling a little bit with the women's series and there wasn't the international presence that it has now. That it's not everybody's dream to be a professional dart player. But for Bose, she's been playing the game for 5-6 years already. Everything has been gearing up for her to win and be a professional dart player. And now you're in that position. There's no logical reason for her to not be here this weekend and just have a crack at it. Especially when it's a grand to the winner over 4 events. There's potentially £4,000 prize money there for Bo. She could have breached the top 4. She's that good. You think how often Lisa and Fallon split these titles. Even if she comes here and makes 4 finals and loses to one of them in the final every time, a little bit of a reach perhaps.
But that's also, just going to say quickly, that actually would get her into the match play.
Well, it put her 4th. It wouldn't just put her in a match play. It put her in a match play comfortably. And I don't think there's anybody out there that would deny the fact that Bo Greaves could rock up at this women's series with the history that she's got of playing 95% of this tour and beating them. You think how often Dieter Hedman finds herself in the last 8, especially last year as well. Obviously, Dieter was in the top 2. Bo Greaves has eclipsed what Dieter's done all year. Every single time they've met, it feels like Bo Greaves has just dished another one out. She has an extra level gear that 99% of this field do not have. And at the minute, she's not applying it to PDC Women's Series darts. The doors it would open for her, being on Sky, on a bigger TV audience, at the Winter Gardens, in contention for the PDC World Championships, and then, because it's via the Women's Series, she's not denied the opportunity to go and defend the Lakeside title.
I'm letting you go because I don't disagree with anything you're saying. So, but currently, right now, if you were to ask me who would I put as the best female darts player in the world, it's Lisa Ashton. She's currently bashing pretty much everybody that comes her way. She's not being defeated today. I appreciate she's losing 2-0 right now to Laura Turner. That could make me look extremely silly if I was to say that right now. But she's gone. This will be the 11th game that if she wins, it'll be 11 games in a row that she's won. Appreciate it's a very short format, but doesn't make a blind bit of difference. I just think that for me, she's the one. I think she's the one that everybody.
Robbie Williams.
Yeah, well, she is. She's the one that everyone's looking for. She's looking up to. She's the one that sets the standard and has done for the best part of 2 decades. But I agree with you that Bo. Okay, like you say, not everybody has to be like like you say, like the next Philip Douglas. But at the same time, you've got to think, okay, I'm going to defend my title, so let's just have a go at something else.
Yeah.
No, not that one. That was what I was looking for. Here's the tough one. Who's the best player excluding them three?
Oh.
Right now, that's a very difficult question. Because I would say Makuru, but I don't think, because she hasn't been playing that much at the moment, I don't think that she's there. And at the moment, she's losing 3. She might be about to lose 3-1 to Eileen de Graaf, as de Graaf sets up a 1-2-5 to leave herself on 42.
I think I am shading Makuru. Peter's backing his partner, obviously. Good to see you, buddy.
I think
she's certainly in the conversation. I don't think you need to put low afterwards, despite your clear bias and allegiance. She's certainly in the conversation. I think the last 18 months have dropped Dieter a little bit. She was a top 3 effectively with Lisa and Fallon, but that's now been broached a little bit. It was close enough. Well, she finished top 2 last year, didn't she?
Rain, she was 3, wasn't she?
No, Dieter, I said.
Yeah, she didn't finish top 2. She finished top 3. She finished top 2 in 2020.
Yeah,
said Lisa.
Right. Yeah, so look, she's been up there. Laura Turner's added a consistency to her game that I just did not expect her to be able to find that level. Eileen de Graaf looks solid. There is plenty of competition and conversation around it. Lorraine Winstanley seems pretty solid right now as she's eyeing up a 1-1-2, by the way.
Well, speaking of Dieter, she's the first woman through. Yeah, just speaking of these, so really quickly, she is the first woman through to the last 8. She beats Anka Zilstra 4-0.
Yeah, I think the best women player, excluding them, is a more difficult conversation to be had.
Yes. Will Gando ever win a TV title again? Probably not. Probably not.
It's unlikely, but if anybody's capable of just rocking up one weekend and bashing heads, it's Gary. And I think that's still the little bit of an enigma around Gary. Other players that have dropped off or have been at that level before, your Adrian Lewis, etc., his talent is still ridiculously high. But is he capable of rocking up one weekend after averaging high 80s, low 90s for 6 to 9 months, and then rocking up at something like the World Match Play and winning it? Probably not right now. Could Gary Anderson, if he rocks up with the right set of darts, the right mentality, and an hour on the practice board? Yes, because we see him nearly do it with the Match Play and the World Championship in the same bloody season.
Just a quick one. Mikura Suzuki needs to find a huge fish. She can't find it. Now, Eileen de Graaf looking to go for tops and looking to continue her run. If you haven't been with us all day, the only time she's lost today is in the final of the last event, and she continues on. Mikuru Suzuki is out. It is Eileen de Graaf who goes on and through, but some big results coming on board A. I'll focus on the rain wind standing against Fallon Sherrock. Board 3, though, big upset coming potentially there between Lisa Ashton. Might be about to finally fall today.
Yeah, 3-1 down to Laura Turner. There's that consistency level that we've been talking about.
No, Jamie, he doesn't. He's never talked since. No.
That's just not true, though, is it, John? Rhiannon Griffiths beats Kasumi Sato 4-1. So the Welsh woman moves into the last 8. It's going to be an interesting last 8, no matter who is part of it, I think, looking at the matches we have left. I can only count 7, though. Is there a result in between, or are we waiting on a match that just hasn't started yet?
Tina Nellon has just beaten Leanne Palmer 4-1. So Chloe O'Brien against Tina Nellon is about to get underway.
That'll be where we're missing.
Yes. Katie Sheldon behind to Yvonne Taylor. Yvonne Taylor, where has she come from? She's been on it today.
This is one of those moments where I'm going to be very, very honest. I know nothing about Yvonne Taylor.
No, I don't. I've heard nothing about her.
So chat room advice would be incredibly appreciated right now. Look, we're getting there with the women's series. We're getting better on every event. Every time somebody new pops up, we go away, we do our due diligence, but it's impossible to keep track of this entire field. And I know nothing about Yvonne Taylor.
Fallon is slipping in this leg. They started off pretty well between the pair of them, Lorraine with Sandy and Fallon Sherrock, averaging 19,902 off the first leg, off the first 2 legs. But now it's 177 plays 171 after 15 darts. Sherrock goes first. Sherrock, it's 99 to leave 78. Come in whenever you want to, Gold, because I appreciate there's a big game going on between Turner and Ashton.
1 back, so that's 3-2. I can't lie, I've got the stream on instead of watching a specific game, so I've got an eye on that one instead. I'm gonna swap that to Taylor versus Sheldon because
Sherrock goes
the last couple of minutes have been very, very good for Jane Densley. Suzuki has fallen. Sheldon just leveled up at 3 apiece. So before I get too far ahead of myself, if that had been a loss and we're looking at O'Brien coming in shortly, those above and below would have been out. So there'd be an even bigger gap to try and breach to get to Densley without Densley having to travel too far to get safer.
I think, Gob, you might be able to do quarterfinals before the semi-finals. Actually, I think that's realistically where you're going to have to bow out. I think, isn't it? Probably quarterfinals.
Quarters, I think. Yes.
Yes.
Nico, does anyone think Wade or Van der Berg will win the Dutch series, or will it be a Dutchman?
I think Wade will do it.
No, I'm worried about Wade's lack of an A game right now. Before the stint in hospital in Germany, I genuinely had James Wade creeping into contention as I don't know what I've just done there.
Just a quick one, very, very quickly indeed. Laura Turner has just left herself on 60. So Ashton's on 85. So 156 for Laura Turner will win this game for her. Have you just lost the feed, Gob?
Tap my mouse pad and I think it closed the window. 2 secs.
No probs. I'll let you know what's going on in a second. Laura Turner wants 156. She leaves 56, hits the ton. So Ashton on 85. Which way will she go? Will she go 15s? Yeah, she did. Because she left herself double 5. Didn't go. Now, Laura Turner wants 56 to be the first person to beat Lisa Ashton today. Big moments, these. And takes it out. Huge moments. Laura Turner defeats Lisa Ashton. The Lancashire Rose is gone. 4-2.
That sounded really bad then. I didn't mean it like that. That was horrible.
I know what you meant. It's amazing.
Yeah.
But yeah, Lisa Ashton, that's the first time actually that she's actually gone into a money spot.
What a response that is, by the way. Katie Sheldon, first to a finish, it looks like. No, she wasn't. She went 90 ton to open. And I thought, here we go. Katie's pretty much wrapped this up. But Yvonne Taylor in response, 70 ton, 139 to leave 92. It's taken us 8 darts to check out 92. But Yvonne Taylor has beaten Katie Sheldon. Like I said, that gap now, there's space for Densley to chase upwards, and the gap below her is just starting to open up a little bit. The only person in striking distance right now is Chloe O'Brien with a semi-final. Other than that, Rhiannon O'Sullivan would have to win the title for Densley to drop out of the top 8 right now. She now finishes level on the day on 1,500 with Katie Sheldon. Rhiannon Griffiths £400 ahead of both of those two. So it looks like we might get a little bit of a shootout between Sheldon, Densley, and the chasing pack, including Robin Byrne, Chloe O'Brien, Mikuru Suzuki, and Rhiannon O'Sullivan.
Well, Chloe O'Brien is about to get herself underway again against Tila Nellon over on board 7. On board 2, Rhiannon O'Sullivan is leading 3-2 against Lorraine Hyde. But I think we might be going to a last leg decider over on board 8. Lorraine Winstanley has gone 60, 180, ton to leave 61 after 12. 2:15 left for Sherrock as she hits a ton. So Lorraine Winstanley is going to get at least 6, probably more. Peter O'Sullivan, you can't go to the match play. I've cancelled the hotel already. Excellent. So Lorraine can't take it out, but she will come back for 3 at double 18, and Sherrock only hit 41. They've stopped doing that rule now, Jamie. Because Rob Cross didn't get into the Premier League after winning an actual major.
No, but I did float the question towards Danny Noppert, who was a little bit indifferent about it last night. Already UK Open champion. If he goes and picks up tonight's title, it'll be pretty hard to ignore him for next year's campaign.
I'll find a way. I'll find a way. Anyway, someone's got to find a way in this one between Lorraine Winstanley and Fallon Sherrock, because we are off to a noble, and Chloe O'Brien has just fallen behind in the opening leg there, 1-0. So Jane Densley will be very pleased with these results. Lorraine Hyde and Rhiannon O'Sullivan have missed multiple darts at a double. And Hyde misses again.
Jamie's asked about the World Cup. He says, do you think the PDC and Sky will ever listen to all the players, fans, and make the World Cup pairs? I mean,
just quickly,
changes are coming next year. I just don't know what they are.
Just quickly, Rhiannon O'Sullivan continues on. She beats Lorraine Hyde 4-2. And where does that put her now in the race for the match play? She moves on to £1,000 and £50. So she goes to 14th. So you'd have to win the title. But Rhiannon Sullivan on that side of the draw, board 2. So she would play. I think she played Dieter Hedman. Yes, she will. She played Dieter Hedman in the last 8. That's not, again, no Lisa Ashton on that side of the draw. Appreciate Eileen de Graaf has been grafting her way through today. That's not a bad draw you'd want. Rhiannon Sullivan's got to play Dieter Hedman and the winner of Laura Turner or Eileen de Graaf for a final.
Right, let's do this quick.
Yeah, why not?
So when you're sharing a tab. Let's watch the final moments of this one. And then we'll drop back onto the last one.
Oofed.
What a time to join the action. Oh!
Can she take out the Shanghai on 20s? Yes, she can. Wow, wowzers. We mentioned about this and said that if Lorraine Winstanley was to beat Fallon Sherrock in the last 16, it could put some real pressure on the Queen of the Palace about having to go back to the Palace in 2022. That could be huge because Lorraine Winstanley, the bottom half of that draw is now complete. One of Rhiannon Griffiths, Yvonne Taylor, or Lorraine Winstanley or Chloe O'Brien will be in the final. And if Lorraine Winstanley can win her first Women's Series title, goodness me, we have a chase for the worlds on. She'd only be 900 quid off Sherrock. Oh, sorry, 1,050 quid. So she'd be 2 wins away.
Who taught you to count?
You. Right. So then, huge moments coming up. Chloe O'Brien against Tina Nellon is underway. One apiece in that game at the moment. The reason why that game is so far behind everybody else is because board 14 took about 17 hours to complete earlier on. So that's probably...
Shall we do the same? Shall we view that game specifically? And then if the rest start, would you like to let me know?
Of course. Why not? I'll do that. No Lisa or Fallon, by the way, are going to win this title. That's a very good point.
Both of them out.
Yeah.
We've only had 3 other different winners in the past. Dieter Hedman, Makuru Suzuki, and Trina Gulliver. Are we about to add a 4th to that list?
I think we will. Lorraine Winstanley, I think, is, at the moment, or Eileen de Graaf. Both of them have been playing absolutely sensational. Yvonne Taylor as well. Where has she come from today? She's been on a bit of a run. Playing Rhiannon Griffiths, who could also pretty much secure her spot in the match play with a win in this next round. She'd get up to £2,000. So, Chloe O'Brien looking to continue on and to put some pressure on both Jane Densley and Katie Sheldon, who are on 1,500 quid. Just so if you know, Chloe O'Brien, if she wins this, would go 100 quid behind Katie Sheldon and Jane Densley. She'd have to play Lorraine, but if she were to win that, she's into the match play and Jane Densley drops out after a very busy day one. 2-1 the lead. If you are just joining us, a very warm welcome. It is 4 o'clock in the afternoon in the United Kingdom. Wherever you're watching around the world, Charles Heaton, Jack Dobby Garwood for you on Online Darts as we bring you live coverage of the PDC Women's Series. The race to the match. What's that, sorry? What was that?
So that answers that question.
What?
I've just had some Mandarin script.
Yes. I've just tried to block it.
Yeah, I've done it.
Thank you.
But when it first popped up, obviously there was just one. And I was like, is this a genuine comment or is it going to be spam? And then it appears 6 more times. And then you're like,
Yes.
It'd be spam.
Get out. where are we? So, again, if you are just joining us, a very warm welcome. Jack Gobby Garwood will be heading off in the next half an hour, 40 minutes, probably after the quarterfinals. As he's got to head over, it's such a long walk to the Ziggo Dome where he is. So he's got to head over there and get himself some dinner as well. He's busy.
Yeah.
Anyway, God will be gone at that time. So it'll just be me. I've been here since 10 o'clock this morning. First of all, joined by Lee Boyce and then Gob jumping in the afternoon. Thank you, buddy.
Pleasure.
Appreciate what you want to be doing is talking darts when you happen to go and report on darts a bit later. If you are also as well, just to let you know, with the live league, it is back tonight, finals night. Henry Deacon will be calling all the action in for you. So join him from 10 o'clock BST. So 6 hours time, we'll be live with you on YouTube or on Sporty TV on channel 437 on Sky. And Phil Bars is back after watching a ginger singer on the stage at Wembley. He's back tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning with myself, and God will be joining him for the afternoon for the final events before we get our match play 8 off to Blackpool. And then don't forget as well, Monday night, 8 o'clock BST. You know what time it is by now if you've been subscribed to the channel for years. The Live Lounge, join Phil, Gob, Lee. The last time the three of them are together, I believe, before Blackpool. Or maybe no, maybe not. 17, no, I think it is actually. Might be the last time. Yeah, it is. I think it's the last time that you're together before Blackpool.
Yeah, because Boise misses 2.
Yeah, and then the match play starts on the 16th.
I'm not on the match play review show, so the next time all three of us are together for a live lounge after tomorrow. No. Because that's Blackpool. No. Will be the 8th of August.
So make sure you don't miss out, is the point I was trying to make. The three of them. I'm going to be live on all the action and reviewing all the action from this weekend for the Dutch Darts Masters. And also we'll be together for the final time before the 8th of August. So join them for that. Adrian said the top 2 qualify for the Worlds and the top 8 for the match play. Yes. Who automatically qualifies for the Slam? Well, the winner of the match play will qualify for the Grand Slam in the Women's Series. And then I believe they're going to do a Grand Slam qualifier, but don't quote me on that. They're going to have to, I think.
I will try and find out tonight.
Yes. Thank you.
I saw Matt Porter wandering the building yesterday.
Oh. How is he?
Or Dave. I'll ask Dave Allen. I didn't say hello yet.
Fair.
I went looking for food. Oh, I went looking yesterday. I forgot to take snaps with me to the venue. And I'll probably do the same tonight. I'll just go to the bar and get a couple of Cokes as I did yesterday. And I was looking at the food. There was like some nice chips and stuff. And I was like, do you know what? It's just going to be too like smelly for the press room or whatever. They were covering it in sauce and everything and like a cone. I was like, no, can't really put it down. I need to work. And then I saw some sausage rolls. And I went and asked, is that a sausage roll? And they're like, I don't think so. We call it this, but it's very, very nice. And I was like, it looks close enough. I will have one. And if it's not, then I'll blame you. Walked into the press room. Oh, it was one of the best sausage rolls I've ever had in my life. Brilliant.
Well, there you go. That's what you're going to have tonight.
I'm going to have another one. A couple of Cokes. And then I don't know whether to take the trip to Burger King before, but it means walking away from the hotel to come back to the hotel to then walk back to another hotel later.
The life and times of Gob on tour.
And I don't think Schiphol has a Weatherspoons for breakfast.
It definitely does not.
It is massive. I appreciate it's a major city airport, but I've never seen anything.
Yeah, a capital city airport is massive. Shock.
I've never seen anything like it.
Whereabouts?
I don't fly very often.
No, you don't. You just say as well, no, the other last 8 games haven't actually started, so I wonder if they're going to try and wait for this one. I think I expect
so. A reminder that the winner of this will play Lorraine Winstanley.
Yeah, she knocked out Fallon Sherrock, and Laura Turner has knocked out Lisa Ashton. So we are potentially going to get a new name on the trophy, on the Roll of Honour. The only one that is left that has actually won themselves a title is a certain Dieter Hedman, who got knocked out in round 1 this morning, but has been in the mood since.
Yes, because Suzuki has exited also.
Yes. But Chloe O'Brien leading 20 to try and take us into a 3-2 lead. But Tina Nellon, remember as well, for Chloe O'Brien, this match is huge. She could go £100 away from a match play spot. 1 win away. She cannot take out this double 10. As soon as this game is done, we will go to an ad break, by the way, everybody. So a chance for you to go and rest up and get yourself there. But what we need, you know what they have on ITV sometimes? They have that spinning wheel on the top right-hand corner.
Yes.
We need to get that on there.
Ad break pending.
Yes, that's what I think we need to do. Chloe O'Brien misses inside on the 10s and the 5s. Not very good. Nellon, though, leaves 36. What can Chloe O'Brien do? Oh, dear. Misses 2 at double 2. So Nellon now with an opportunity to break. And then be throwing for the match. And she does. Why is Bale going to the MLS?
Sun, money, and depending on which state his team are based in, probably significantly wider fairways for him to go and play golf on.
And also as well, again, depending on where he's going, significantly less taxes.
Yes.
If you're in California, you're Horlicked. But if you're in Florida, you're not.
Or he could go back and play in the championship for Cardiff.
Oh, he's going to LA. He's going to LA. Oh, okay. That's a very interesting one because California isn't a tax haven, I don't think.
No, but it's got very nice weather, decent beaches, and they will pay him a fortune. You're following in Bale. You're following in Bex and Gerrard's footsteps.
I would have gone to Orlando personally.
LA Galaxy, where English footballing legends go to die.
In this case, Welsh. Chloe O'Brien, though, hopefully her chances of the match play won't die in this leg, but it's just not working for her at the moment. Like I say, none of them are warming up just yet. So we will stick with this. O'Brien needs a biggie. Doesn't get it. The only difference between New York and LA is the fact that during the winter, New York is disgraceful. Too cold.
Yeah, my sports city is Boston, but it's just never warm there.
It is. Hey, let me tell you, bloody warm in the summer. Been there a few times. Boston, beautiful city. Would happily live there.
Feels a bit like the UK, though.
It is.
It's just not warm very often, and when it's cold,
it's bloody freezing. Yeah, Miami. Okay, yeah, fair enough. I don't mind Orlando City or Miami.
Inter Miami is such a stupid name.
Yes. Tina Nellon, though, continuing to just eke away as Chloe O'Brien just cannot find the trebles that she needs to try and get back into this game. No, we have been linked with Bale, but he just won't come. Because we're crap. Nellon now on 152, so she can check this out. I don't think she'll need to. I suspect with the way that O'Brien is throwing in this leg, yeah, she's going to get 6 minimum. Exactly, Yankee. I agree with that. Boston is the best city, but it's very cold and windy in the winter. As an NFL fan, when you're watching the Patriots playoff games at home, it looks very cold. O'Brien. Oh, that's a big shot there for the 135. So Nellon now needs a 111, needs the Nelson in order to get through and into the last 8. Doesn't take it out. So this 65 must go, you feel. Otherwise, Chloe O'Brien's charge to the match play will be gone, and it does go. So we do continue on. Oh, apparently, earlier on today, I didn't realise this. Kasumi Sato finished 50 on the ball.
Yeah, one is brilliant. It was on Twitter.
Excellent stuff. So, no ball leg. Oh, we've got another wicket, by the way. Devon Conway's got him.
Brody.
No, sorry. Tom Latham got Overton got him.
Oh.
But pure focus for us now on this moment, because Chloe O'Brien and Tina Nunn have been playing together in this game. They've been at a similar level, but this is huge as the other three quarterfinals are starting to warm up.
I'm not sure they are. I think someone's just gone around and allocated boards to them. I think they will all start at the same time.
Oh, the buttons have been pressed anyway.
Crikey.
O'Brien on 260, Nailon on 286. Do you need to go now or in the next 20 minutes?
No, I'll be all right.
Okay.
We'll do I'll just on Twitter, Karol Sedlacek, double qualification for Euro Tours once again today. Qualified for his 10th Euro Tour event of the year. He's beat Bielecki in the final both times today. 5-4 to qualify for Hungary and 5-3 to qualify for the German Darts Open in Jena.
Good. Excellent stuff from Evil Charlie. Trier Arena. I was just looking to see where it is. I don't know where Trier is actually in Germany. Near the border with Luxembourg. Okay. Miles away. Anyway, 54 for Chloe O'Brien left. 115 for Tina Nailon to try and steer it away into this last 8. Doesn't get it. So O'Brien, she has come through a couple of close games today. It's now looking for 54 more points, and she doesn't. I suspect she might have gone inside maybe on double one, hit double one. $93 left for Nailon. We are coming towards the business end of this one. This is a last 16 tie. Left on double 8. O'Brien, will she split? The answer is yes. And she leaves herself on double 7. Nailon now to knock O'Brien out. Both Jane Densley and Katie Sheldon are hoping that she does, and she does. Chloe O'Brien misses match darts, and Tina Nailon continues her run through, and it will be Tina Nailon that takes on Lorraine Winstanley in the next round of the women's series. So the games that have just got underway right now: Laura Turner against Eileen de Graaf, Rhiannon Griffiths against Yvonne Taylor, and Dieter Hetman will take on Rhiannon O'Sullivan. Rhiannon O'Sullivan has actually just taken the first leg against Dieter Hetman. The remaining quarterfinal will be Tina Nailon against Lorraine Winstanley. We'll be back with all those in just a couple of moments. Stay with us. This is the Women's Series on Online Darts Live TV, brought to you by Betfred, Winmal, Red Dragon, and MODUS Sports. We're back with you in a couple of seconds.
Take it to the next level.
Everyone, welcome back. This is Online Darts live coverage of the Women's Series, getting to the business end of the action here in Barnsley. Garth Eaton and Jack will go alongside you as we are down to 8, and the Women's Series is just getting underway again. Into the quarterfinals, Laura Turner against Eileen de Graaf, Dita Hebden against Rhiannon O'Sullivan, and Rhiannon Griffiths against Yvonne Taylor. You've got Rhiannon O'Sullivan. You've got Laura Turner and Eileen de Graaf. They are 5th and 4th currently as it stands respectively in the Women's Series order of merit. Chloe O'Brien is still in there as well. She will play the 3rd place woman at the moment, Lorraine Winstanley. And as long as Dita Hedman does not win, we will have a new name on the trophy, a name on the Roll of Honour in the Women's Series. Gob, you are going to be heading off very, very shortly, probably at the end of these quarterfinals. But if you were to pick a team now, if you were to pick a woman to win this event today, who are you going for?
Oh, don't do that to me. Lorraine Winstanley.
I agree. She's been in good form today. Or actually, no, I'll take a lie. I'll tell a lie. I'll go with Eileen. Come on, Eileen. What do you expect as well to happen tonight when you head over
Tonight?
to the Ziggo Dome?
Good question. Let's just remind myself who's actually playing this evening.
Might be a good start.
Yes. I know it's Jermaine versus Dimmy.
Ooh, the Mac Elkin derby.
Yes. No, that's images. This one. Wade versus it's Clearmaker versus Van Dyvenbode to open. Wade against Kai Van Hoven. Dimmy against Jermaine Wattermaina. And Danny Noppert against Vincent van der Voort.
A lot of Dutch there.
There is. And I think that continues through the night.
Do you?
Yes, I think the final will be Duck against it's so bold. Dirk versus Vincent.
Ooh, very bold indeed.
Yes, I just see something in Vinny at the minute. Look, he's playing Danny, and Danny is a fantastic player. He's just become ridiculously consistent. He had 6 180s last night, averaged over a ton, I think it was. If not, it was certainly close to a ton. It was over a ton for a large part of the game. And obviously, he's got that UK Open title under his belt. But I just fancy Big Vinny.
Interesting. I'll tell you what, my pick at the moment, Eileen de Graaf, could be a very Dutch day if Eileen de Graaf wins this one. Good afternoon, Lendl. Hope we're all good, buddy. I couldn't like your comment about being Rotterdam being better because I've never been. I want to go next year. I do want to do that next year for the Premier League.
This could be Rotterdam or anywhere.
Great tune. Love a bit of the beautiful South.
Did I see them at Glastonbury yesterday?
I don't think so. But Sam Fender, by the way, what a hero.
He's not going to shag you.
Don't care. Bloody brilliant. If you haven't watched that set, by the way, and you are into your rock or a bit of indie rock, indie pop, go and watch it. He's very good. And I'll tell you who is very good at the minute, Yvonne Taylor. Yeah, where's this happen? Where's this come from today? If anyone could tell me a bit about Yvonne Taylor, please do. She's on board 3, so she'd have to play the winner of Tina against Lorraine. But still, not a bad day for her. Move up a little bit. Win this, and she's right in the mix tomorrow. So, just let you know where we are. As you can see, last 8 games there. Laura Turner beat Lisa Ashton earlier on. Eileen de Graaf has been sensational for most of the day. She has won every game bar one. That was in the Women's Series 9 final against Lisa Ashton. Rhianne Griffiths is 3-0 down on Yvonne Taylor, but Rhianne Griffiths is currently on 1,900 quid. So she's put herself a bit of distance between her and the rest of the field. I'm going to say we have got our final. I think we've got 6. I'm going to say it. I think Lisa Ashton, Fallon Sherrock, Lorraine Winstanley, Eileen de Graaf, Laura Turner, and Rhianne Griffiths, I think, are all there. Because of the way that everything goes tomorrow and how many people need to win and all the rest of it, I just can't see it happening.
The gap to Griffiths is big. I'm going to say Laura's definitely there. Well, not definitely, but I think Rhiann's still just catchable.
Apologies if you can hear anything below me. Below my flat, someone's decided to play a bit of Mimi Webb. Comment, by the way, get involved in the chat room as always, everybody. And this is the last time we're going to do this today. So appreciate if you could just give us a bit of a like, subscribe to the channel, comment as well, get involved. And don't forget, of course, you can find us across the socials, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. Make sure, of course, that you're following that because Gob's going to be doing some updates from the venue tonight.
Yeah, I did forget we have Instagram, though, so don't worry about that bit. I have. I don't know how it's going to finish yet, but I have been vlogging this weekend.
Did you do one at Birmingham Airport, did you, at the end?
Yeah.
Good.
Not all of it. I can't remember. I've got all the clips. I'll put it together. I've done a little bit yesterday. I've only done 1 or 2 updates today. I'll have one before we start. Got the cheeky little hotel room tour in as per.
Shock.
No breakfast. I didn't have breakfast today. I got up late and then I just went straight to lunch. So there's no full English breakfast. Or
what was the full
staple part of any vlog? But
yeah, Eileen de Graaf looking like she's going to be the first player into the semi-finals at this rate. Yvonne Taylor could be about to make her way into the last 4 as well. Rhiannon O'Sullivan, 2 apiece currently right now with Dieter Hedman. And she's got 93 left with 6. She's got to have 6 in hand as well. Rhiannon O'Sullivan, she were to win this one, she would go and take Jane Densley's spot. 1,200 quid if she were to win this game. She would jump above Mikuru Suzuki. O'Sullivan still wanting to get rid of 50, and she does in 2 darts. She doesn't do the Sato, but she does get rid of it. And Dieter now is throwing to stay in the match. Rhianne Griffiths is also throwing to stay in the match. She needs the Paul Hinks to stay there, but she will have 6 to get rid of it. Eileen de Graaf is now 8 points away. And with the way that she's been playing today, Gob, I think she deserves to be on the roll of honour.
it's difficult to disagree as she does wrap up a 4-1 win over Laura Turner.
My God.
Beer snake.
Oh Jesus, that is some snake. That is.
To Leeds.
If you are not a cricket fan, if you're not a cricketist, then there is some photo from the Western Terrace at Headingley. I think most people at the darts would be very pleased with that. It's a good effort of a beer snake. Can we show that?
Yeah, I'll work it out now.
Anyway, so as I say, so it is Eileen de Graaf, the first woman into the final. Thank you, Michael. Yvonne Taylor is Welsh. She's got the English flag on her.
Don't start that again. We've had a few of them on the seniors, and they do not like it.
Yes. Plays mostly with the WDF. Okay. I'm sure we'll learn a bit about her if she does go on and win this game.
Beer snake.
Let's have a look. There's the beer snake. Good Lord. That's a cracking effort. If we can get that again going tonight in Holland, then fair play.
That's well over 30 meters of plastic cups stacked inside each other.
Yeah, but the worst thing about that is that are they the ones that are, these types of ones, or they're the actual plastic ones?
I think they might be the actual plastic ones.
Wow.
Either way, from the initial cup to double your length from a cup takes about another 10 cups.
Yeah.
Because the rest of it's just locked inside.
If it's one of them, then what you need is the kids
deal that and go and take it back, because that's about $1,000's worth of.
Yeah, but to say, if the kids are available there, there's got to be at least 500 cups in there. £1 per cup. You made a fortune. Anyway, Rhiannon O'Sullivan needs 83, but she won't get a shot at it because Dieter Hedman takes out 74, and she is sending this game to a noble. Now, Yvonne Taylor is throwing for the match, but Rhiannon Griffiths has just hit a 135 to leave 198. Taylor's on 266 and can't find a big treble, so 207. So Rhiannon Griffiths has got 6 darts minimum to get rid of the 198. Sullivan has just started the noble with a ton, and Hedman can only respond with an 83. Griffiths has just left herself the champagne shot. And Taylor has just strayed into the fives. 162. Can't get rid of that. So Rhiannon Griffith doesn't need to take this out. We will come back to the Rhiannon Sullivan Dieter Hedman game in just a second, as Hedman's just pinged in a 135 as Rhiannon Sullivan is looking to go at the moment for the 5-ton leg. So aesthetically pleasing, isn't it?
Yes.
Fallon hit one in the Grand Slam, didn't she? No, it doesn't matter anyway because she just hit 60. But Griffiths needs 78 to send us to a noble in that quarterfinal. She hits it, and we are going to a noble in this quarterfinal. That is on board 3. The winner of that, on board 3. The winner of that plays Tina Nell against Lorraine Wood-Stanley. 115.61. Is that an 11 darter to start us off?
12 is 125, so yeah.
105, isn't it?
12 is a 125.
So what's 115 then? 13.
Yeah. 14 is 107.
Okay. Anyway.
15 is a ton.
Yes. Hedman wants 184 to get rid of and get that down. Rhiannon Sullivan has left herself on 60. He's left herself on 121, excuse me. She's hit 360s in a row. It's been a long day. The reason why I said that is because Dieter Hedman has just left herself on 160. Kate Sheldon took that out earlier on today. Rhiannon Sullivan has just left herself on 99. $160 for Dieter. So you let it finish. That would be a sensational finish if she were to do it. She doesn't get it anywhere close. 118 left. So Rhian O'Sullivan to knock Dieter Hetman out. Will she split? That's the big question. I know she went straight at it and she's missed all three. And Rhian Griffiths has just won against Yvonne Taylor 4-3. What a leg. 60, 180, 100, 129, a 14 data. Thank you very much. But we're concentrating on Hetman against O'Sullivan now. And Hetman can only make inroads into it. And she misses three, does Rhian O'Sullivan. Goes inside on the nine.
Now put Rhian Griffiths above Laura Turner in the order of merit as well, by the way.
Interesting. Lorraine Winstanley's just missed at least 12 game darts. Nellon's also bust 51. Hetman can't find out where she's going. Nellon can't take out 51. Rhian O'Sullivan now left on 9. Takes it out. Last dart in hand. She gets over the line, does Rhian O'Sullivan. Huge moments in that on there. Rhian O'Sullivan would have to win the title if she was to go and make her place in the match play. But Rhian Griffiths and Laura Turner, as you say, Rhian Griffiths has just won that. So I think she's there. I think 2000, we're going to go with an early cut-off at this point. But Rhian O'Sullivan stays alive, semi-final-wise. She will play, I'm going to say, where is she going to play? She's going to play Eileen de Graaf. Yes, Liam, it is the quarterfinals. We've got one quarterfinal left, which Gob is going to put up for us. We're level at 1 apiece in this one. Gob, if you do have to shoot at any stage during this match, please let me know.
No. I'm here till the end of the match. Don't you worry, sir. You couldn't possibly leave you rambling on your own for too long. Everyone else will go mad.
Sir!
I can see fans arriving outside and it's brilliant because I'm just going to walk straight past them into a different entrance.
Again, apologies if you can hear any music blasting. It's not me. It's the people downstairs who decided to.
Should be all right.
Very good. Someone's played 21 Reasons by Nathan Dorr. I don't want to get shut off by YouTube. Peter O'Sullivan, I think, summing up what everybody was thinking, who was in that one there. Will Lorraine get through? So, the one semi-final that we do know is Rhian O'Sullivan against Eileen de Graaf. And Rhian Griffiths. Could it be an all-Rhian final? I think Rhian might win. As Rhian Griffiths is into the semi-finals there. I think it might... I just have a funny feeling it might be Eileen de Graaf's time to finally get on the roll of honour. We will now definitely have a new winner of the Women's Series.
Yes, we will.
Lorraine Winstanley now looking to take out a 108. She said, green grass. Got a sense of the other line, though, of course, about the fact that David Iron went for George Ezra playing at the Jubilee party. Don't mention the words dying when the Queen's around. Winstanley now looking for double 18. And Winstanley takes it out. Back to 2-1 in this one. I'd suspect if anyone's looking at a reasonable finish time, I suspect it'd be around about 5:30 UK time. So around about 50 minutes, I'll go with. So you've got plenty of time to get yourself some dinner, watch the final with us, and then straight on to the Dutch Darts Masters.
On TV.
If you're in the UK.
Yes.
If you're around the world, Viaplay, I know we're doing it in Holland because it's the Viaplay Dutch Darts Masters. That's the kickoff. And DAZN are doing it for everybody else around the world, I believe. Germany, like most of Europe. Canada as well, I think. USA. Fox are doing it in the Australians, though. I'm watching it on Fox. I mean, definitely not watching it live on Fox yesterday.
Not really, Jamie. We used to do it with Premier League when it was me, Jar, and Duffy as a podcast. It's something to keep us going, but management of it.
God, do you remember that?
Difficult, and we forget our own predictions from the Premier League when we're doing Fallout Bar and everything. So the management of a picks style thing, especially with the PDC launching Fantasy Darts last year, which has gone a bit up and down. There's been a couple of different versions of it.
Tell you what, Lorraine Winstanley, not a bad line. Not a bad leg. This 140, 140, 140. This South on double 16, perfectly fine. As we do mention very, very quickly, we are back tomorrow as well. 10 o'clock in the morning, BST. Phil Bars and myself as Lorraine Winstanley breaks, and we'll be throwing for the match next up. Barsy and I will be here in the morning. God will be absolutely knackered flying back from Amsterdam, but he's coming on in the afternoon. He's not missing the opportunity to do the final event before the match play.
That's my intentions. Whether or not that goes to plan tomorrow is a different matter.
Might be sticking around, mightn't I, to be fair.
It's like this. I'm trying to call in the semi-final.
F1 season is a bit flat. Yeah, it is. But then again, though, it's been flat for, the majority of the last 10 years?
Yeah, I didn't mind the majority of them because Lewis was winning.
Well, you think about it, 2013, sorry, last 10 seasons, 2012, 2014, 2016. And obviously last year, were only the really ones that were decent. Last year, for me, was the greatest Formula One season I've ever seen. Just the ending was an absolute shambles.
Disgrace.
Have we got the Drogba clip? It's a disgrace. It's a disgrace.
That reference has avoided me.
Do you remember Chelsea-Barcelona from the 09 Champions League final?
No.
When Chelsea had like 5 penalties and the Norwegian referee didn't give them?
No.
I'll have to send you a link on YouTube. I can't actually play the proper version here because it's bad language.
So.
Very bad language. Thank you, by the way, to everybody that's been in the chat room all day. Appreciate there's been not much sport going on today. Everyone's been waiting for Wimbledon, I think, to start most of the day. Anyone, like I say, where was it? What's going on in the All Ireland in the football?
In the what?
The All Ireland football.
That don't count.
Of course it bloody does.
No. Although I'm going to walk in and pleasantly remind all of my Dutch media colleagues and counterparts that England women beat them 4-1 at football yesterday. That's about what I'm clinging on to at the moment in the press room.
Like I said, this is a dart show, but if we're going to go down that road, yes, Lewis won't win another title. He's done after this year.
He was robbed.
He was, but he's done. So yes. Lorraine doesn't look like she's going to go and win this leg, though. Looks like Nellon's going to continue on to 78. She has left.
That's a little bit of a slip, though. A ton or more here, and
I agree.
Pressure. As Queen once famously, under pressure.
Yeah, not anymore.
No.
61 left. Should clean this up. 25, double 18. Thank you.
Treble 11, double 14. Thank you.
And of course, if you hit the ball, then you are Horlicks.
Thanks for coming.
She went that way? No, she didn't.
No.
I'm going on. I don't know which way she went there, to be fair.
This goes.
Oh, close. Very close. Do you reckon she went for the? Do you reckon she went 51 tops?
Is this the streaming game?
Don't know. No idea. Doesn't matter because she takes it out. Top's gone, and Lorraine Winstanley does make her way into the final. 4 of this women's series event. So it is going to be Rhiannon O'Sullivan against Eileen de Graaf and Rhiannon Griffiths against Lorraine Winstanley. You going to still stick with Lorraine, Gob?
Yes.
Very good. I'm still sticking with Eileen. So what that means is going to be an all Rhiannon final, probably. Gob, I think that will be you done, mate, because I appreciate you've got to head over to the venue. It's such a long walk. The best of luck. Enjoy it. Are you still sticking with Big Vinny to win tonight?
I've got him in the final. I said Vinny Dirk in the final. I haven't decided who wins.
Well, you've got to make a decision now before you go. Come on.
All right, Danny wins.
Oh, okay.
Complete change of mind. Yeah, I think Noppert wins. I'd love to see what else I claim, but no.
Very good. Right. Well, Gob, it's been a pleasure. Thank you very, very much for joining us over in Amsterdam. And see you tomorrow. Best of luck.
Yeah, what you said. Enjoy the last couple of games, and I'll speak to you very, very soon. I'm now about to go and count. I might take the stairs down to the ground floor, see if it's more steps between here and the floor than it is between the door and the door to the venue.
Good content. Good content. Yeah. Gob's going to be heading off in just a second. We're going to be back for after this advert break, and it'll just be me guiding you through the remainder of the semi-finals. Thank you very much to Jack Gobby Garwood. Betfred World Match Play. Women's World Match Play places are still up for grabs. This is the online darts coverage of the Women's Series brought to you by Betfred, Windmill, Red Dragon, and MODUS. We're back in the semi-finals shortly.
Take it to the next level.
And then there was just me. Very warm welcome back, everybody. This is Online Darts live coverage of the Women's Series. We are down to 4 in the race for the Event 10 winner. Rhian O'Sullivan taking on Eileen de Graaf and Rhian Griffiths taking on Lorraine Winstanley in the semi-finals. Jarlath Eaton with you as I have been all day. It's been great to get back on the stream and interact with everybody here. So thank you very, very much indeed. Richard Vosden says, some of us viewers here in Ireland are interested in the All-Ireland, unlike your co-presenter, Up the Kingdom. Normally I go, fair enough, mate, because you're not the Dubs, but we're playing you on Sunday, and I am genuinely bricking it because of what you did to us in the league final. And Jamie says, Derry are absolutely pumping Claire. Yes, I did see that. They're winning by 4 goals, aren't they? And they've already scored 4 goals. Someone's messaged me saying they're actually watching the game, and Derry leading 4-7 to 1-3. Jesus wept. That's not good at all. So yeah, Derry doing pretty well at this moment in time. But yeah, we are just waiting for the start of the semi-finals. Thank you again to everybody that's been around throughout the day, throughout the stream, watching it. If you have just watched us on mute, if you've just been watching us throughout the day, it's generally been massively appreciated. So thank you very, very kindly. Whereabouts are we in the day? Yes. So I tell you what, as I talked about there, we are going to just switch a little bit. Give me one moment. Let me get the order of merit up as things stand at the moment. So this is how the order of merit now stands for you. Lisa Ashton at the top. She is safely into the women's match play, as is Fallon Sherrock, although Lorraine Winstanley could be about to put some huge pressure on her. There could be £1,050 behind Fallon Sherrock in a race for the World Championship. Eileen de Graaf as well could be about to put some pressure on Sherrock. She's been brilliant today. If you are only just joining us, Eileen de Graaf has been outstanding. She's lost 1 game all day, and that was the final in Event 6 to Lisa Ashton. Rhian Griffiths as well. She's still with us, and she is 5th as things stand, ahead of Laura Turner on countback for now. But if she were to win, then she would go well ahead of Laura Turner. We think that the top 6 are there. We think 6 places are done in the match play race. Katie Sheldon and Jane Densley then tied at £1,500. Katie Sheldon getting a last 4 place last time out in the event 9. Jamie, yes, no Trina Gulliver. I believe she's gone to the UKDA event earlier on that starts tomorrow, the Old Gold Cup event. That's what God was saying earlier on. So Trina will not be at the match playing. I don't think she'll be playing tomorrow either, unless something truly remarkable happens. Joanne Locke and Robin Byrne are both on £1,300, £200 behind both Katie Sheldon and Jane Densley. And you got Chloe O'Brien, who is out. She got knocked out by Yvonne Taylor. £1,250 there, as you can see. Who did Chloe O'Brien get knocked out by? Tina Nellon, she got knocked out by. She's £250 behind. But the one that could still make a bit of an impression today is Rhian O'Sullivan. She is on £1,200, and she has got the opportunity to go and make the final in this one. If she gets there, she'll be only £100 behind Katie Sheldon and Jane Densley. And we could have some serious shootout tomorrow for the final 2 match play spots. And then you see Mikura Suzuki on £1,150. She's really got to have a fantastic day tomorrow. She's probably going to make a final or 2, or maybe even win one, just to get into the match play spots. As I speak at the moment, the semi-finals are still not yet warming up. So what do people think? Who do you think is going to win this one left in the match play race? You've got Eileen de Graaf, Lorraine Winstanley, Rhian Griffiths or Rhian O'Sullivan. Who do you think is going to be the winner of the middle events of the women's series. After this, we will have just 10 events to go. We'll have 10 left, 10 events down, 10 events to go. Blooming hell, it's Claire have just scored again, apparently, and now Derry have as well. It's 23 points to 9 at this moment in time, if you are interested in the All-Irelands like I am. So it looks like Derry could be a little bit of a dark horse this year. You know, I mean, for us as a Mayo fan, as I am, we've got to play Kerry tomorrow, and I think they're going to batter us. And if we were to win that, we're probably going to have to play Dublin later on as well in a couple of weeks' time. We all know how that ended last year. I was there. It was great. So yeah, Lorraine says, Michael, yeah, look, if Eileen hadn't been playing as well as she had done, I'd say that Lorraine's going to win it. But I think Eileen de Graaf has just been playing that well, but I just can't see how she doesn't win. She was excellent up until the final last time. So I think it's her time to go on and do stuff today. We are by the way, you can watch a couple of these, watch one of these semi-finals. You can watch them on pdc.tv right now if you want to be a part of it. If you are logged in, if you've got to log in, go and log in, watch it live. You can watch it with the brilliant Chris Murphy and Abby Davis as Rhiannon O'Sullivan and Eileen de Graaf have just got underway. So what I will do is I will switch this over. Give me 1 second because this is the way the streaming software. By the way, back to normal tomorrow. The proper streaming software back with Barsley tomorrow. I'm on in the morning, so make sure that you do that. But here we go. Let me just get this back on, and there we are. Excellent. See if I can zoom in a little bit more for us. See if I can just scroll down. There we go. Should work, shouldn't it? See, hopefully it's worked for you. If it hasn't, then I apologise. I will switch it back. But there we go. Yeah, so there we are. Rhiannon Sullivan against Eileen de Graaf is underway. Let's see who's won the bull in that one. Eileen de Graaf has won the bull. She is the first woman to get underway in that one. Thanks very much. Cheers, Timmy. My ears might be strange. I don't mind. There's a nice shirt I've got on there. Oh, thanks very much. It's an online darts shirt when I used to work here. I just found it in the drawer. Where are we? So that game is just underway between Rhiannon Sullivan and Eileen de Graaf. De Graaf has the ball, but she has just missed the ball for an 85 outshot. So Rhiannon Sullivan is now looking to try and clean up 56. If she were to do that, she can't do it. She misses 2 at tops. So de Graaf takes out the 31 that she needed. And she's now 1-0 ahead. As you can see there as well, which is good news because both the games that are on there now, Rhiannon Griffiths and Lorraine Winstanley are also underway. And it is Rhiannon Griffiths who does have the bullseye in that one. So Eileen de Graaf has held through. Don't forget as well, if you are new here, that this one goes to a best of 9. So it's first to 5 in the semi-finals and the final. Been 4 all day. We're now into 5, just because the PDC like to be different. Actually, to be fair, it's nice. It's a good way to do things, to be honest. If you are making plans actually for the rest of the day and you are heading out, I'd say, like I said, I'd probably say about 5:30, probably realistically, before we're done here. So then, let's have a look where we are. Rhiannon Sullivan has responded very well with the throw. She's gone 100, 121, 41, 140. To leave herself 99 after 12. Eileen de Graaf is still well behind on 2-3-1. First leg of Rhiannon Griffiths and Lorraine Winstanley, quite tight and tense. Griffiths just can't find herself a big trouble at the moment. Lorraine Winstanley's found a couple of troubles in the first visit and then 3 troubles straight after that. Left herself, she's gone 1, 2, 3, 81, 81, 81. So she left 135 after 12. Griffiths needs the maximum in order to get herself back into this leg. She can't find it, only hits herself 55, but Rihanna 7 as well has just cleaned up tops, as you can see there. And she is now 1 apiece with Eileen de Graaf. Lorraine Winstanley has left herself 40 after 15. She looks to break the Rhiannon Griffiths throw. Griffiths has just not been able to get going at all in this first leg. She finally finds a big treble, but it's too late. And in fact, actually, she's going to get 6. Doesn't need it. Only needs 1. Thank you, Richard. Appreciate that one, mate. My partner, her family live in Ireland. They're actually over this weekend. They live in Galway. So I know, and having Irish heritage myself, I know how bad the weather normally does get in Ireland. So that's really nice of you. I'm still cheering for Mayo tomorrow, though, buddy. Whereabouts in Kerry are you? Because it's an absolutely beautiful county. Eileen de Graaf responds, though. She finally gets herself going in the third leg of this match. She's 117. But the first maximum of the game goes to Rhiannon O'Sullivan. She left herself on 177. De Graaf, though, hits a ton. So goes to 121. This is good. Good pace between this pair. Really good pace to this game. 132 left by Rhiannon O'Sullivan. So the champagne shot if she comes back. Because Eileen de Graaf needs the 1-2-1. Just 1 treble needed, of course. She leaves herself on tops. 60 hit by O'Sullivan to go to 72. So Eileen de Graaf needing tops to hold throw again. Doesn't get it. Big moment. Big moment early on. And she takes it out. Rhiannon O'Sullivan gets the break of throw. And remember, she is looking to try and get herself up into those match play spots. A win here in this one would take her to £1,400. If she were to win the event, she would be to 1,800 quid. And Jane Densley and Katie Sheldon might not have as much of a battle for the world match play spots. In the other semi-final, Lorraine Winstanley is currently on 197 and now on to 152. She hits 45. But Rhiannon Griffiths, who has moved on to £2,000 as well. So we think that she's in there. Just outside Killarney, David Clifford territory. And I tell you what a player David Clifford is. What a player. One of my all-time favourite players. Lorraine Winstanley's just hit a 136 to lead 88. She might have just gone inside, actually, on that double 16. Might have hit the 2 trebles and gone for it. Rhiannon Griffiths has left herself on 165. It won't matter anyway. So here comes the Winstanley, and the break is ensured. There's the hold. 2-0. Lorraine Winstanley leads against Rhiannon Griffiths, and she's looking very comfortable at the moment as Rhiannon O'Sullivan has just hit a 101 to go 3-1 up on Eileen de Graaf. And as Duke Lyon has mentioned in the chat room, she's feeling very confident after getting to the final against Bo. No kidding. No kidding. So, Rhiannon O'Sullivan then. Will she be able to fight to get here? Because, like I say, if she goes on, she'll move £100 behind. I called Eileen. God called Lorraine. And Lorraine at the moment 2-0 up against Rhiannon Griffiths. But Rhiannon O'Sullivan, Peter, I hope you're still in the chat room. Because your other half is making her way. towards that final. 160 left after 12 against the Eileen de Graaf throw. She might need to take this out because de Graaf's just hit a 99 to leave herself the big Paul Hinks shot. She takes this out. She doesn't. She leaves herself on a ton, though. So can de Graaf take out the Paul Hinks? 127? No, she misses double 14 for it. Rihanna Sullivan just goes inside on tops. So at least up on double 10. Double 14 for Eileen de Graaf. This has to go. It doesn't go. She's split as well. She left herself on 4. Double 10 left for Rihanna O'Sullivan and a double break of throw for Rihanna O'Sullivan. She is one leg away from the Women's Series 10 final. What a story this is for Rihanna O'Sullivan at the moment. She is finding her feet. And we will come back to that in a moment. But Rhiannon Griffiths has got 79 left to try and get her opening leg on the board. But a 153 from Lorraine Winstanley would probably be the nail in the coffin, a double break. 21 left, leaves herself on 132. Here comes Griffiths, though, back for 79. What to say, Peter? To be fair, Peter, there's enough, as Rhiannon Griffiths does get there. It's 2-1 now between her and Lorraine Winstanley. Peter, even if you haven't cancelled the hotel, there's enough B&Bs in Blackpool. You'll be right. Stayed in enough of them over the years. De Graaf has left herself the fish after 9. Rihanna Sullivan has got 319 left. Only finds a 60. She's got a couple of breaks to throw in hand, and that's crucial at this stage of the game. De Graaf is back on the 127. She's back on the Paul Hinks. She'll get 6 to clean it up because Rihanna Sullivan's trebles have just gone missing a touch at the crucial moment. 199 left. De Graaf is on 70, and again, it's 4 straight 60s now for Rihanna Sullivan. 139 left. De Graaf looking for 70 to take us into another leg, and she doesn't. So 31. 83 there for Rihanna Sullivan to leave herself on 56. This 39 has to go. Which way will she go? She takes it out in 2. We'll never know which way she went. But Rihanna Sullivan loses one of the breaks of throws. But crucially, she will have to throw one more time to win the match. Winstanley moving back into the other semi-final. Both have left themselves on the fish. The trouble is for Lorraine is that she's left it after 12. Rhiannon's left it after 9. She's gone 140, 133. We've seen her actually miss the ball for it earlier on today. She only hits 45 now. So can Lorraine Winstanley find herself the biggest fish of the day? Would be the biggest checkout of the day so far. Fallon Sherrock hitting a 164 in the morning session. Well, she halves it down to 85. So Griffiths now looking for 125 to level this game up at 2 apiece. And she misses tops for it, maybe. She hits 105. Left herself double 10. Winstanley looking for 85 herself. And she misses tops. So we're all on double 10 in this leg. Taken out by Griffiths. It's 2 apiece. Quickly back to Eileen de Graaf against Rihanna O'Sullivan. De Graaf misses double 16 to take us to 4-3, but she will be back for it because Rihanna O'Sullivan's on 198. And she cannot find a finish. 26 only hit for Rihanna O'Sullivan. If I was her, I'd just not worry about this leg. And she won't have to because Eileen de Graaf has got it back to 4-3. So this is the leg now for Rhiannon O'Sullivan. We'll come back to Rhiannon Griffiths against Lorraine Winstanley in a bit. But I think because of the way this is going, I think I'll tell you what, I'm going to make an executive decision here. I'm going to put that game on for everybody to watch because this is very, very important in the race for the match play. So bear with me 1 second and we'll get that game on. There we are. Rhiannon O'Sullivan against Eileen de Graaf. I promise you we will go back and we will watch Lorraine Winstanley against Rhiannon Griffiths in a bit. But this is massive. And what a time to come to it as Rhiannon O'Sullivan hits the 140. $247 left, though, for Eileen de Graaf. 140 left. How much of a dent and how much pressure will de Graaf put on the 140? 2 treble visit, and we'll do that. Oh, and there we go. 114 left. 2 treble visit indeed from Eileen de Graaf, and O'Sullivan can't hit it. She leaves herself 80. That's not a problem. The problem is if this 114 goes. What a response this would be from Eileen de Graaf. I think she's hit double 1. She's left herself double 19. So this 80 for Rhiannon O'Sullivan to knock Eileen de Graaf out, and she misses tops for it. De Graaf takes it out on double 19. We go to a no ball. Just very, very quickly in the other game, Rhiannon Griffiths now wants 76 to go into the lead for the first time. She doesn't get it. She leaves herself on tops. Lorraine Winstanley wants a ton. Will she go tops if she doesn't get it? It doesn't hit the 60. Well, she takes it out in 3 darts anyway. Lorraine Winstanley has now broken back again and she leads by 3 legs to 2. But we will concentrate on this game between Eileen de Graaf and Rhiannon O'Sullivan. Let me explain just very, very quickly what's happening. Rhiannon O'Sullivan, if she wins this, will go £100 away from the match play. If Eileen de Graaf wins this, she goes through to her second final of the day. Peter, I don't know how you can watch this, buddy. I'll be brutally honest with you. That's every treble is golden. It's like a nugget. Who blinks first? Oh, jeepers creepers. A 171 to leave 152. What a time to hit it. But then O'Sullivan comes back with a 123. She was obviously, maybe she was on for a 180. So de Graaf's going to get 6 at 152. Will she need it with the way that she's hitting? She will. Leaves herself 54. How much pressure can Rhiannon O'Sullivan put Eileen de Graaf under? Been playing at such a great pace. A lot of pressure. Tops needed if Eileen de Graaf can't take out this 54. And she can't. She goes inside on 20s and 10s. So Rhiannon O'Sullivan, a massive, massive chance now. Can she find her way into the final of Women's Series 10? Yes, she can. A huge upset in the sense that we all thought with the way that Eileen de Graaf was playing that she would be there. But it isn't. It is Rhiannon O'Sullivan that wins her way into the final. And she's now just £100 away from the Women's World Match Play. If she wins this, then she will be all but there in the final later on. But we will go and switch straight over to the game between Griffiths and Winstanley. See if we can try and get this for you in a bit more of a better window. That might be a bit better, mightn't it? There we go. Peter, fair play to you, buddy, because I think a lot of other people might have thought after the way that game ended, but what a win for Rhiannon O'Sullivan. We'll show you the live order of merit in a bit, but I can tell you that she goes up now to 10th. She's 100 quid behind Katie Sheldon and Jane Densley. And if Rhiannon O'Sullivan wins this game, she will go into 7th in the race for the match play. But we will concentrate on that a little bit later. Right now, it's going to be Rhiannon Griffiths against Lorraine Winstanley. There we go. Hope everyone can see that. I hope that's a little bit better for everybody. So, Rhiannon Griffiths and Lorraine Winstanley tied at 3 apiece. This is a very good game, actually, between the pair, as Griffiths finds a 140. Oh, you got to be watching, Peter. You've got to be either on with us or on PDC TV. You've come this far now. I tell you what, anybody saying, we were talking about earlier, the best women's darts player, not Bo Greaves, Lisa Ashton, Alan Sherrock. If you were to win this, then I don't think many people will be doubting you, buddy. Griffiths leads 145 after 12. Can Lorraine Winstanley find a way to get back into this leg? She'll need at least a ton, you feel? Well, she's left 8. She hit 87. She leaves the fish. Griffiths 145. We have seen some big finishes today. Not that time. 52 left. But now, can Lorraine Winstanley find a way to get the biggest fish of the lot? This would hurt. Doesn't go. So Rhiannon Griffiths is looking to lead this match for the first time ever in this game. I said 5:30. I don't think so. It might be close to 6 o'clock now with the way that this is going. But it's been great fun today. 78 left for Lorraine Winstanley to retake the lead. The only time that we've ever seen a hold is in the second leg of the match and the third leg of the match. That's it. All the rest of them have been breaks. This one is a hold. Rhiannon Griffiths now leads 4-3. And Lorraine Winstanley could be under a little bit of pressure here. Fallon Sherrock will definitely be cheering on Rhiannon Griffiths, purely and simply because of the world championship spot. If Lorraine wins this tournament, she puts Fallon under considerable pressure. Remember, Fallon will be missing 4 events, we think, because she's going over to New Zealand for the World Series. She can't just fly back from there on the Friday and then head over to Barnsley. That's a bit of a track, unfortunately. Griffiths looking to try and respond to Lorraine's 81. Can only hit a 44. Don't forget, of course, 6 o'clock tonight, UK time, so around about 40 minutes, the Dutch Darts Masters gets underway at the Ziggo Dome. You can watch highlights right now on ITV4 if you're in the UK, and you can watch it live on ITV4 if you're in the UK. You actually watch it on PDC TV, I think. Anyway. But Viaplay are covering it in Holland, Europe, most of Europe, the rest of Europe is on DAZN. So make sure that you're listening and watching that. And then, of course, switch over to OD in the morning or whenever time you want. God will have the interview out with the winner. Then he's flying back tomorrow. He'll be doing the women's series with myself and Phil Bars. Barsy and I are on in the morning. It's at 10 o'clock in the morning UK time. And then it will be Phil, Gob and Lee, the boys back in town for the live lounge. Monday night, 8 o'clock BST. Rhys Griffiths, definitely not Rhys Griffiths. It's Rhiannon Griffiths, excuse me. It's been a long day. 4-3 up ahead. And Lorraine Winstanley leaves a 157. Can go. On 3-3. 1-3-3 then for Rhiannon Griffiths to knock Lorraine Winstanley out of Women's Series 10. I'm going to say she might have. No, she didn't. I thought she just missed the start of 18s, but she set that up really well. 97 left then for Lorraine Winstanley. Misses 2 at tops for it. Rhiannon Griffiths wants double 18 to knock Lorraine Winstanley out. And it doesn't go. Lorraine Winstanley finds tops, and we go to a decider. So she survives 3 match starts, but it is Griffiths who has the throw in this final leg. And he's also then in this final leg of the match. Lorraine Winstanley, back-to-back tons. Rhiannon Griffiths, who missed 3 match darts in the final. In the last leg, of the match. In the penultimate leg of the match. It would have been the final leg of the match if she got over the line, but she did not. And she just cannot find the big trebles. Consistency. Ton. Has that put this leg out of reach for Rhiannon Griffiths? She cannot get anywhere close to finish, even with a biggie. She finds a ton of self, but she has conceded the darts now. $60 leaves 1-4-1 for Winstanley. Griffiths now looking. Can't find anything. Cannot find anything. Winstanley looking. She doesn't need to take this 1-4-1 out. It's a 130. Suspect she was trying to leave double 18 there and hit the bull. 120 left by Griffiths. So Winstanley will have to concede obviously 1 dart. Which way will she go? She'll surely go 3-4-4, won't she? Well, it's a 3-dart finish, but it is just all that she needs. Lorraine Winstanley has been quietly going about her business the last few days in this women's series over the last couple of months, and she has finally got to another final. She's actually her first final of the women's series, and she will play Rhiannon O'Sullivan, for a place on history and the place on the Women's Series Honours Board. One of those 2 women are about to win their first ever PDC Women's Series title. Will it be Rhiannon O'Sullivan, or will it be Lorraine Winstanley? We'll be back in a few minutes to find out. This is Online Darts' coverage of the PDC Women's Series, and it is brought to you. It is brought to you by the fantastic team at Betfred, Winmau, Red Dragon, and MODUS Sports. We are back in a few minutes for the final. Don't go anywhere.
Level, 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 take it to the next level.
Yes, hello everybody. Welcome back. This is then the online darts live stream as we bring you all the action from the women's series, and we are very, very nearly there. And I'll tell you what we'll do now is we will show you the online darts. Well, actually, it's darts rankings order of merit. Actually, not the online darts order of merit, but it's the darts rankings order of merit. This is how it looks. Then in the women's series, Lisa Ashton. Oh, by the way, hello, Craig. I hope you're all good, mate. Yeah, this is strange to be back, I'll be honest, but it's been a good day. 7.5 hours of live streaming now, and I can't lie to you, everybody. I'm very ready to go to bed, but not before this final goes on. Lisa Ashton against Fallon Sherrock then in that race for the top two for the places in the World Championship. Still sit where they are. Fallon really needs a good couple of days. She probably needs to win a tournament just to put us up enough of a gap between everybody else, especially if Lorraine does win this final. If you are just joining us, this is the Women's Series event 10, and it will be Rhian O'Sullivan against Lorraine Winstanley in the final. You can watch that on PDC TV in just a few moments' time when we get underway. But Lisa Ashton against Fallon Sherrock coming, and Fallon Sherrock are out, but they have Lisa Ashton also won the event 9 today. She beat Eileen de Graaf, who made a bit of a run today. She started the day on 1,200 quid, and she has actually made a bit of a run today. She's made a final and she's made a semi-final. She's done very, very well indeed. 1,300 quid to start the day. She was in 8th place. She's now in 4th. Rhian Griffiths as well. She made a semi-final run in the last event. She is into 5th. Laura Turner as well. Consistency has been her key throughout the entire order of merit and throughout the entire women's series. She is now in 6th, and 7th is Katie Sheldon, who made a semi-final run last time out in event 9. She then made the last 16 in event 10. And Jane Densley, who didn't have a great run today either in both of the events, but she can come back tomorrow. She's still in that match play spot. Trina Gulliver then, as you can see, is 9th. However, the big thing for her is that she's not here this weekend. She is not going to be there. But the big question is, will Rhian O'Sullivan knock Jane Densley out of the world match play spots? If she beats Lorraine Winstanley, then she will, and she will go 7th. And Katie Sheldon will be in 8th. We could even have a one-spot shootout tomorrow, myself and Barzi. Then you see Joanne Locke, Robin Byrne, both on £1,300. Chloe O'Brien on 1,250 quid, and there Mikuru Suzuki in 14th place. She will need a big day tomorrow if she is going to be into the match play. In fact, you might be able to hear actually. It has just started bucketing it down here in my house in Birmingham in the UK. Phil Wolf, hello mate, good to see you again. Just joining you. Hope you're all right. Hope you're going to be watching the Dutch Darts Masters like I am in just a few moments' time once this final's been done. So yeah, all good. Don't worry about it. To be fair, David, I don't really have that much knowledge about darts. I just watch a lot of it and I just pretend as if I know what I'm talking about. So you're all great. And yeah, it's all good. Don't worry about it. Where are we? 7.5 hours into the stream. It's been, just to say really, really quickly, it's been brilliant to have so many people watching as we always do here on, and as everybody's done on online darts. I promise you at all, I will not be back regularly. And it's literally just the fact that Barzi's was in London watching Ed Sheeran last night and Gob's in Amsterdam. So unfortunately, you are stuck with me for the day, but I do appreciate you joining me throughout the day. Thank you very, very much indeed. No movement, unfortunately. The button has not been pressed. They are not doing the live matches. They're not warming up just yet. I'll tell you what we'll do, actually, because we're getting... I appreciate the Women's World Match Play, and that's what we're doing. But I'll tell you what we'll do. Hang on. Let's go to the World Match Play race. Right? Let's go the Men's World Match Play, right? Because obviously, the European Darts Match Play taking place next weekend in Germany. So there's that. But the big one, of course, is the Pro Tour's happening the weeks of the 8th to the 11th of July. And look at that. I don't know who I'd call safe because of the way, obviously, the Euro Tours are working this year. But I mean, Ross Smith and Ricky Evans battling it out there on 34. Adrian Lewis on 34,750. Andrew Gilding in the race for the match play because obviously he had a fantastic tournament a couple of weeks ago in a Pro Tour as well. Yeah, I mean, Keane Barry would be a great addition to the match play, as would Vincent, as would Simon. Some huge names you can see there missing out at the moment. Scott Williams, of course, he's been doing bits recently on the Pro Tour, as is Josh Rock. There's no doubt about that. Martin Lukeman, great to see him up there as well. We obviously used to see Jackie in the chat room quite a number of times when I was there doing this regularly. But yeah, interesting times ahead, and I don't know what the cutoff would be for the men's world match play at the moment in time. But one thing I can tell you is that we will be sharing and joining you for all of that throughout the weekends of the 8th to 11th of July, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. We will have all the action as the race to the match play concludes, and then of course we will have all the action as well from the Winter Gardens as well. All the action for their 16th to 24th of July, including, of course, the Women's World Match Play. We'll keep you up to date with everything like that. Phil will be doing all the interviews. Boise will be doing all the socials and writing. And Gob and all the team will be back for the Fallout Bar as well every night of the World Match Play. We can promise you that we'll be here doing a Fallout Bar. Thankfully, I won't be, especially on the first night, purely because, well, I'm going to be elsewhere. I'm going to be at the cricket on the first Saturday night. Can't wait, with a couple of the online darts too. As I say, nothing yet in terms of live events yet. For Rihanna Sullivan against Lorraine Winstanley. Nothing has been pushed yet. There's no buttons being pressed in Barnsley. So I will just have a quick look. I'll tell you what, while we got a second, actually, let's have a look at some of the races as well, because there's not much more. There we go. That's the Betfred World Match Play race. There's lots of other races. If you want to have a look at all this, by the way, because what we use is a thing called Dart Connect. So definitely use Dart Connect if you haven't already done so, because it's very, very good. Right. Sorry. And also dartsrankings.com. Whoever, we still don't know who's behind dartsrankings.com yet. And whoever it is kept very, very quiet. But whoever it is, thank you for being so brilliant, because it has just made our lives so much easier. Right. Where are we looking at this moment in time then? Where are we going to have a look at? I'll tell you what, we'll move it back to the have a look. We'll go back to the PDC Women's Series. And as you say, those are the semi-finals. Like I say, we've got nothing yet, as you can see on here, I'm actually going to be updating and a live game kicking off anytime soon, unfortunately. But Rihanna Sullivan defeating Eileen de Graaf 5-4, and Lorraine Winstanley coming through 5-4 against Rhiannon Griffiths. Those are the semi-final results. Sullivan as well beating Dieter Hedman, and earlier on today, and Yvonne Taylor as well for Rhiannon Griffiths. They beat there. That was where the top 16 was where Lisa Ashton was knocked out by Laura Turner. Farron Sherrock as well being beaten by Lorraine Winstanley. As we say, nothing happening just yet. We are keeping refreshing for you, because I appreciate that it's annoying when there's nothing going on. But there we go. Nothing to apologise for, but appreciate the humility. You've actually done an excellent job. Oh, thanks very much. I appreciate, commentary is very selective. There are people that I don't like listening to on other sports, and the people that do that like listening to me. You know, it is what it is. I'm just here I literally am just here so OD can give you at least a bit of a stream. So thank you very, very much indeed. As you'll be able to see then, as soon as we go live and the buttons gets pressed, we will let you know. Hopefully, are warming up very, very shortly. Yeah, Dutch Darts Masters picks need to start coming in as well, because we need to doing that. There we go. Rihanna Sullivan, Lorraine Winstanley warming up. Great news. It's what we need to do. So we will get to that game to you as soon as we possibly can. As soon as they've stopped warming up, as soon as the ball has gone. Your picks, Dimitri Craig. I'm going to go Wadey. I think he needs a bit of a go, and I think Wadey might be his time to do some bits on the World Series again. Remember that 2018 when he won the Euros and the World Series of Darts finals, a couple of them in the Premier League. Yeah, sod it. I'll go Wade. Why not? It feels. I'll be honest with you though, Craig. I'm gutted that I didn't realise that the Dutch Darts Masters at the time was being the same weekend as I would have been in Amsterdam. Would have stayed out there for the extra week. Was there last weekend. It was fantastic. And if anybody does want to go to Amsterdam for the World Series of Darts finals, I'd highly recommend it. Beautiful city. Anybody else got any more predictions for the Dutch Darts Masters or for this final? Let me know in the comments. I promise you, as soon as we're done, you don't have to watch my face until tomorrow morning. So there we go. Wales against England, like it will be in the Football World Cup later on this year. Of course. Rhiannon Sullivan, who did some bits, of course, at the World, at the WDF Championships. Moving to Kirsty Hutchinson in the semi-finals. And of course, Lorraine Winstanley, who has been well around the darting world for a number of years now. Of course, husband Dean hitting that remarkable 9-darter. I think the legend is that he's still running at the Alexandra Palace. As I said, I did think that we'd be okay for a 5:30 finish, but not going to be the case. I think we are just going to be done by 6 o'clock BST, so that's around about 20 minutes. So we should be pretty much bang on time for the Dutch Darts Masters. We always like that. We don't have to miss stuff. And don't forget as well, CDC as well, Championship Darts Corporation, their events are starting again tonight. They'll be on Dart Connect. So make sure you watch that. But there you go. The button's been pressed and we are underway. So bear with me 1 second. And I will get this game up for us. And there we are. As if by magic. So Lorraine Winstanley has got the bullseye. But it's Rhiannon Sullivan that started off better. Peter, are you still with us? Or are you watching it on PDC TV? We'll find out, I'm sure, soon in the chat room. 137. Good response to that from Lorraine, but what an astounding response. Excellent response from Rhiannon Sullivan. 141 left after 9. And gets first to finish, and we'll get 6 to clean it up. Good luck, mate. Appreciate as well. Dean might be watching as well, but the best of luck to both of you. Appreciate that this might be your one at the shot of the match play. And she might be about to break the throw in the first leg. What an excellent leg this is. 13 darter to clean it up. Oh no. Lost the score. Maybe she has gone the wrong side of the wire on 9s. She'll get another shot at it. And just cleans it up. 16 dart leg. And the break of throw happens straight away, which is what Rhiannon Sullivan wanted. She's now got to hold her throw 4 times. And she will be there. Remember, neither one of these women have won a women's series title. The majority has been cleaned up by Lisa Ashton. We know this. Fallon Sherrock's won 9. Lisa's won 13. Dita Hedman's won 1. Trina Gulliver's won 1 as well, as has Mikuru Suzuki. So who will be the 6th woman to be added to the Women's Series Roll of Honour? Will it be Lorraine? Will it be Rhiannon? Rhiannon, though, knows that if she were to win this match, that would be her all but there in the match play race. What an afternoon for her it's been. Started the day on started the afternoon on 800 quid. Miles away. We weren't even looking at her in the challenging race. After losing in the top 32 this morning, we thought that it could be her out of the race. But no. She has come back and come back well. She needed to stay straight there, you think. At least leave herself the fish. She's done that, I think, mate. She's done that, I think, Peter. $187 left then for Rhiannon O'Sullivan. That's an excellent response to leave 50. 102 though, full of rain. Can she take it out? She can't. So will she go the Sato way and finish on the ball? I doubt it. But this is a big moment already in this final. She takes it out, last start in hand to hold. Big moments that. Excalibur, you know, you just got mossed. Disagree there, though, personally. Outrunning the edge. I think Barry Sanders is very good at that. My dad would always say that. Or Walt Payton. Tons all over the gaff to start us off this third leg. Good response again from Rhiannon O'Sullivan. Lorraine Winstanley has missed chances to win both these legs. Yes, she definitely can, Philip. If she wins this race, if she wins this game, Fallon is in a world of trouble. Purely and simply because she's missing 4 events, so she's going down under. She wins this event, or she wins another one. Fallon's got to win at least one of them and probably make the final tomorrow to just be absolutely sure that she's going to be coming back from New Zealand with the second spot. Because if Lorraine goes mental, which we know she can, especially while she's away in New Zealand, those last 4 events on the women's series in October could be very tasty. 100, 140, 100. 161 left after 9. She doesn't need to go for it. 45 hit, so 116 left. $194 for Lorraine Winstanley. Left herself the champagne shot. Only one treble needed for Rhiannon O'Sullivan to get herself down to a finish. Can't find it. 70 left. Bull, double 16. Go on, Lorraine. Sorry, Peter, but we always love a champagne shot on this station. Can't find it. 68 left. So big checkout coming now from Rhiannon O'Sullivan. Will she get 2? Will she get 1 dart at it? Well, we don't know how many she got, but she misses tops. Lorraine now looking for a huge 68 to get herself on the board. She gets it. Last start in hand. Crucial last start checkouts coming to hold throws. Rhiannon O'Sullivan misses a dart. At least 1, potentially 2 at tops to go 3-0 in front and halfway to victory. I wouldn't have a dig at I wouldn't have a go at Fallon if she does make the world. She would deserve it. She's been brilliant in this women's series. She's second for a reason, but I do agree that maybe time to turn it down a little bit. But then again, the fans of the crowd absolutely love her. Wherever she goes, she gets the support. So maybe we're all wrong, potentially. 358 plays 357. It's essentially now we start again. No, I understand that, Tam. I understand that. Personally, I don't. Personally, I'm indifferent. I like Fallon. Really, really nice person. Management company. I've met them on a number of times. They know exactly what they're doing with her. Got no issues at all, you know. And she does win it, and she does do well. Fair play to her. She would deserve it. I agree with that. Definitely Excalibur. Yeah, Philip, I don't see that happening. I suspect she would want to. She'd want to be obviously careful about not missing out on the biggest stage of them all. But I think she'll be going. Definitely going to at least one in Australia. 78 left for Rhiannon O'Sullivan then to try and get herself 2 legs away. She's missed darts in the last leg to go 3-0 in front. Misses double 16 here. Big 98 this now for Lorraine Winstanley. Are we going to have a level game? She goes inside on 19s. And she misses and she busts double 16. I think she might have hit double 8 and then hit double 16 the wrong way round. And Lorraine Winstanley takes out 19. So she has had leg chances in the last 2 legs. Rhiannon O'Sullivan to go to 4-0 lead. But we are level at 2 apiece. Drama all over the place. I believe so, Craig. I think so, but I'm not sure. Message Gob. He'll know because he's there. Good response that from Rhiannon O'Sullivan. 140 against the throw. $81 left. 81 hits, sorry. 361 left for Lorraine. So we are back level pretty much, but Rhiannon O'Sullivan has got a big dart and she can't take full advantage of it, but she is still ahead. If you are just joining us, this is the final of Women's Series 10. Lorraine Winstanley against Rhiannon O'Sullivan. One of these women will become the 6th player to be inducted on the Roll of Honour in the Women's Series. Dita Hedman, Trina Gulliver, and Mikuru Suzuki have each won 1. Lisa Ashton's won 13. Fallon Sherrock won 9. Who will be the next to be on that list? 2 apiece currently right now. If Rhiannon O'Sullivan wins this matchup, she will go into the match play qualification spots. I think Lorraine just still has the advantage at the moment. She is first to a finish, but it's a biggie. Can Rhiannon O'Sullivan put some huge pressure on the 141? Yeah, that's enough. That's enough. 66 left. And it is enough pressure. So Rhiannon O'Sullivan's got 66. Should get at least 1 here. Doesn't need it to take it out in 2. Excellent stuff from Rhiannon O'Sullivan. She's back in front. 3-2. Starting off with a ton in this leg, then Rhiannon O'Sullivan. Moving on then to Lorraine now, moving on to 96. Very tight, very tense at the moment. Rihanna Sullivan, though, putting a bit of daylight, unless Lorraine Winstanley can hit a two-trouble visit here. Anyone in the chat room know what the final score was in the end between Claire and Derry? Just so I know. But what a shot that is from Lorraine Winstanley to put some pressure on. But Rihanna Sullivan is in with a shout of this leg still. 137 left. She will be first to a finish, and she will get 6 to finish it off. To go one leg away, potentially. She doesn't need to take this out. She sets it up beautifully. 58. 18 for tops when she comes back. But how much pressure will she be under to hit that? One, 3, 4 here. Wow. She leaves herself 1-1-3-7. A 1-3-4 there would have been perfect. But 58 for Rihanna O'Sullivan. Takes it out in 3 darts. Peter O'Sullivan, you are one leg away from your other half being surely off to Blackpool. Good response from Lorraine to kick us off with a 140 here in this leg. She has to find a way. Jeez. Really? That is awful. Just awful. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Richard. Ton 40 from Rianne to give her the lead in this leg. Only 83. Rihanna O'Sullivan might have just stole the darts here. And she's just given them straight back. Oh dear. Good response to that again from Lorraine. Leaves herself on 150. Do the Whitlock when you come back. And she'll get 6 at it, as Rianne can only hit 60. But the big leg will come up next for Rihanna O'Sullivan. She will have the throw to take her first ever Women's Series title. Wow. That is a slip of gigantic proportions. How much will it be punished? Enough. That's enough. 78 left for Rihanna O'Sullivan if Lorraine Winstanley cannot find a 1-4-3. She cannot. So Rihanna O'Sullivan, as long as she stays straight here and as long as she gets it, she will get a dart to win this match and to take her first ever Women's Series title. She misses one at tops. Is she coming back in this leg? That's one dart gone. A 117 here from Lorraine, though. And she missed a dart at tops as well, potentially. You have to have a look on the stream a bit later on. But this is the chance. 3 darts in hand for Rihanna O'Sullivan. Can she do it? No, she cannot. Will we go on? The answer is yes. 4 match darts gone. But Rihanna O'Sullivan has to just put that to the back of her mind now. She's throwing for the match. 4 match darts gone. All depends now on what response Lorraine Winstanley gives this 80 to see if the nerves might start getting to her. Is that what you call it, Peter? I bet you were just thinking, just get that one in. Again, it's enough to keep it interesting. Now it's very interesting. 2 treble visit here, even if it's just a 1 treble visit, to be fair, for Lorraine Winstanley. And this is huge pressure on Rhiannon O'Sullivan. This is going to get very tense very, very quickly. Can I give a shout out to the crafty Camelinas darts team? Won the local Div 1 League and Cup last week. Bloody hell, you did a double. Good effort. And you're going celebrating tonight. You should be. Congratulations, Thomas, mate. Big time stuff. Well done, you. Go and celebrate like it's 1999. Be like Prince. But has the scoring for Rhiannon O'Sullivan just dropped off at the wrong time? What can Lorraine Winstanley do here? She can hit a ton 40 to leave 82. Are we going to a noble leg? It looks like we are. Lorraine Winstanley has never led in this match. She's levelled it up once. We went to 2-0. We then went to 4-2 Then it was 4-2 Rhiannon O'Sullivan, and it looks like it's going to be 4 again. 1 leg to decide the championship potentially, and unless, well, Lorraine has got 3 here at 40. She should take this out with the way that she's been hitting her hundreds this week today. She's got a shot though, Peter. She's got a shot. That's all you need, a shot. 157. Be some way to win it. Oh, she's left herself on double 9 if Lorraine doesn't get this to come back. Big, big, big darts coming in. And she's missed. Incredible. Rhiannon O'Sullivan was miles away in this leg. Will she split or will she go for double 9? She did split, I think. Yes, she did. And she's missed 2 more. Winstanley back for 5 to send us to a noble. Drama on the last game of the stream and we take it out. Oh, wow. 6 match darts gone for Rhiannon O'Sullivan. Lorraine Winstanley has found her way back and we're off to a noble in the last game of the day. Rhiannon O'Sullivan, 501 points away yet again. If you're just joining us, she's missed 6 match darts. Lorraine Winstanley has not led in this game. She can still qualify tomorrow, Peter. You're fine. But this is a big visit now, though, from Lorraine Winstanley. Tell you what, 2 treble visit here. She's right back in the game. You want to be like that, and it's just not falling for her now. 6 match darts have come and gone, and Lorraine Winstanley could be about to finally get her name on the roll of honour. 99. Rhiannon O'Sullivan needs to find a way to get back in this leg, and she's just not finding it. It's not all over for her because she could qualify for the match play tomorrow. She's got 2 more chances and she's only £100 behind Jane Densley and Katie Sheldon. Ton there, leaves herself on 278, but Lorraine Winstanley's got a minimum of 6 at 160. She will put some huge pressure on a certain Fallon Sherrock as well, because she will go £1,050 behind her in the race for the World Championship. So it means Fallon tomorrow is going to have a day and a half. It's another ton, but Lorraine has got 6 to clean up 80 to finally get on the roll of honour. She's had 6 match darts against her. Can she now clean it up? She will have another 6 if she needs them. She will have another 3. It's just now, what pressure can Rhiannon O'Sullivan put her under? Not enough. 10s for the title. Suspense on Dart Connect. Maybe she's just having a little bit of a pressure moment. Takes it out, last dart in hand. 6 match darts survived against her. Peter, I'm so sorry for Rianne, but what a performance from her. She goes into £100 off the match play, but Lorraine Winstanley becomes the 6th person to ever win a PDC Women's Series event. She joins the likes of Lisa Ashton, Fallon Sherrock, Mikuru Suzuki, Dita Hedman, and Trina Gulliver. And it is going to be Lorraine Winstanley that wins it. Before we go very, very quickly, before the Dutch Darts Masters, I'll tell you what, we'll show you the overall table before we go and leave the air tonight. But this is how it looks on the Women's Series order of merit. Lisa Ashton now clear at the top. Fallon Sherrock as well in second. But look at that. Lorraine Winstanley is now £1,050 off Fallon Sherrock. And Fallon's going to have a day tomorrow. She's going to have to at least probably win one if she's going to have any bit sort of breathing space, if she's going to miss the next 4 events as they go down under. Eileen de Graaf in 4th. Rhiannon Griffiths and Laura Turner are pretty much safe, but Katie Sheldon and Jane Densley are very happy people at the moment. Rhiannon O'Sullivan is £100 after that run in the final and is now £100 off the winning moments and off the qualification for the match play. We will find out whether she can do that tomorrow. Join us from 10 a.m. in the morning. Myself and Phil Bars will be talking you through the first event. Jack Gobigarwood then comes in for me when he comes back from Amsterdam. You'll be able to watch the interviews with the winner player from tonight's Dutch Darts Masters with Gob as soon as he can get it out, as soon as the event is done. And don't forget as well that the live league is back tonight from 10 o'clock. It is Henry Deacon talking you through all the action. Thanks so much for your company throughout the last 8 hours. It's been really, really appreciated. It's been great. Same again tomorrow. We hope it's not too much longer, but you know, it is what it is. Thanks again for all your company. Really do appreciate it. This has been Online Darts' coverage of the Women's Series alongside Betfred, Winmount, Red Dragon, and Modus. Take it easy, and we'll see you very, very soon. Good night, everybody.
Take it to the next level.